uncondemnatory, not condemnatory, uncondemned, not condemned, uncondemning, not condemning, uncondemns, third person singular simple present indicative of uncondemn, uncondensable, that cannot readily be condensed, uncondensed, not condensed, uncondensing, not condensing, uncondescending, not condescending, free of condescension, uncondescendingly, in a way that is not condescending, uncondescension, absence of condescension, an uncondescending manner, uncondition, to free from prior conditioning, unconditionability, the quality of being unconditionable, unconditionable, not conditionable, unconditional, absolute, without conditions, limitations, reservations, or qualifications. Unconditional election, a doctrine, one of the 5 points of Calvinism, stating that Jesus Christ's substitutionary atonement on a cross is extended to those predestined to become a believer at God's discretion and without condition. Unconditional surrender, a surrender without conditions beyond those imposed by the basic laws of war. Unconditional surrenders, plural of unconditional surrender. Unconditionalize, alternative form of unconditionalize. Unconditionalize, simple past and past participle of unconditionalize. Unconditionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unconditionalize. Unconditionalizing, present participle and gerund of unconditionalize. Unconditionalities, plural of unconditionality. Unconditionality, the state of being unconditional. Unconditionalize, to make unconditional. Unconditionalized, simple past and past participle of unconditionalize. Unconditionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unconditionalize. Unconditionalizing, present participle and gerund of unconditionalize. Unconditionally, without condition, absolutely. Unconditionalness, unconditionality. Unconditionals, plural of unconditional. Unconditionate, not conditionate. Unconditionated, not conditionated. Unconditionately, in an unconditionate manner, not subject to conditions. Unconditioned, without conditions, absolute. Unconditionedly, in an unconditioned manner. Unconditionedness, the quality of being unconditioned. Unconditioning, present participle and gerund of unconditioned. Unconditions, third person singular simple present indicative of unconditioned. Uncondoled, not condole. Uncondomed, not wearing a condom. Uncondoned, not condoned. Unconducing, unconducive. Unconducive, not likely to produce or support some desired outcome. Unconduciveness, the quality of being unconducive. Unconducted, not conducted, performed without a conductor. Unconductive, not conductive. Ungemäß, the state or condition of being strangeness, eccentricity. unconfected, not confected, unconfederated, not confederated, unconference, a conference that attempts to avoid the traditional drawbacks of conferences, such as high entry fees, excessive formality, and bias due to sponsors. Unconferences, plural of unconference, unconferred, not conferred, unconfess, to retract a confession, unconfessable, that cannot be confessed, unconfessed, not acknowledged in a confession, unconfesses, third person singular simple present indicative of unconfess, unconfessing, not confessing, unconfided, not having been confided, unconfidence, absence of confidence, uncertainty, doubt, unconfident, not confident, unconfidential, not confidential, unconfidently, in an unconfident manner, without confidence, unconfiding, not inclined to share confidences, taciturn, unconfigurable, not configurable, unconfigure, to remove or undo a configuration, unconfigure, simple past and past participle of unconfigure, unconfigures, third person singular simple present indicative of unconfigure, unconfiguring, present participle and gerund of unconfigure, unconfinable, that cannot be confined, unconfinably, in an unconfinable manner, unconfine, to free from confinement, unconfined, not confined, free from physical restraint, unconfinedly, in an unconfined manner, unconfinedness, the quality of being unconfined, unconfinement, the condition of being unconfined, unconfined, third person singular simple present indicative of unconfined, unconfining, not confining, unconfer, to undo the confirmation of, unconfirmable, not confirmable, unconfirmably, in a way that cannot be confirmed, unconfirmative, not confirmative, unconferred, not finally established, settled, or confirmed, unconfirming, present participle and gerund of unconfirm, unconfirms, third person singular simple present indicative of unconfirm, unconfiscable, not confiscable, unconfiscated, not confiscated, unconflated, not conflated, unconflict, to eliminate or resolve a conflict in something, unconflicted, not conflicted, at peace, unconflicting, not conflicting, unconflictingly, in an unconflicting manner, unconflicts, third person singular simple present indicative of unconflict, unconform, unlike, unconformability, the quality or state of being unconformable, unconformable, not conformable, unconformableness, the quality of being unconformable, unconformably, in an unconformable manner, unconformed, not conformed, unconformedly, in an unconformed manner, unconforming, not conforming, unconformingly, without conforming, in a nonconformist manner, unconformists, a nonconformist, unconformists, plural of unconformists, unconformities, of unconformity. Unconformity, a lack of conformity. Unconforms, third person singular simple present indicative of unconform. Unconfound, to free from a state of confusion. Unconfoundable, unable to be confounded or confuse. Unconfounded, not confounded. Unconfoundedly, in an unconfounded manner. Unconfoundedness, the quality of being unconfounded. Unconfounding, present participle and gerund of unconfound. Unconfounds, third person singular simple present indicative of unconfound. Unconfrontable, that cannot be confronted. Unconfrontational, not confrontational. Unconfrontationally, in an unconfrontational way. Unconfronted, that has not been confronted. Unconfusable, impossible to confuse. Unconfusably, so that it cannot be confused. Unconfuse, to free from confusion. Unconfused, not confused. Unconfusedly, in an unconfused manner. Unconfusedness, the state or condition of being unconfused. Unconfuses, third person singular simple present indicative of unconfuse. Unconfusing, present participle and gerund of unconfuse. Unconfutable, not confutable. Unconfuted, not confuted. Uncongeal, to become liquid again, to thaw. Uncongealable, that cannot be congealed. Uncongealed, that has not congealed. Uncongealing, present participle and gerund of uncongeal. Uncongeals, third person singular simple present indicative of uncongeal. Uncongenial, not congenial, compatible or sympathetic. Uncongenialities, plural of uncongeniality. Uncongeniality, the quality of uncongenial. Uncongenially, in an uncongenial manner. Uncongenialness, the state or condition of being uncongenial. Uncongested, not congested. Unconglomerated, not conglomerated. Unconglutinated, not conglutinated. Uncongratulated, not having been congratulated. Uncongratulating, not offering congratulations. Uncongratulatory, not congratulatory. Uncongregated, not having congregated. Uncongregational, not congregational. Uncongressed, unaligned. Uncongressional, not congressional. Uncongruent, incongruent. Uncongruous, synonym of incongruous. Unconjecturable, unable to be conjectured. Unconjecture, not conjectured. Unconjoinable, not conjoinable. Unconjoined, not conjoined. Unconjugable, not conjugable. Unconjugatable, not conjugatable. Unconjugate, not conjugate. Unconjugated, not conjugated. Unconjunctive, that cannot be joined together. Unconjurable, not conjurable. Unconjure, not conjured. Unconked, not conked chemically frightened. Unconnect, to disconnect. Unconnectable, not connectable, that cannot be connected. Unconnected, not connected or joined. Unconnectedly, in an unconnected way. Unconnectedness, the state or property of being unconnected, not connected or joined. Unconnectable, alternative form of unconnectable. Unconnecting, present participle and gerund of unconnect. Unconnection, absence of connection, disconnection. Unconnects, third person singular simple present indicative of unconnect. Unconned, not conned, not studied or learned. Unconnived at, not connived at. Unconniving, not conniving. Adgenuio, nafcanuio. Unconquerability, the state or quality of being unconquerable. Unconquerable, not conquerable, indomitable. Unconquerableness, the state or quality of being unconquerable. Unconquerables, plural of unconquerable. Unconquerably, in an unconquerable manner. Unconquered, not conquered. Unconquering, not conquering, failing to conquer. Unconscience, the absence of a conscience. Unconscious, lacking a conscience. Unconscient, not conscient. Unconscientious, not conscientious. Unconscientiously, in an unconscientious manner. Unconscientiousness, the quality of being conscientious. Unconscionabilities, plural of unconscionability. Unconscionability, the principle that one party to a contract might be entitled to a remedy if the other party has behaved in an unconscionable manner. Unconscionable, not conscionable, unscrupulous and lacking principles or conscience. Unconscionableness, the quality of being unconscionable. Unconscionably, in an unconscionable manner. Unconscious, not awake, having no awareness usually as the result of a head injury. Unconsciouses, plural of unconscious. Unconsciously, in an unconscious manner, unknowingly. Unconsciousness, the state of lacking consciousness of being unconscious. Unconsciousnesses, plural of unconsciousness. Unconscripted, not conscripted. Unconsecrate, to render not sacred, to remove sanctity. Unconsecrated, not consecrated. Unconsecrates, third person singular simple present indicative of unconsecrate. Unconsecrating, present participle and gerund of unconsecrate. Unconsecration, the act of unconsecrating. Unconsecutive, not consecutive. Unconsensual, without consent. Unconsensually, without consent. Unconsent, lack of consent. Unconsentaneous, not in accordance, inconsistent. Unconsented, to which consent has not been given. Not agreed to. Unconsenting, not consenting. Unconsequential, inconsequential. Unconsequentially, alternative form of inconsequentially. Unconservable, not conservable. Unconservative, not conservative. Unconserved, not conserved. Unconserving, that does not conserve. Unconsiderable, synonym of inconsiderable. Unconsiderate, obsolete form of inconsiderate. Unconsiderately, obsolete form of inconsiderately. Unconsiderateness, the quality of being unconsiderate. Unconsidered, not considered. Unconsiderately, in an unconsidered manner. Unconsideredness, the quality of being unconsidered. Unconsidering, without consideration, mindless. Unconsideringly, without consideration. Unconsignable, not consignable. Unconsigned, not consigned. Inconsistencies, plural of unconsistency. Inconsistency, inconsistency. Inconsistent, alternative form of inconsistent. Unconsociated, not consociated. Unconsolability, synonym of inconsolability. Unconsolable, synonym of inconsolable. Unconsolably, alternative form of inconsolably. Unconsolatory, not consolatory. Unconsoled, not consoled. Unconsolidate, synonym of deconsolidate. Unconsolidated, not yet consolidated. Unconsolidates, third person singular simple present indicative of unconsolidate. Unconsolidating, present participle and gerund of unconsolidate. Unconsoling, not consoling. Unconsolingly, in an unconsoling manner. Unconsummate, incongruous, inconsistent. Unconsonantly, in an unconsonant manner. Unconspicuous, not conspicuous, inconspicuous. Unconspicuously, synonym of inconspicuously. Inconspicuousness, alternative form of inconspicuousness. Unconspiratorial, not conspiratorial. Unconspire, brought about without conspiracy. Unconspiring, not conspiring. Unconstancies, plural of unconstancy. Unconstancy, obsolete form of inconstancy. Unconstant, inconstant. Unconstantly, in an unconstant manner. Unconstantness, synonym of inconstancy. Unconstellated, not constellated. Unconstipated, not constipated. Unconstituted, not constituted. Unconstitutional, contrary to or violative of the constitution of a state or other sovereign institution. Unconstitutionalism, unconstitutional behavior. Unconstitutionalities, plural of unconstitutionality. Unconstitutionality, the status of being unconstitutional or of not being in accord with the provisions of a constitution. Unconstitutionally, in a manner or to an extent that is unconstitutional. Unconstrain, to free from constraints. Unconstrainable, not constrainable. Unconstrained, not constrained. Unconstrainedly, in an unconstrained manner. Unconstrainedness, the quality of being unconstrained. Unconstraining, that does not constrain. Unconstrains, third person singular simple present indicative of unconstrained. Unconstraint, freedom from constraint. Unconstrainted, without constraints. Unconstrict, to remove a constriction. Unconstricted, not constricted. Unconstricting, present participle and gerund of unconstrict. Unconstruable, not construable. Unconstruct, to take apart, to deconstruct. Unconstructible, that cannot be constructed. Unconstructed, not yet constructed. Unconstructible, that cannot be constructed. Unconstructing, present participle and gerund of unconstruct. Unconstructive, not constructive, unhelpful. Unconstructively, in an unhelpful manner, in an unconstructive manner. Unconstructiveness, the quality of being unconstructive. Unconstructs, third person singular simple present indicative of unconstruct. Unconstructural, not constructural. Unconstrued, not construed. Unconsular, not consular. Unconsultable, not consultable. Unconsulted, not consulted. Unconsulting, not consulting anyone. Unconsumable, not able to be consumed. Unconsumed, not consumed. Unconsuming, that does not consume. Unconsummatable, impossible to consummate. Unconsummate, not consummated, not accomplished. Unconsummated, not consummated. Unconsumptive, not consumptive. Uncontactability, the state of being uncontactable. Uncontactable, not contactable, not having a means by which contact can be made. Uncontacted, not contacted. Uncontagious, not contagious. Uncontainable, that cannot be contained. Uncontainableness, the quality of being uncontainable. Uncontainably, in an uncontainable way. Uncontained, not contained, unconstrained. Uncontainedness, the state or condition of being uncontained. Uncontainerize, not containerize. Uncontainerize, not containerized. Uncontaminable, not contaminable. Uncontaminate, uncontaminated. Uncontaminated, not contaminated, unpolluted. Uncontaminates, third person singular simple present indicative of uncontaminate. Uncontaminating, present participle and gerund of uncontaminate. Uncontemned, not contemned. Uncontemplatable, not contemplatable, that cannot be contemplated. Uncontemplated, not contemplated. Uncontemplative, not contemplative. Uncontemporaneous, not contemporaneous. Uncontemporary, not contemporary. Uncontemptible, not contemptible. Uncontemptuous, not contemptuous. Uncontemptuously, in an uncontemptuous manner without showing contempt. Uncontented, not contended. Uncontending, not contending. Uncontent, not content. Uncontented. Uncontentable, not contentable. Uncontented, not contented. Uncontentedly, in an uncontented manner. Uncontentedness, quality of being uncontented. Uncontenting, unsatisfying. Uncontentious, not contentious. Uncontentiously, in an uncontentious manner. Uncontentiousness, the quality of being uncontentious. Uncontestable, not contestable. Uncontestably, in an uncontestable way. Uncontested, not contested or disputed, not made the object of competition. Uncontestedly, in an uncontested way, without argument. Uncontestedness, the quality of being uncontested. Uncontextual, not contextual. Uncontextualize, not contextualized. Uncontextually, in an uncontextual manner. Uncontiguous, not contiguous. Uncontinent, not continent. Incontinent. Uncontinental, not continental. Uncontinued, not continued. Uncontinuous, not continuous. Uncontorted, not contorted. Uncontoured, not contoured. Uncontracted, not contracted. Uncontractile, not contractile. Uncontractual, not contractual. Uncontradictability, the state or condition of being uncontradictable, incontrovertibility. Uncontradictable, that cannot be contradicted, irrefutable. Uncontradictably, in a way that cannot be contradicted. Uncontradicted, not contradicted, without contradiction, unquestioned. Uncontradictious, not contradictious. Uncontradictory, not contradictory. Uncontrastable, not contrastable. Uncontrasted, not contrasted. Uncontrasting, not contrasting. Uncontributed, not contributed. Uncontributing, that does not contribute, not making a contribution. Uncontributory, not contributory. Uncontrite, not contrite. Uncontritely, without contrition. Uncontrivable, that cannot be contrived. Uncontrived, not contrived. Uncontrivably, in an uncontrived manner. Uncontriving, lacking the ingenuity to contrive or plan things. Uncontrol, the lack or absence of control. Uncontrollability, rare form of uncontrollability. Uncontrollableness, obsolete form of uncontrollableness. Uncontrolled, obsolete form of uncontrolled. Uncontrollability, the quality of being uncontrollable. Uncontrollable, not able to be controlled, contained, or governed. Uncontrollableness, the state or quality of being uncontrollable. Uncontrollably, in an uncontrollable manner, without being subject to control. Uncontrolled, not controlled, not under control. Uncontrolledly, in an uncontrolled fashion, without control. Uncontrolledness, the quality of being uncontrolled. Uncontrolling, not controlling. Uncontrollingly, in an uncontrolling manner. Uncontrollableness, obsolete form of uncontrollableness. Uncontrolled, obsolete spelling of uncontrolled. Uncontrolled, obsolete form of uncontrolled. Uncontroversial, not controversial. Uncontroversially, in an uncontroversial manner. Uncontroversialness, the quality or condition of being uncontroversial. Uncontroversy, not involving controversy. Uncontrovertible, alternative form of incontrovertible. Uncontrovertibly, alternative form of incontrovertibly. Uncontroverted, not controverted. Uncontrovertedly, without dispute or argument. Uncontrovertible, incontrovertible. Uncontrovertibleness, the state or condition of being uncontrovertible, incontrovertibility. Uncontrovertibly, incontrovertibly. Uncontoust, not contoust. Unconvene, to disband a group that has been convened. Unconvened, not convened. Unconvenes, third person singular simple present indicative of unconvene. Inconvenience, archaic form of inconvenience. Inconveniences, plural of inconvenience. Inconvenient, archaic form of inconvenient. Inconveniently, archaic form of inconveniently. Unconvening, present participle and gerund of unconvene. Unconventional, not adhering to custom, convention, or accepted standards. Unconventionalize, alternative form of unconventionalize. Unconventionalized, simple past and past participle of unconventionalize. Unconventionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unconventionalize. Unconventionalizing, present participle and gerund of unconventionalize. Unconventionalism, unconventional style or behavior. Unconventionalisms, plural of unconventionalism. Unconventionalities, plural of unconventionality. Unconventionality, the state of being unconventional. Unconventionalize, to make unconventional. Unconventionalized, simple past and past participle of unconventionalize. Unconventionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unconventionalize. Unconventionalizing, present participle and gerund of unconventionalize. Unconventionally, in an unconventional manner. Unconventionalness, the quality of being unconventional. Unconventionals, plural of unconventional. Unconverged, not converged. Unconvergence, a failure to converge. Unconverging, not converging. Unconversable, not disposed to converse freely, reserved, unsociable. Unconversableness, the state or condition of being unconversable. Unconversant, not conversant. Unfamiliar, unacquainted. Unconversational, not conversational. Unconversationally, in an unconversational manner. Unconversion, the state of being unconverted, impenitence. Unconvert, to reverse the conversion of. Unconvertibility, alternative form of unconvertibility. Unconvertible, alternative form of unconvertible. Unconverted, not converted especially in the religious sense. Unconvertedness, the quality of not being religiously converted. Unconvertibility, inability to be converted. Unconvertible, that cannot be converted. Unconverting, present participle and gerund of unconvert. Unconverts, third person singular simple present indicative of unconvert. Unconveyable, impossible to convey. Unconveyed, not conveyed. Unconvict, to undo or annul the conviction judgment of guilt against. Unconvictable, not convictable. Unconvicted, who has not been convicted. Unconvicting, present participle and gerund of unconvict. Unconvicts, third person singular simple present indicative of unconvict. Unconvince, to cause to abandon a conviction, cause someone to become unconvinced of something. Unconvincible, not convincible. Unconvincibilness, the state or condition of being unconvincible. Unconvinced, not convinced or lacking conviction. Unconvincedly, in an unconvinced way. Unconvincedness, the quality of being unconvinced, disbelief, lack of conviction. Unconvinces, third person singular simple present indicative of unconvince. Unconvincibility, inability to be convinced. Unconvincible, incapable of being convinced. Unconvincing, not convincing, plausible, or believable. Unconvincingly, in an unconvincing manner. Unconvincingness, the state or condition of being unconvincing. Unconvoluted, not convoluted. Unconvolved, not convolved. Unconvoy, not convoyed. Unconvulsed, not convulsed. Uncook, to undo the act of cooking. Uncookable, not cookable. Uncooked, raw and not cooked, especially of something that should be or is sometimes cooked. Uncooking, present participle and gerund of uncook. Uncooks, third person singular simple present indicative of uncook. Argu, not in accord with the current fashion, standards, or mores of a particular group, not cool. Uncoolable, not coolable. Arku, not cooled, allowed to warm up or overheat. Uncooler, comparative form of uncool, more uncool. Uncoolest, superlative form of uncool, most uncool. And gooey, in an uncool way. Uncoolness, the state or condition of being uncool, unfashionable. Uncoop, to release from a coop. Uncooped, simple past and past participle of uncoo. Uncooperating, not cooperating, uncooperative. Uncooperation, lack of cooperation, failure to cooperate. Uncooperative, not cooperative. Uncooperative, Alternative spelling of uncooperative. Uncooperatively. In an uncooperative manner. Uncooperativeness. The quality of being uncooperative. Uncoopered. Not coopered. Uncooping. Present participle and gerund of uncoop. Uncoopus. Third person singular simple present indicative of uncoop. Uncoopted. Not co-opted. Uncoordinate. Alternative spelling of uncoordinate. Uncoordinated. Having components that act independently of each other. Uncoordinated. Alternative spelling of uncoordinated. Uncoordinatedly. In an uncoordinated way, haphazardly. Uncoordinatedness. The state or condition of being uncoordinated. Uncoordination. A lack of coordination. Uncoat. Of a joint or structure not covered with coping. Uncapio. That cannot be copied. Uncopied. Not copied. Not having been copied. Coping. Characterized by an inability to cope, maladapted to coping. Copious. Not copious. Uncop-like. Unlike a police officer. Uncopus. Not copist. Uncopio. Alternative spelling of uncopyable. Uncopyedited. Not copyedited. Uncopyrightability. The condition of being uncopyrightable. Uncopyrightable. Ineligible for copyright. Uncopyrightables. Plural of uncopyrightable. Uncopyrighted. Not under copyright. Uncoquettish. Not coquettish. Uncoquettishly. In an uncoquettish manner. A cord. To remove or untie cords. To unbind. Accorded. Simple past and past participle of uncord. Uncordial. Not cordial. Uncordiality. The quality of being uncordial. Uncordially. In an uncordial manner. Uncording. Present participle and gerund of uncord. Uncordoned. Not cordoned. Uncords. Third person singular simple present indicative of uncord. Uncord. Not cord. Uncork. To open a bottle or other container sealed with a cork or stopper by removing the cork or stopper from. Uncorkable. Able to be uncorked. Uncorked. Simple past and past participle of uncork. Uncorver. One who uncorks. Uncorkers. Plural of uncorker. Uncorking. Present participle and gerund of uncork. Uncorkings. Plural of uncorking. Uncorks. Third person singular simple present indicative of uncork. Uncord. Not corned. Uncorner. Not cornered. Uncorniced. Without a cornice. Uncorny. Not corny. Uncoronated. Not crowned. Uncoroneted. Alternative form of uncoroneted. Uncoroneted. Not coroneted. Uncorporeal. Synonym of incorporeal. Uncorporatized. Not corporatized. Uncorporeal. Not corporeal. Uncorporeality. The state or condition of being uncorporeal. Incorporeality. Uncorpse-like. Not corpse-like. Corpulent, not corpulent. Uncorralled, alternative form of uncorralled. Uncorralled, not corralled. Correct, uncorrected, containing errors that an editor would correct. Uncorrectable, unable to be corrected. Uncorrected, not corrected. Uncorrectable, alternative form of uncorrectable. Uncorrectly, synonym of incorrectly. Uncorrectness, the state or condition of being uncorrect, incorrectness. Uncorrelatable, not correlatable. Uncorrelate, to remove correlation. Uncorrelated, not correlated. Uncorrelatedness, lack of correlation. Uncorrelates, third person singular simple present indicative of uncorrelate. Uncorrelation, the condition of being uncorrelated. Uncorrelations, plural of uncorrelation. Uncorrespondency, the quality of being uncorrespondent. Uncorrespondent, not correspondent, that does not correspond to something else, unsuited or unmatched. Uncorresponding, that does not correspond or match up with something else. Uncorrigible, obsolete form of incorrigible. Uncorroborated, not corroborated. Uncorroborative, not corroborative. Uncorrodable, not corrodable, that does not corrode. Uncorroded, not corroded. Uncorrosive, not corrosive. Uncorrugated, not corrugated. Uncorrupt, not corrupt, honest, fair. Uncorruptible, misspelling of incorruptible. Uncorrupted, not corrupted, pure. Whole. Uncorruptedly, in an uncorrupted manner. Uncorruptedness, the quality of not having been corrupted. Uncorruptibility, alternative form of incorruptibility. Uncorruptible, synonym of incorruptible. Uncorruptibleness, synonym of incorruptibility. Uncorruptibly, synonym of incorruptibly. Uncorrupting, that does not corrupt. Wholesome, harmless. Uncorruption, incorruption. Uncorruptive, incorruptible. Uncorruptly, without corruption, faithfully, truthfully, honestly. Uncorruptness, absence of corruption, honesty, integrity. Uncorseted, not dressed in a corset. Uncosseted, not cosseted. Uncostable, not costable. Uncosted, not costed. Uncostliness, the state or quality of being low in cost. Uncostly, not costly. Uncostumed, not costumed, not in costume. Uncozy, not cozy. Uncottaged, lacking cottages. Uncottoned, not cottoned. Uncouch, to draw an animal out of its den. Uncouch, not couch. Uncouches, third person singular simple present indicative of uncouch. Uncouching, present participle and gerund of uncouch. Uncounseled, alternative form of uncounseled. Uncounseled, not counsel. Uncount, to deduct from account, discount or subtract. Uncount noun, uncountable noun. Uncount nouns, plural of uncount noun. Uncountabilities, plural of uncountability. Uncountability, the quality of being ungettable. Uncountable, so many as the incapable of being counted. Uncountable noun, synonym of mass noun. Uncountable nouns, plural of uncountable noun. Uncountable set, a set containing infinite number of elements whose elements cannot be mapped one-to-one to the natural numbers. A set with a cardinality greater than that of the set of natural numbers. Uncountable sets, plural of uncountable set. Uncountableness, uncountability. Uncountables, plural of uncountable. Uncountably, too many to be counted either by reason of being infinite or for practical constraints. Uncounted, not counted. Uncountenanceable, that which cannot be countenanced. Uncountenanced, not countenanced. Uncounterable, that cannot be countered. Uncounteracted, not counteracted. Uncounterbalanced, not counterbalanced. Uncounterfeit, not counterfeit. Genuine. Uncounterfeitable, not able to be counterfeited. Uncounterfeited, not counterfeited. Genuine. Uncountermandable, not countermandable. Uncountermanded, not countermanded, unopposed. Uncounterstained, not counterstained. Uncountervailed, not countervailed. Uncontrify, not contrify. Uncouple, to disconnect or detach one thing from another. Uncoupled, not coupled to something, disconnected. Detached. Uncoupler, anything that uncouples. Uncouplers, plural of uncoupler. Uncouples, third person singular simple present indicative of uncouple. Uncoupling, present participle and gerund of uncouple. Uncouplings, plural of uncoupling. Uncourageous, lacking courage. Uncourageously, without courage, in a cowardly manner. Uncourageousness, the state or condition of being uncourageous. Uncoursed, not placed in courses. Uncorded, not corded. Uncourteous, not courteous, impolite, rude. Uncourteously, in a way that is not courteous, impolitely. Uncourteousness, the state or condition of being uncourteous, impoliteness. Uncourtesies, plural of uncourtesy. Uncourtesy. Bad manners. Uncordial-like, not cordial-like. Uncourting, that does not court. Uncourtly, not court-like. Uncourtliness, lack of courtliness. Uncourtly, not refined or courtly. Argus, curved or hook-shaped. Uncousinly, not cousinly. Uncouth, unfamiliar, strange, foreign. Uncouther, comparative form of uncouth, more uncouth. Uncouthous, superlative form of uncouth, most uncouth. Uncouthly, in an uncouth manner. Uncouthness, the characteristic of being uncouth. Uncouthness, plural of uncouthness. Uncovenanted, not bound by a covenant. Uncover, to remove a cover from. Uncoverable, able to be uncovered. Uncover, simple past and past participle of uncover. Uncoveredness, the state or condition of being uncovered. Uncoverer, agent noun of uncover, one who uncovers. Uncoverers, plural of uncoverer. Uncoverist, second person singular simple present indicative of uncover. Uncovereth, third person singular simple present indicative of uncover. Uncovering, present participle and gerund of uncover. Uncoverings, plural of uncovering. Uncovers, third person singular simple present indicative of uncover. Uncovertebral, relating to the uncus and vertebrae, applied to Lushka's joints. Uncoveted, not coveted. Uncoveting, not coveting. Uncovetous, not covetous. Uncovetously, in a manner that is not covetous. Uncovetousness, the quality of being covetous. Uncowable, not to be cowed or intimidated. Uncowardly, not cowardly, courageous. Uncowed, not browbeaten or frightened into submission or compliance. Uncowering, not cowering, stunned. Uncowl, to divest or deprive of a cowl monk's hood or hooded robe. Uncowled, simple past and past participle of uncowl. Uncowl-like, not cow-like. Uncowling, present participle and gerund of uncowl. Uncowls, third person singular simple present indicative of uncowl. Uncoy, not coy. Uncoined, obsolete form of uncoin. Uncozy, alternative spelling of uncozy. Ungrabbed, not crabbed. Uncrackability, the quality of being uncrackable. Uncrackable, that cannot be cracked, unbreakable. Unracked, not cracked in various senses. Uncradle, to remove from a cradle. Uncradled, not cradled. Uncradles, third person singular simple present indicative of uncradle. Uncradling, present participle and gerund of uncradle. Uncraftable, not craftable. Uncraftables, plural of uncraftable. Uncrafted, not crafted. Uncraftily, in an uncrafty manner. Uncraftiness, the state or quality of being uncrafty. Ungrafty, not crafty and scheming. Uncram, to relieve from a crammed state, to empty partially. Uncrammable, not crammable, unable to be crammed in various senses. Uncrammed, not crammed. Uncramming, present participle and gerund of uncram. Uncramp, to recover or cause to recover from cramp or from being cramped or confined. Unwrapped, not cramped. Uncramping. Present participle and gerund of uncram. Uncramps. Third person singular simple present indicative of uncramp. Uncrams. Third person singular simple present indicative of uncram. Uncranked, not cranked. Uncraned, without nooks or crannies. Uncrashable, not crashable. Crashed, not crashed in various senses. I'm crashworthy, not crashworthy. Umbrate, to remove from a crate. Umpradu, not contained in a crate. Umgrate, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrate. Umprating, present participle and gerund of uncrate. Uncravated, alternative form of uncravated. Uncravated, not wearing a cravat. Uncraven, not craven, not cowardly. Uncraving, that does not crave. Uncravingly, without craving. Uncrawlable, not crawlable. Uncrayoned, not marked with crayons. Uncrazed, not crazed. Uncrazy, not crazy. Uncreamed, not creamed. Uncreasable, that cannot be creased. Grease, to remove the crease s from. I greased, not creased. Greases, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrease. Uncreasing, present participle and gerund of uncrease. Uncreatability, that caveat increatable. Uncreatable, impossible to create. Uncreatableness, the quality of being uncreatable. Gate, to kill, to destroy, to deprive of existence, to annihilate. Uncreatability, rare form of uncreatability. Uncreated, not having been created, thus not existing. Uncreatedness, the quality or state of being uncreated. Uncreates, third person singular simple present indicative of uncreate. Uncreatability, rare form of uncreatability. Uncreating, present participle and gerund of uncreate. Uncreation, the act of uncreating. Annihilation. Uncreative, not creative. Uncreatively, in an uncreative way, without creativity. Uncreatedness, the state or quality of being uncreative. Uncreatives, plural of uncreative. Uncreativity. The quality of being creative. Uncreaturely, not creaturely. Uncredentialed, alternative spelling of uncredentialed. Uncredentialed, without credentials. Uncredible, not credible, that cannot be believed. Uncredit, to cause to be disbelieved, to discredit. Uncredit card, a debit card. Uncredit cards, plural of uncredit card. Uncreditable, not to be credited or believed. Uncreditableness, discreditableness. Uncreditably. In an uncreditable manner. Uncredited, unacknowledged. Uncrediting, present participle and gerund of uncredit. Uncredits, Third person singular simple present indicative of uncredit. Uncreditworthy, not creditworthy. Uncredulous, not credulous. Uncreepy, not creepy. Uncremated, not cremated. Uncrenulated, without crenellations. Uncreolized, of a language variety that has not been subjected to creolization, having not arisen as or from a creole. Uncreasoted, not creasoted. Uncrate, not crate, not creased to resemble crepe paper. Uncrested, without a crest. Uncreviced, without crevices. Uncreviced, not creviced. Encrude, without a crew, unmanned. Uncrib, to remove from a crib. Uncribbed, not cribbed. Uncribbing, present participle and gerund of uncrib. Uncribs, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrib. Outbrick, to relieve of a crick, cramp, or spasm. Erect, simple past and past participle of uncrick. Uncricket-like, of behavior not conforming to the typical sportsmanship displayed in the game of cricket. Uncricking, present participle and gerund of uncrick. Bricks, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrick. A cry, not cried. A crime, absence of crime. Crimelessness. Crimes, plural of uncrime. Uncriminal, not criminal. Uncriminally, in an uncriminal manner. Uncrimp, to straighten out from a crimped state. Uncrimped, not crimped. Uncrimping, present participle and gerund of uncrim. Uncrimps, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrim. Uncrinkle, to unfold from a crinkled state. Uncrinkled, simple past and past participle of uncrinkle. Uncrinkles, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrinkle. Embrinkling, present participle and gerund of uncrinkle. Uncripple, to cause something to not be crippled. Uncrippled, not crippled. Uncripples, third person singular simple present indicative of uncripple. Uncrippling, present participle of uncripple. Ungrasp, not crisp. Aggressed, simple past and past participle of uncrisped. Uncrisping, present participle and gerund of uncrisp. Uncrisps, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrisp. Uncritical, lacking critique or critical examination, undiscriminating. Uncritically, in an uncritical manner. Uncriticalness, the state or quality of being uncritical. Uncriticizable, alternative form of uncriticizable. Uncriticized, not criticized. Uncriticizing, alternative form of uncriticizing. Uncriticizingly, alternative form of uncriticizingly. Uncriticizable, that cannot be criticized. Uncriticized, not criticized. Uncriticizing, that does not criticize. Uncriticizingly, without criticizing. Uncriticable, not criticable. Uncritiqued, not critiqued. Uncrochet, not crocheted. Unbrut, to bring back from a crooked position. Uncrooked, simple past and past participle of uncrook. Uncrooking, present participle and gerund of uncrook. Uncooks, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrook. Undrop, to undo the cropping of an image. Undropped, not used to grow crops. Uncropping, present participle and gerund of uncrop. Uncrops, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrop. Undropped, archaic spelling of uncropped. Uncross, to move something, especially one's arms or legs from a crossed position. Uncross-examined, not cross-examined. Uncrossability, the quality of being uncrossable. Uncrossable, impossible to cross. Uncrossableness, the quality of being uncrossable. Uncrossably, in an uncrossable manner. Uncrossed, not crossed, in various senses. Uncrosses, third person singular simple present indicative of uncross. Uncross-examinable, that cannot be cross-examined. Uncross-examined, not having undergone a cross-examination. Uncrossing, present participle and gerund of uncross. Uncrossings, plural of uncrossing. Uncross-linked, not cross-linked. Uncrossbatch, not crossbatched. Uncrotchety, not crotchety. Uncrouch, to rise from a crouched position. Uncrouch, simple past and past participle of uncrouch. Uncrouches, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrouch. Uncrouching, present participle and gerund of uncrouch. Uncrowbarred, not equipped with a crowbar circuit. Uncrowd, to remove a crowd from, to make no longer crowded. Uncrowded, not crowded. Uncrowdedness, quality of being uncrowded. Uncrowding, present participle and gerund of uncrowd. Uncrowds, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrowd. Uncrow-like, not crow-like. Uncrown, to deprive of the monarchy or other authority or status. Uncrowned, not crowned, not yet crowned. Uncrowning, present participle and gerund of uncrown. Uncrowns, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrown. Uncrucify, not crucified. Uncrude, not crude. Uncruel, not cruel. Uncrumbled, not crumbled. Uncrumple, to return something that has been crumpled closer to its original state. Uncrumpled, simple past and past participle of uncrumple. Uncrumples, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrumple. Uncrumpling, present participle and gerund of uncrumple. Uncrunch, to decompress. Uncrunched, simple past and past participle of uncrunch. Uncrunches, third person singular simple present indicative of uncrunch. Uncrunching, present participle and gerund of uncrunch. Ugush, To stop having a crush on someone, to end a crush. Uncrushable. Not crushable, that cannot be crushed. A gush. Not crushed. Uncrushes. Third person singular simple present indicative of uncrush. Uncrusher. Present participle of uncrush. Uncrusted. Not crusted. I'm crusty. Not crusty. I'm crying. Not crying, without tears. I'm cryptic. Not cryptic. Straightforward. I'm cryptically, in a way that is not cryptic. Straightforwardly, plainly. Uncrystalline. Not crystalline. Uncrystallizable. Alternative form of uncrystallizable. Uncrystallize. Alternative form of uncrystallize. Uncrystallize. Alternative spelling of uncrystallized. Uncrystallizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of uncrystallize. Uncrystallizing. Present participle and gerund of uncrystallize. Uncrystallizability. The property of not being crystallizable. Uncrystallizable. Not crystallizable. Uncrystallize. To cease to be crystallized. To undo crystallization as to melt or dissolve. Uncrystallize. Not in crystal form, not crystallized. Uncrystallizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of uncrystallize. Uncrystallizing. Present participle and gerund of uncrystallize. Plural of to anoint, especially a monarch or other patriarchal leader. UNCTAD. Initialism of United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Artud. Simple past and past participle of ONCT. Autem. Present participle and gerund of ONCT. Unction. An ointment or salve. Unshamo. Exhibiting or relating to unction. Unshamus. Without unction. Unctions. Plural of unction. Unctuous. Synonym of unctuous. Unctuousness. The quality of being anxious. Uncturia. Plural of unctorium. Unctorium. A room in which people were anointed in ancient public baths. Third person singular simple present indicative of unct. Unctuous. Synonym of unctuous, greasy, oily. Unctuosities. Plural of unctuosity. Unctuosity. The state or characteristic of being unctuous. Unctuous. Having the nature or properties of an unguent or ointment, greasy, oily. Unctuously. Insincerely and excessively charming. Unctuousness. The state or characteristic of being unctuous. Uncud. Not having given birth to cubs. Untubed. Not divided into cubes. Uncucked. Not cucked. Uncockled. To undo the cuckolding of. Uncuckolded. Not cuckolded. Uncuckolding. Present participle and gerund of uncuckold. Uncuckolds. Third person singular simple present indicative of uncuckold. Uncuddleable. Not cuddleable. Uncuddled. Not having been cuddled. Uncuddly. Not cuddly. Uncudgeled. Not cudgeled. Uncudgeled. not cudgeled. Uncued, not cued. Uncut, to remove cuffs from someone. Uncut, simple past and past participle of uncuff. Uncuffing, present participle and gerund of uncuff. Uncuffs, third person singular simple present indicative of uncuff. Unkiller, relating to an uncle. Unculinary, not culinary. A call, not having been called. Unculpable, alternative form of inculpable. Uncult, not cultivated, rude, illiterate. Uncut, abbreviation of uncultured. Uncultured, in a wild, natural state. Uncultivability, the state or condition of being uncultivable. Uncultivable, not capable of cultivation. Uncultivatable, uncultivable. Uncultivate, to undo the cultivation of, to make uncultivated. Uncultivated, not cultivated by agricultural methods, not prepared for cultivation. Uncultivatedness, the state or condition of being uncultivated. Uncultivates, third person singular simple present indicative of uncultivate. Uncultivating, present participle and gerund of uncultivate. Uncultivation, absence of cultivation, failure to cultivate. Unculturability, the condition of being unculturable. Unculturable, not culturable. Uncultural, not cultural. Unculturality, the quality of being uncultural. Unculture, a lack of culture. Unculture, not cultured or civilized, lacking in delicacy or refinement. Unculturedness, the state or condition of being uncultured. Uncumber, to disencumber. Uncumbered, not hampered or hindered, without encumbrance. Uncumbering, present participle and gerund of uncumber. Uncumbers, third person singular simple present indicative of uncumber. Uncumbersome, not cumbersome. Uncumbrous, not cumbrous. Uncunning, not cunning or crafty. Uncunningly, not cunningly. Uncut, to remove one's penis from a vagina. Uncunted, simple past and past participle of uncunt. Uncunting, present participle and gerund of uncunt. Uncunt, third person singular simple present indicative of uncunt. Uncut, to spread open one's hands from a cupped position, to reverse the action of cupping. Uncupped, not cupped. Uncupping, present participle and gerund of uncup. Uncupped, third person singular simple present indicative of uncup. Uncurable, incurable. Uncurableness, synonym of incurableness. Uncurably, in an uncurable manner, in a way that cannot be cured. Uncurated, not curated. Occur, to remove restrictions from, to render free from restraints. Uncurbable, incapable of being curbed. Uncurred, unlimited, unrestricted. Uncurves, third person singular simple present indicative of uncur. Uncurdle, to reverse the process of curdling. Uncurdled, not curdle. Uncurdles, third person singular simple present indicative of uncurdle. Uncurdling, present participle and gerund of uncurdle. Uncure, to undo the effects of curing, return something to an untreated state. Uncure, not cured. Uncures, third person singular simple present indicative of uncure. Uncurfew. Not curfewed. Uncuring, present participle and gerund of uncure. And curiosity, the quality of being incurious. Uncurious, not eager to learn or find answers. Uncuriously, in an uncurious manner. Uncuriousness, the quality of being incurious. Unturk, initialism of United Nations Commission for the Unification and Rehabilitation of Korea. Uncurl, to straighten out from being curled up. Uncurlable, incapable of being curled. Uncurled, simple past and past participle of uncurl. Uncurler, a device for uncurling something. Uncurlers, plural of uncurler. Uncurling, present participle and gerund of uncurl. Uncurlings, plural of uncurling. Uncurls, third person singular simple present indicative of uncurl. Uncurly, not curly. Uncurrent, not in present circulation as currency. Uncurricularized, not curricularized. Uncurried, not curried. Uncurries, third person singular simple present indicative of uncurry. Uncurry, to reverse the operation of currying. Uncurrying, present participle and gerund of uncurry. Uncurse, to remove a curse from. Uncursed, not cursed. Uncurses, third person singular simple present indicative of uncurse. Uncursing, present participle and gerund of uncurse. Uncursed, obsolete form of uncursed. Uncurtailable, not curtailable. Uncurtailed, not curtail. Uncurtain, to remove a curtain from, to reveal. Uncurtained, without curtains. Uncurtaining, present participle and gerund of uncurtain. Uncurtains, third person singular simple present indicative of uncurtain. Uncurvaceous, not curvaceous. A curve, not curved. A gus, a hook or claw. Uncushioned, not cushioned. Uncut, not cusped. Uncustomable, due to free at customs. Uncustomarily, in a way that is not customary. Uncustomariness, the quality of not being customary. Uncustomary, not customary. Uncustomed, not subject to customs duties, uncustomable. Uncustomized, alternative spelling of uncustomized. Uncustomizable, not customizable. Uncustomized, not customized. Uncut, not cut. Uncute, not cute, unattractive. Uncuteness, the quality of being cute. uncat, unknown, strange, uncas, plural of uncath, uncuticularized, not cuticularized, uncuttable, not cuttable, that cannot be cut, uncycled, not cycled, uncyclized, not cyclized, uncyclopedic, misspelling of unencyclopedic, uncyclopropanated, not cyclopropanated, uncynical, not cynical, uncynically, in an uncynical way, without cynicism. Uncipher, alternative form of uncipher. Uncipher, simple past and past participle of uncipher. Unciphering, present participle and gerund of uncipher. Unciphers, third person singular simple present indicative of uncipher. Ad, initialism of University of North Dakota. Ad, away, undamaris, an organ stop similar to the voix céleste, but typically using a dulciana or a softer scale string or even flutes. Undabbled, not dabble. Undainteous, not dainty. Undaintiness, the quality of not being dainty. Undainty, not dainty. Undowy, not dowy. Undow, to free from a physical or figurative obstruction. Undamageable, that cannot be damaged. Undamaged, not damaged, harmed, or injured. Undamaging, not causing damage. Undamascened, not damasked. Undamasked, not damasked. Undamable, that cannot be damned. Undamned, simple past and past participle of undam. Undamming, present participle and gerund of undam. Undow, to undo the damning of, to free from damnation. Undowed, not damned. Undamning, not damning or condemning. Undows, third person singular simple present indicative of undam. Undapped, not having been damped. Undampened, not dampened. Undows, third person singular simple present indicative of undam. Undanceable, not danceable. Undanced, not dance. Undansoy, not dansoy. Undancing, not dancing. Undandled, not dandled. Undanger, free from danger. Undangerous, not dangerous. Undangerousness, quality of not being dangerous. Undabber, not dapper. Undabbled, not dappled. Undare, not dared. Undaring, not daring, unadventurous. Undarken, to take away the darkness from something. Undarkened, not darkened. Undarkening, not growing darker. Undarkens, third person singular simple present indicative of undarken. Undarned, not darned. Undash, not marked with a dash. Undashing, not dashing. Undashingly, in a way that is not dashing and stylishly. Undateable, not able to be dated, that may be not be ascribed a date or age. Undatables, plural of undatable. Undate, undated, rising and falling in waves. Undatable, alternative form of undatable. Undatables, plural of undatable. Undated, not marked with a date. Undatedness, the quality of being dated. Undates, plural of undate. Undaughter, not daughter. Undaughter, without a daughter. Undaughterliness, the state or condition of being undaughterly. Undaughterly, not daughterly. Undauntability, the state or condition of being undauntable, fearlessness. Undauntable, incapable of being daunted, intrepid, fearless. Undaunted, showing courage and resolution. Undauntedly, in an undaunted manner. Undauntedness, the state or condition of being undaunted. Undaunting, not daunting. Undauntingly, in an undaunting manner. Undawned, not having dawn. Undawning, that does not dawn. Undazed, not dazed. Undazzle, to free from dazzlement, to clear the senses, the vision, etc. Undazzled, not dazzled. Undazzles, third person singular simple present indicative of undazzled. Undazzling, not dazzling. Waving or wavy, applied to ordinaries or division lines. Undead, not dead, alive. Undeadened, not deadened. Undeadliness, the condition of not being susceptible to death, immortality. Undeadly, not subject to death, immortal. Undeadness, the state or condition of being undead. Undead, plural of undead. Undeaf, to free from deafness. Undeaf, simple past and past participle of undeaf. Undeafen, to free from deafness. To restore hearing to. Undeafened, not deafened. Undeafening, present participle and gerund of undeafen. Undeafens, third person singular simple present indicative of undeafen. Undiaphragmated, not diaphragmated. Undeafing, present participle and gerund of undeaf. Undeaf, third person singular simple present indicative of undeaf. Undealable, that cannot be dealt with. Undealt, not dealt. Undine, to deprive of the office or dignity of a dean. Undined, simple past and past participle of undine. Undine, present participle and gerund of undine. Undined, third person singular simple present indicative of undine. Undear, not dear. Undeaf, the state of being undead. Undeathliness, the state or condition of being undeathly, immortality. Undebarred, not debarred. Undebased, not debased. Undebatable, not debatable, that cannot be debated. Undebatably, in a way that is not debatable, in an undebatable way. Undebated, not having been debated or disputed. Undebating, not engaging in debate. Undebauched, not debauched. Undebilitated, not debilitated. Undebilitating, not debilitating. Undebrided, not debrided. Undebriefed, not debriefed. Undebuggability, that call it undebuggable. Undebuggable, that cannot be debugged. Undebugged, that has not been debugged. Undebugged, not debunked. Undebuted, not debuted. Not formally introduced or released. Undeck, alternative form of undecay used before a vowel. Undecay, aletta. Undecacetate, any compound that has 11 acetate groups, typically of a disaccharide. Undecacetates, plural of undecacetate. Undecaborate, 11 borate anions in a compound. Undecaborates, plural of undecaborate. Undecadent, not decadent. Undecaffeinated, not decaffeinated. Undecagon, a polygon with 11 sides and 11 angles. Undecagonal, having 11 sides and angles. Undecagons, plural of undecagon. Undecahedron, a polyhedron with 11 faces. Undecaene, 11 heme groups in a molecule. Undecahydrate, a hydrate whose solid contains 11 molecules of water of crystallization per molecule or per unit cell. Undecahydrates, plural of undecahydrate. Undecahydroxy, chemical containing 11 hydroxy groups, O. Undecalcify, from which calcareous matter has not been removed. Undecamer, an oligomer having 11 subunits. Undecameric, of or pertaining to an undecamer. Undecamers, plural of undecamer. Undecan, undecane. Undecanal, is saturated aliphatic aldehyde having 11 carbon atoms. Undecane, any of many uses of aliphatic hydrocarbon having 11 carbon atoms, but especially at an Undecanes, plural of undecane. Undecanoate, any salt or ester of undecanoic acid. Undecanoates, plural of undecanoate. Undecanoic, of or pertaining to undecanoic acid or its derivatives. Undecanoic acid, desiderated fatty acid having 11 carbon atoms, CHCHQ. Undecanol, a fatty alcohol with a citrus odor, sometimes used as flavoring. Undecanols, plural of undecanol. Undecanon, any aliphatic ketone that has 11 carbon atoms. Undecanons, plural of undecanon. Undecamyl, the univalent radical derived from undecanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Undecanyls, plural of undecanyl. Undecanucleotide, an oligonucleotide that has 11 base pairs. Undecanucleotides, plural of undecanucleotide. Undecoxy, any oxide having 11 oxygen atoms. Undecoxides, plural of undecoxy. Undecapeptide, any oligopeptide that has 11 amino acid units. Undecapeptides, plural of undecapeptide. Undecapitated, not decapitated. undecappotassium, 11 potassium atoms or ions in a compound K. Undecaprenol, an isoprenoid alcohol having 11 isopren units that has a role in peptidoglycan biosynthesis. Undecaprenol, the univalent radical derived from undecaprenol. Undecasulfide, a sulfide containing 11 sulfur functional groups or ions. Undecasulfides, plural of undecasulfide. Undecasyllabic, having 11 syllables. Undecayable, not decayable. Undecayed, not having decayed. Undecaying, that does not decay, lasting, imperishable. Undecazzinc, a chemical compound containing 11 zinc atoms per formula, Cn. Undecease, not deceased. Undeceive, obsolete form of undeceive. Undeceives, third person singular simple present indicative of undeceive. Undeceitful, not deceitful. Undeceitfully, in a way that is not deceitful. Undeceivable, not deceivable. Undeceivableness, the quality of being undeceivable. Undeceivably, in an undeceivable way. Undeceive, to free from misconception, deception, or error. Undeceived, simple past and past participle of undeceive. Undeceiver, one who undeceives. Undeceivers, plural of undeceiver. Undeceives, third person singular simple present indicative of undeceive. Undeceive, third person singular simple present indicative of undeceive. Undeceiving, present participle and gerund of undeceive. Undecelerated, not decelerated. Undecember, alternative form of undecember. Undecemvir, misspelling of undecemvir. Undecemvirate, alternative form of undecemvirate. Undecencies, plural of undecency. Undecency, obsolete form of indecency. Undecene, any unsaturated aliphatic hydrocarbon that has 11 carbon atoms and one double bond, but especially one undecene. Undecenes, plural of undecene. Undecenary, once every 11 years, undecennial. Undecennial, occurring or observed every 11th year. Undecenote, any salt or ester of undecenoic acid. Undecenotes, plural of undecenote. Undecenoic acid. Undecyanic acid. Undecenoic acids, plural of undecenoic acid. Undecent, not decent, indecent. Undecently, unsuitably, improperly. Undecentralized, not decentralized. Undeception, the point of being undeceived or freed from a misconception. Undeceptions, plural of undeception. Undeceptive, not deceptive. Undeceptively, in an undeceptive manner. Undeset, a group of 11 musicians, a piece of music written for such a group. Undesets, plural of undeset. Endocoyanide, not decoyanide. Undesic, of the 11th order or degree. Undecidabilities, plural of undecidability. Undecidability, The state of being undecidable. Undecidable. Incapable of being algorithmically decided in finite time. For example, a set of strings is undecidable if it is impossible to program a computer, even one with infinite memory, to determine whether or not specified strings are included. Undecidably. In an undecidable manner. Undecide. To reverse or go back on a previous decision. Undecidable. Alternative form of undecidable. Undecided. Open and not yet settled or determined. Undecidedly. In an undecided manner. Undecidedness. The quality of being undecided. Undecideds. Plural of undecided. Undecides. Third person singular simple present indicative of undecide. Undeciding. Present participle and gerund of undecide. Undecidualized. Not decidualized. Undeciduous. Not deciduous. Undecillion. 10-3. Undecillions. Plural of undecillion. Undecillion. The ordinal form of the number undecillion. Undecillions. Plural of undecillionth. Undecimal. Based upon the number 11. Undecimalized. Not decimalized. Undecimarticulate. Having 11 joints. Undecimary. Of 11th rank or order. Undecimated. Not decimated. Undecember. A fictitious 13th month of the Western calendar. Undecimic. Alternative form of undesic. Undecivir. Any member of a group of 11 officials. Undecimvirate. A group of 11 people, especially politics, a council of 11 men sharing office or power, and particularly historical, the groups of 11 magistrates in ancient Athens. Undecimvirates. Plural of undecimvirate. Undecimviri. Plural of undecimvir. Undecivirs. Plural of undecimvir. Undecipher. To decipher. Undecipherability. Inability to be deciphered. Undecipherable. Not easily deciphered, difficult to read. Undecipherably. In an undecipherable manner. Undecipher. Not deciphered. Undeciphering. Present participle and gerund of undecipher. Undeciphers. Third person singular simple present indicative of undecipher. Undecisive. Alternative form of indecisive. Undecisively. Alternative form of indecisively. Undecisiveness. Alternative form of indecisiveness. Undeck. To remove ornaments from, to strip. Undecked. Having no deck. Undecking. Present participle and gerund of undeck. Undex. Third person singular simple present indicative of undeck. Undeclaimed. Not declaimed. Undeclamatory. Not declamatory. Undeclarable. Not declarable. Undeclaration. The act of undeclaring something previously declared. Undeclarations. Plural of undeclaration. Undeclare. To reverse the process of declaring, to unsay. Undeclare. Not declare. Undeclared work. Work for which payment is made, but no taxation is paid. Undeclares. Third person singular simple present indicative of undeclare. Undeclaring. present participle and gerund of undeclare. Undeclinable, synonym of indeclinable. Undeclinables, plural of undeclinable. Undeclined, not varied by declension. Undeclining, not declining. Undecocted, not decocted. Undecodable, that cannot be decoded. Undecodable, alternative spelling of undecodable. Undecoded. Not decoded. Undecover, not decover. Undecoic acid, synonym of undecanoic acid. Undecolic acid, an acid CHO2 of the propialic acid series obtained indirectly from undecylonic acid. Undecolonized, not decolonized. Undecomposability, the state or condition of being undecomposable. Undecomposable, unable to be decomposed. Undecomposed, not decomposed. Undecompounded, not decompounded. Undeconstructible, not deconstructible. Undeconstructed, not deconstructed. Undeconstructible, alternative form of undeconstructible. Undeconvolved, not deconvolved. Undecorable, not decorable. Undecoratable, not decoratable. Undecorate, to remove the decorations from. Undecorated, without decoration or adornment. Undecorates, third person singular simple present indicative of undecorate. Undecorating, present participle and gerund of undecorate. Undecorative, not decorative. Undecorous, not decorous. Undecorously, in an undecorous manner. Undecorousness, alternative form of indecorousness. Undecorticated, not decorticated. Undecoy, not decoyed. Undecrease, not decreased. Undecreasing, not decreasing, growing no smaller. Undecree, to annul or revoke an earlier decree. Undecreed, not decreed. Undecree, present participle and gerund of undecree. Undecrees, third person singular simple present indicative of undecree. Undecremented, that has not been decremented. Undecry, not decried. Undecryptable, that cannot be decrypted. Undecrypted, not decrypted. Undecuple, having 11 parts or members. Undecouplet, a group of 11 notes, typically to be played in place of 8. Undecouplets, plural of undecouplet. Undecel, any univalent radical derived from an undecane. Undecylaldehyde, synonym of undecanyl. Undecylate, any salt or ester of undecylic acid. Undecylates, plural of undecylate. Undecylonate, any salt or ester of undecylonic acid. Undecylonates, plural of undecylonate. Undecyonic acid, an organic, unsaturated fatty acid derived from natural castor oil ricinoleic acid. It has fungicidal properties and is used in the treatment of skin disorders, nail fungus, etc. Undecilic, related to, derived from, or containing undecil. Undecilic acid, undecanoic acid, undecylprotogesin, the undecyl derivative of protogesin. Undedicated, not dedicated. Undeduced, not deduced. Undeducible, not deducible. Undeducted, not deducted. Undeductive, not deductive. Unde, alternative form of unde. Undeyed, not transferred by deed. Unde, not deep, shallow. Undeer-like, not deer-like. Undef, abbreviation of undefined. Undefaceable, not defaceable. Undefaced, not having been defaced. Undefalcated, not defalcated. Undefamed, not defamed. Undefatigable, obsolete form of indefatigable. Undefaulted, not defaulted upon. Undefaulting, that does not default. Undefeasible, obsolete form of indefeasible. Undefeatability, the quality of being undefeatable. Undefeatableness. Undefeatable, not defeatable, impossible to defeat. Undefeatableness, the quality of being undefeatable. Undefeatables, plural of undefeatable. Undefeatably, such that it cannot be defeated. Undefeated, never defeated, always victorious. Undefeatedly, without having been defeated. Undefeatedness, the quality of being undefeated. Undefecated, unpurified. Undefectible, alternative form of indefectible. Undefective, not defective. Undefectiveness, quality of being undefective. Undefensed, undefended. Undefendable, not capable of being defended. Undefendably, such that it cannot be defended. Undefended, not defended. Undefendedness, the state or condition of being undefended. Undefensed, alternative form of undefensed. Undefensible, not defensible. Undefensive, not defensive. Undefensively, in an undefensive manner. Undeferrability, alternative form of undeferrability. Undeferential, not showing appropriate respect or courtesy. Undeferentially, without deference. Undeferrability, the state or condition of being undeferrable. Undeferrable, not deferrable. Undefer, not deferred. Undefiable, that cannot be defied. Undefiant, not defiant. Undeficient, not deficient. Undefy, obsolete form of undefy. Undefy, not defied, unopposed, unresisted. Undefilable, incapable of being defiled. Undefiled, free from stain, blemish, evil, or corruption, immaculate, uncorrupted. Undefiledly, without having been defiled. Undefiledness, the quality of being undefiled. Undefinabilities, plural of undefinability. Undefinability, the quality of being undefinable. Undefinable, not definable. Undefinableness, the quality of being undefinable. Undefinables, plural of undefinable. Undefinably, in an undefinable manner. Undefine, to make indefinite, to obliterate or confuse the definition or limitations of. Undefined, lacking a definition or value. Undefinedly, in an undefined way. Undefinedness, the condition of be undefined. Undefines, plural of undefined. Undefines, third person singular simple present indicative of undefined. Undefining, present participle and gerund of undefined. Undefinite, indefinite. Undefinitely, indefinitely. Undefinition, the act of undefining, removal or cancellation of a definition. Undefinitions, plural of undefinition. Undefinitive, not definitive. Undefinitize, not definitized. Undeflated, not deflated. Undeflectable, not deflectable. Undeflectably, such that it cannot be deflected or diverted. Undeflected, not deflected. Undeflower, not having been deflowered, pure, virginal. Undefoliated, not defoliated. Undeform, to restore from a deformed state, to change back to its true or original shape. Undeformable, not capable of being deformed under the given conditions. Undeformed, not deformed. Undeforming, present participle and gerund of undeform. Undeforms, third person singular simple present indicative of undeform. Undefrauded, not having been defrauded. Undefray, not defrayed. Undebt, not deft. Undiffused, not diffused. Undegai, from which the gas has not been removed. Undegeneracy, the quality of being undegenerate. Undegenerate, not degenerate. Undegenerated, not degenerated. Undegenerating, not degenerating. Undegradability, the condition of being undegradable. Undegradable, that is not easily degraded. Undegraded, not degraded. Undegrading, not degrading. Undegranulated, not degranulated. Undegummed, not degummed, not yet having had gum removed. Undehiscent, not dehiscent. Undehumanized, not dehumanized. Undehusked, not dehusked. Undehydrated, not dehydrated. Undeification, the process of undeifying. Undeify, simple past and past participle of undeify. Undeify, third person singular simple present indicative of undeify. Undeify, to degrade from the state of deity, to deprive godness. Undeifying, present participle and gerund of undeify. Undeistic, not deistic. Undejected, not dejected. Undelayable, not delayable. Undelayed, not delayed. Undelayedly, without delay. Undelaying, not delaying, prompt. Undelayingly, without delaying. Undelectable, not delectable. Undelectably, in an undelectable manner. Undelegated, non-delegated. Undeletability, the state or quality of being undeletable. Undeletable, that cannot be deleted. Indelible. Undelete, to recover a file, record, etc. from a deleted state, restore. Undeleted, not having been deleted. Undeleter, a program that undeletes. Undeleteus, not deleteus. Undeleters, plural of undeleter. Undeletes, third person singular simple present indicative of undelete. Undeleting, present participle and gerund of undelete. Undeletion, restoration of previously deleted content. Undeletions, plural of undeletion. Undeliberate, not deliberate. Undeliberated, not deliberated. Undeliberately, in an undeliberate manner. Undeliberateness, the state or condition of being undeliberate. Undeliberating, not deliberating. Undeliberative, not deliberative. Undelicate, synonym of indelicate. Undelicious, not delicious, disagreeable to the senses. Undelight, the condition or feeling of lacking delight, unhappiness, or displeasure. Undelighted, not delighted. Undelightful, not delightful. Undelightfully, in a way that is not delightful. Undelightfulness, the quality of being undelightful. Undelighting, not causing delight. Undelights, plural of undelight. Undelightsome, not delightsome. Undelimitated, not delimitated. Undelimited, not delimited. Undelineated, not delineated. Undelirious, not delirious. Undeliverability, the quality of being undeliverable. Undeliverable, not able to be delivered. Undeliverableness, the quality of being undeliverable. Undeliverables, plural of undeliverable. Undeliver, not delivered. Undelutable. That cannot be deluded. Undelude, to free from delusion. Undiluted, not deluded. Undelude, third person singular simple present indicative of undelude. Undiluting, present participle and gerund of undelude. Undeluge, not deluged. Undelusional, not delusional. Undelusive, not delusive. Undelve, to reveal by delving, to dig up. Undelve, not delve or dug. Undemagnetizable, not demagnetizable. Undemanded, not asked for, not demanded. unsought. Undemanding, not demanding. Undemandingly, in an undemanding way, not demanding anything or anyone. Undemandingness, the quality of being undemanding, lack of difficulty or challenge. Undemarcated, not demarcated. Undemeaned, not demeaned. Undemeaning, not demeaning. Undemented, not demented. Undemilitarized, not demilitarized. Undemineralized, not demineralized. Undemised, not demised. Undemocratic, not democratic. Undemocratically. In an undemocratic manner, not democratically. Undemocraticness, the quality or state of being undemocratic. Undemocratization, alternative spelling of undemocratization. Undemocratize, alternative spelling of undemocratize. Undemocratized, simple past and past participle of undemocratize. Undemocratizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undemocratize. Undemocratizing, present participle and gerund of undemocratize. Undemocratizable, incapable of being democratized. Undemocratization, the act or process of undemocratizing. Undemocratize, to make not democratic or less democratic. Undemocratized, not yet made democratic, not democratized. Undemocratizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undemocratize. Undemocratizing, present participle and gerund of undemocratize. Undemolish, to undo the demolition of. Undemolishable, not demolishable. Undemolish, not demolished. Undemolishers, third person singular simple present indicative of undemolish. Undemolishing, present participle and gerund of undemolish. Undemonic, not demonic. Undemonization, synonym of dedemonization. Undemonized, not demonized. Undemonstrability, the state or condition of being undemonstrable, indemonstrability. Undemonstrable, not demonstrable. Undemonstrably, such that it cannot be demonstrated. Undemonstratable, that cannot be demonstrated. Undemonstrated, not demonstrated. Undemonstrative, not given to showing emotion or feelings, reserved or distant. Undemonstratively, in an undemonstrative manner. Undemonstrativeness, the state or quality of being undemonstrative. Undemoralize, not demoralized. Undemoralizing, not demoralizing. Undemoted, not demoted. Undemure, not demure. Undemuring, not demurring. Undeanery, in base radix 11. Undenature, not denatured. Undeniability, the quality of being undeniable. Undeniable, irrefutable, or impossible to deny. Undeniableness, the quality of being undeniable. Undeniably, in an undeniable manner, or to an undeniable extent. Undeny, not denied. Undeniably, what ye deny. undenizened, without denizens, unpopulated. Undenoise, from which noise has not been removed. Undenominated, not denominated. Undenominational, non-denominational, not denominational, used for example of a church. Undenominationalized, alternative form of undenominationalized. Undenominationalized, simple past and past participle of undenominationalized. Undenominationalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undenominationalized. Undenominationalizing, present participle and gerund of undenominationalized. Undenominationalism, synonym of non-denominationalism. Undenominationalist, synonym of non-denominationalist. Undenominationalists, plural of undenominationalists. Undenominationalize, to free from the influence of a religious denomination. Undenominationalized, simple past and past participle of undenominationalize. Undenominationalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undenominationalized. Undenominationalizing, present participle and gerund of undenominationalized. Undenominationally, in an undenominational manner. Undenotability, equality of the indenominable. Undenotable, that cannot be denoted. Undenoted, not denoted. Undenounceable, unable to be denounced, unimpeachable. Undenounced, not denounced. Undensitize, not densitize. Undet, to remove a dent from. Undentable, not dentable, impossible to dent. Undented, not dented. Undenticulated, not denticulated. Undenting, present participle of undent. Undent, third person singular simple present indicative of undent. Undenuded, not denuded. Undernutrition, misspelling of undernutrition. Undeodorized, not deodorized. Undeparted, not departed. Undeparting, that does not depart. Undepartmentalize, not divided into departments, not departmentalized. Undependability, the quality of being undependable. Undependable, not dependable. Undependableness, the quality of not being dependable. Undependably, in an undependable manner, such that it cannot be relied upon. Undependent, synonym of independent. Undependent, not dependent. Undepending, independent. Undeflagmated, not deflagmated. Undepictable, impossible to depict. Undepicted, not having been depicted. Undepletable, impossible to deplete. Undepleted, that has not been depleted. Undeplored, not deplored. Undeploy, to undo the deployment of, to revert to a state prior to deployment of. Undeployable, that cannot be deployed. Undeploy, not deploy. Undeploying, present participle and gerund of undeploy. Undeployment, a reversal of a deployment. Undeploys, third person singular simple present indicative of undeploy. Undeport, to return someone previously deported. Undeportable. Not deportable. Undeported. Not deported. Undeporting. Present participle and gerund of undeport. Undeports. Third person singular simple present indicative of undeport. Undeposable. Not deposable. Undeposed. Not deposed. Undeposited. Not deposited. Undepraved. Not morally depraved or corrupted. Undepravedness. The quality of being undepraved. Undeprecated. Not deprecated. Undepreciated. Not depreciated. Undepressed. Not depressed. Undepressible. Not depressible. Undepressing. Not depressing. Undepression. Absence or reversal of a depressed state. Undeprivable. A which one cannot be deprived. Undeprived. Not deprived. Undeprotonated. Not deprotonated. Undepurated. Not depurated. Undeputed. Not deputed. Undeputized. Not deputized. Under. Beneath, below, at or to the bottom of, or the area covered or surmounted by. Under a cloud, whose future is uncertain due to an anticipated threat or change in circumstance. Under a lucky star, under or in fortunate circumstances. Under a spell, bewitched, held as if by the power of a magical spell. Under and over, synonym of over and under type of gun. Under and overs, plural of under and over. Under arms, equipped with weapons of a country, army, etc., in a state of armed, military readiness. Under arrest, arrested by the police. Under boob, alternative form of underboob. Under boobs, plural of underboob. Under canvas, having the sails unfurled, under sail. Under center, playing at the quarterback position. Underclothes, alternative spelling of underclothes. Under construction, being currently constructed. Under control, being taken care of or being addressed. Under correction, subject to being corrected if mistaken. Under cover, protected by a covering or shelter. Under cover of darkness, synonym of under cover of night. Under cover of night, hidden or protected by the darkness of night. Under erasure, of a piece of text written and struck through, hence figuratively in some sense both present and absent. Under fire, subjected to enemy attack with firearms. Under glass, in a greenhouse, a cold frame or a similar structure, said of the propagation and growth of plants. Underground, alternative form of underground. Under hack, under arrest. Under hatches, confined below in a vessel. Under lock and key, imprisoned with little or no chance of escape, locked up. Under no circumstance, in no case whatever happens, never. Under no circumstances, never ever, not for any reason. Under oath, having sworn or affirmed in a legally binding way to tell the truth. Under one roof, at the same location. Under one's arm, between one's arm and torso, under one's belt, already done within one's experience, practiced, under one's breath, softly so as not to be heard, under one's feet, be a nuisance because of be in the way, under one's hand, with one's proper signature attached, under one's hat, concealed, confidential, secret, under one's own steam, of the movement of a locomotive or a watercraft, by means of the power of its own engines, originally steam engines, rather than pulled or pushed by another vehicle. Under one's thumb, completely controlled by someone, at someone's command. Under one the very eyes, in plain sight, while someone is watching. Under one's very nose, alternative form of under one's nose. Under one's wing, under one's protection, sponsorship, or tutelage. Under over, a gambling game where players bet on whether a number of rolled dice will sum to less than, more than, or exactly 7. Under pain of, synonym of on pain of. Under par, below par. Under protest, while protesting. Under sail, with sails unfurled, powered by the wind. Under seal, bearing a seal. Under secretaries, plural of undersecretary. Undersecretary, alternative spelling of undersecretary. Under someone's nose, directly in front of one, clearly visible. Under someone's roof, in someone's house. Under square, of the internal combustion engine designs, having piston diameter less than its stroke distance. Under the booth eel of, subjugated by an oppressive force. Under the breath, under one's breath, spoken very softly. Under the carpet, so as to be hidden from plain view and thus easily ignored or overlooked. Under the cosh, subjected to figurative pressure, under the gun, under the counter, illicitly, against regulations, of goods kept under the serving counter in a shop to be unobtrusively passed to a customer who knows they are available for surreptitious sale, for example pornographic magazines in a newsagent. Under the covers, in bed, under the bed covers. Under the gun, under great pressure to perform. Under the hammer, for sale by auction. Under the hood, beneath the surface, in its internal workings. Under the impression, believing or making assumptions, often incorrectly. Under the influence, while intoxicated or inebriated in any degree from mildly impaired to stupefied, by a mind-altering substance, typically alcohol, thus especially drunk. Under the knife, chiefly preceded by a form of undergoing a surgical procedure, into surgery. Under the lee, to the leeward. Under the lube, synonym of under the microscope. Under the magnifying glass, synonym of under the microscope. Under the mahogany, drunk, intoxicated. Under the microscope, under close scrutiny or examination. Under the pump, under pressure to perform, for example at work or in a sports contest. Under the radar, without attracting notice, in an undetected or secretive manner. Under the rose, in secret, secretly, privately. Under the row, synonym of under the carpet. Under the rule, a ideal, concluded by the Secretary of the Stock Exchange when the actual dealer has failed to do so. Under the SEA, Penvect. Under the SEAs. Plural of under the SEA. Under the sheets, in a state of rest or sleep. Under the stars, outdoors at night. Under the sun, in existence. Under the surface. Inwardly, inside, deep down. Under the table. In or into a state of drunkenness. Under the weather. Experiencing adversity. Under the wire. Across the finish line. Under the yoke. Under subjugation. Under tow. Alternative form of in tow. Underwater. Alternative form of underwater. Underway. In operation. In progress, commenced. Underway. Underway. Under wraps. In secrecy or in hiding. Under. Beneath. Under. Under accommodate. To adjust the focal point of the eyes so that the image of the target falls short of the retina. Under accommodated. Simple past and past participle of under accommodate. Under accommodates. Third person singular simple present indicative of under accommodate. Under accommodating. Present participle and gerund of under accommodate. Under accommodation. Alternative form of under accommodation. Under approximate. Alternative spelling of under approximate. Under approximated. Simple past and past participle of under approximate. Under approximates. Third person singular simple present indicative of under approximate. Under approximating. Present participle and gerund of under approximate. Under approximation. Alternative spelling of under approximation. Under approximations. Plural of under approximation. Under attend. Alternative form of under attend. Under attended. Alternative form of under attended. Under attending. Present participle and gerund of under attend. Under attends. Third person singular simple present indicative of under attend. Underrod. Alternative form of underrod. Under Carter. A Carter's assistant. Under Carters. Plural of under Carter. Under diversification. Alternative form of under diversification. Under diversify. Past participle of under diversify. Under diversifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of under diversify. Under diversify. Alternative form of under diversify. Under diversifying. Present participle and gerund of under diversify. Underdose. Alternative form of underdose. Underdosed. Simple past and past participle of underdose. Underdoses. Third person singular simple present indicative of underdose. Underdosing. Present participle and gerund of underdose. Undereducated. Alternative form of undereducated. Underendow. Alternative form of underendowed. Underextension. Alternative form of underextension. Underextensions. Plural of underextension. Underfire. Alternative form of underfired. Undergrounder. Alternative spelling of undergrounder. Undergrounders. Plural of undergrounder. alternative spelling of undergrounder. Underhanded, alternative form of underhanded. Underhandedly, alternative form of underhandedly. Underhandedness, alternative form of underhandedness. Underhedging, hedging to an insufficient extent, such that some future risk remains. Underkimono, a garment worn underneath a kimono. Underkimonos, plural of underkimono. Undermanager, alternative form of undermanager. Undermanagers, plural of undermanager. Underoxygenated, alternative form of underoxygenated. Underpetticoat, alternative form of underpetticoat. Underpetticoats, plural of underpetticoat. Underpunctuation, alternative form of underpunctuation. Underrepresent, alternative form of underrepresent. Underrepresentation, alternative form of underrepresentation. Underrepresented, simple past and past participle of underrepresent. Underrepresenting, present participle and gerund of underrepresent. Underrepresents, third person singular simple present indicative of underrepresents. Underresourced, alternative form of underresourced. Underripe, alternative spelling of underripe. Undersergeant, a non-commissioned officer, army rank immediately below a sergeant. Corporal. Undersergeants, plural of undersergeant. Underserved, alternative spelling of underserved. Underspur leather, subordinate, underling. Underspur leathers, plural of underspur leather. Understander, one who is at the base of a formation of acrobats in a performance as of a human pyramid. Understanders, plural of understander. Understeward, a deputy or an assistant to a steward. Understewards, plural of understeward. Undertenant, alternative form of undertenant. Undertenants, plural of undertenant. Under the counter. Illicit, obtained or sold furtively. Under the table, alternative spelling of under the table in attributive use. Under time, alternative form of under time. Under time, simple past and past participle of under time. Under times, plural of under time. Undertining, present participle of under time. Under trial, alternative spelling of under trial. Under trials, plural of under trial. Underabundance, a less than normal or insufficient abundance. Underabundances, plural of underabundance. Underabundant, insufficiently abundant. Underacceleration, insufficient acceleration. Underacceptance, insufficient acceptance. Underaccommodate, alternative form of underaccommodate. Underaccommodated, simple past and past participle of underaccommodate. Underaccommodates, third person singular simple present indicative of underaccommodate. Underaccommodating, present participle and gerund of underaccommodate. Underaccommodation, insufficient convergence, the situation where a speaker is underaccommodative. Underaccommodative, insufficiently accommodative. Under-accomplish, insufficiently accomplished, not having done or achieved enough. Underacetylated, insufficiently acetylated. Underacetylation, insufficient acetylation typically of histones. Underacetylations, plural of underacetylation. Underachieve, to achieve less than expected, to fail to fulfill one's potential. Underachieved, simple past and past participle of underachieve. Underachievement, an achievement that is less than expected, underperformance. Underachievements, plural of underachievement. Underachiever, one who underachieves, i.e. performs less well than expected. Underachievers, plural of underachiever. Underachieves, third person singular simple present indicative of underachieve. Underachieving, present participle and gerund of underachieve. Underacinated, not deracinated. Underacknowledge, having received insufficient acknowledgement. Underact, to act in an understated manner or with little expressiveness. Underacted, simple past and past participle of underact. Underacting, present participle and gerund of underact. Underaction, subordinate action, a minor action incidental or subsidiary to the main story, an episode. Underactions, plural of underaction. Underactivate, to produce insufficient levels of activation. Underactivated, less than normally activated. Underactivates, third person singular simple present indicative of underactivate. Underactivating, present participle and gerund of underactivate. Underactivation, inadequate activation. Underactivations, plural of underactivation. Underactive, less than normally active. Underactivity, insufficient activity. Underactor, a secondary or subsidiary actor. Underactors, plural of underactor. Underacts, third person singular simple present indicative of underact. Underactuate, to make less easily actuated or responsive. Underactuated, insufficiently actuated. Underactuates, third person singular simple present indicative of underactuate. Underactuating, present participle and gerund of underactuate. Underactuation, insufficient actuation. Underaccolated, less than normally accolated. Underaccolation, a less than normal degree of accolation. Underadditive, less than additive. Underadditively, in an underadditive manner. Underadditivity, the condition of being underadditive. Underreduction, hypoadduction. Underadherence, insufficient adherence to a treatment. Underadherent, showing underadherence to a treatment, insufficiently adherent. Underadjust, to adjust insufficiently. Underadjusted, simple past and past participle of underadjust. Underadjustment, an insufficient adjustment. Underadjustments, plural of underadjustment. Underadvantage, insufficiently help. Underadvantage, having inadequate or below average advantages. Underadvertise, inadequately advertise. Underage, below the legal age, usually age 18, for some activity, such as consuming alcohol or engaging in sexual intercourse. Underage, underage, being or occurring below the legal age for a given activity. Underagent, a subordinate agent. Underagents, plural of underagent. Underager, a person who is underage. Underagers, plural of underager. Underages, plural of underage. Underagitation, insufficient agitation, for example, of a substance being mixed. Underay, to aid clandestinely. Underaid, simple past and past participle of underaid. Underrating, present participle and gerund of underay. Underaids, third person singular simple present indicative of underaid. Underailable, that cannot derail or be derailed. Underail, not derail. Underallocate, to allocate too little of. Underallocated, simple past and past participle of underallocate. Underallocates, third person singular simple present indicative of underallocate. Underallocating, present participle and gerund of underallocate. Underallocation, a less than normal or insufficient allocation. Underallocations, plural of underallocation. Underallotment, an excessively small allotment or portion. Underallotments, plural of underallotment. Underambition, the quality of being underambitious. Underambitious, having too little ambition. Underamplification, insufficient amplification. Underamplifications, plural of underamplification. Underamplify, past participle of underamplify. Underamplifies, third person singular simple present indicative of underamplify. Underamplify, to provide insufficient amplification. Underamplifying, present participle and gerund of underamplify. Underanalysis, inadequate analysis. Underanalyze, insufficiently analyze. Underanesthetize, inadequately anesthetized. Underrand, not deranged or disrupted. Underanimated, inadequately animated. Underannotate, to provide too few annotations. Underannotated, simple past and past participle of underannotate. Underannotates, third person singular simple present indicative of underannotate. Underannotating, present participle and gerund of underannotate. Underannotation, insufficient annotation. Underanticoagulated, insufficiently anticoagulated, having received warfarin therapy for only a short time. Underanticoagulation, insufficient anticoagulation, having received warfarin therapy for only a short time. Underapplication, the act of underapplying. Underapplications, plural of underapplication. Underapply, simple past and past participle of underapply. Underapplies, third person singular simple present indicative of underapply. Underapply, to apply to an insufficient degree. Underapplying, present participle and gerund of underapply. Underappraisal, an appraisal that undervalues something. Underappraisals, Plural of underappraisal. Underappraise. To appraise at too low a value. Underappraise. Simple past and past participle of underappraise. Underappraises. Third person singular simple present indicative of underappraise. Underappraising. Present participle and gerund of underpraise. Underappreciate. To not hold in sufficiently high esteem. Underappreciated. Simple past and past participle of underappreciate. Underappreciates. Third person singular simple present indicative of underappreciate. Underappreciating. Present participle and gerund of underappreciate. Underappreciation. Insufficient appreciation. Underappreciative. Insufficiently appreciative, ungrateful. Underapproximate. To form an underapproximation of. Underapproximated. Simple past and past participle of underapproximate. Underapproximates. Third person singular simple present indicative of underapproximate. Underapproximating. Present participle and gerund of underapproximate. Underapproximation. An approximation that is lower than the true value. Underapproximations. Plural of underapproximation. Underarch. To form an arch beneath. Underarch. Simple past and past participle of underarch. Underarches. Third person singular simple present indicative of underarch. Underarching. Present participle and gerund of underarch. Underargue. To argue inadequately. Underargued. Simple past and past participle of underargue. Underargues. Third person singular simple present indicative of underargue. Underarguing. Present participle and gerund of underargue. Underarm. Armpit. Underarm crutch. A type of crutch that goes under the armpit as opposed to being held along the lower arm as with a forearm crutch. Underarm crutches. Plural of underarm crutch. Underarmed. Simple past and past participle of underarm. Underarming. Present participle and gerund of underarm. Underarms. Plural of underarm. Underarousal. Less than the normal extent of arousal. Underarrest. To arrest at a disproportionately low rate. Underarticulate. To articulate insufficiently. Underarticulated. Inadequately articulated. Underarticulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of underarticulate. Underarticulating. Present participle and gerund of underarticulate. Underarticulation. Deliberately leaving an utterance indistinct or unarticulated. Underascertainment. Insufficient ascertainment. Underassertive. Insufficiently assertive. Underassertively. In an underassertive manner. Underassertiveness. A tendency toward being underassertive, social timidity. Underassess. To assess at too low a value. Underassess. Simple past and past participle of underassess. Underassesses. Third person singular simple present indicative of underassess. Underassessing. Present participle and gerund of underassess. Underassessment. The assessment of a tax or charge at a lower value than the correct one. Underassessments. Plural of underassessment. Underassistant. A secondary or lesser assistant. Under assistance, plural of under assistant. Underassured, insufficiently assured. Underate, simple past of underread. Underattainment, less than the normal or desired attainment. Underattend, to pay too little attention to. Underattendance, attendance too infrequently or by too few. Underattended, attended by too few people. Underattending, present participle and gerund of underattend. Underattends, third person singular simple present indicative of underattend. Underattention, insufficient attention. Underattenuation, insufficient attenuation. Underattribute, to attribute insufficiently or inadequately. Underattributed, simple past and past participle of underattribute. Underattributes, third person singular simple present indicative of underattribute. Underattributing, present participle of underattribute. Underattribution, insufficient or inadequate attribution. Underattributions, plural of underattribution. Underaverage, below average. Underawe, to fail to inspire the intended degree of awe. Underawe, simple past and past participle of underawe. Underawes, third person singular simple present indicative of underawe. Underawing, present participle and gerund of underawe. Underback, a vessel that receives the wort as it flows from the mashing tub. Underbacks, plural of underback. Underbailiff, a subordinate bailiff. Underbailiffs, plural of underbailiff. Underbake, to bake insufficiently or less than usual. Underbaked, simple past and past participle of underbake. Underbakes, third person singular simple present indicative of underbake. Underbaking, present participle and gerund of underbake. Underbalanced, describing a method of drilling for petroleum in which the pressure in the wellbore is kept lower than that of the formation being drilled, thus allowing fluid to enter the well as soon as it is found. Underballast, to load with insufficient ballast. Underballasted, simple past and past participle of underballast. Underballasting, present participle and gerund of underballast. Underballasts, third person singular simple present indicative of underballast. Underbanked, having inadequate access to financial services or formal banking facilities. Underbar, a bar placed under a symbol. Underbark, the inner layer of to bark beneath the overbark. Underbarred, simple past and past participle of underbar. Underbarrel, mounted beneath the barrel of a firearm. Undervalue, beneath a barrier. Underbarring, present participle and gerund of underbar. Underbars, plural of underbar. Underbeetle, a subordinate beetle. Underbeetles, plural of underbeetle. Underbear, to support, endure. Underbearer, one who helps to bear or carry the corpse or accessories at a funeral. Underbearers, plural of underbearer. Underbearing, present participle and gerund of underbear. Underbearings, plural of underbearing. Underbears, third person singular simple present indicative of underbear. Underbeat, to beat too little, or less than usual. Underbeaten, past participle of underbeat. Underbeating, present participle and gerund of underbeat. Underbeats, third person singular simple present indicative of underbeat. Underbed, an underlying base that supports a bed or foundation. Underbeds, plural of underbed. Underbelled, having a specified kind of underbelly. Underbellas, plural of underbelly. Underbelly, the underside of an animal. Underbet, a bet which is smaller than standard for a given situation. Underbets, plural of underbet. Underbetting, present participle and gerund of underbet. Underbed, to bid too low. Underbidder, the last person to drop out of an auction, the second highest bidder. Underbidders, plural of underbidder. Underbidding, present participle and gerund of underbid. Underbeds, third person singular simple present indicative of underbid. Underbill, to bill an inadequate amount. Underbill, simple past and past participle of underbill. Underbilling, present participle and gerund of underbill. Underbills, third person singular simple present indicative of underbill. Underbind, to bind underneath. Underbit, simple past of underbite. Underbite, a malocclusion in which the lower teeth extend past the upper ones. Underbites, plural of underbite. Underbiting, present participle and gerund of underbite. Underbitten, past participle of underbite. Underblame, to blame insufficiently, to absolve. Underblamed, simple past and past participle of underblame. Underblames, third person singular simple present indicative of underblame. Underblaming, present participle and gerund of underblame. Underblanket, a blanket placed directly on the mattress of a bed. Underblankets, plural of underblanket. Underblue, simple past of underblow. Underblouse, a blouse worn under another garment, such as a waistcoat or vest. Underblouses, plural of underblouse. Underblow, to fail to blow with sufficient force or energy. Underblowing, present participle and gerund of underblow. Underblown, past participle of underblow. Underblows, plural of underblow. Underboard, a board that lies beneath something. Underboards, plural of underboard. Underbodice, an undershirt for women, typically sleeveless and worn under a blouse or dresses bodice. Underbodices, plural of underbodice. Underbodies, plural of underbody. Underbody, the underparts of a bird or animal. Underboil, to boil insufficiently. Underboil, simple past and past participle of underboil. Underboiling, present participle and gerund of underboil. Underboils, third person singular simple present indicative of underboil. Underbone. A small motorcycle built on a frame consisting mostly of one large diameter tubular component. Underbones, plural of underbone. Underboob, the lower part of a woman's breast, especially when uncovered or revealed by clothing. Underboobs, plural of underboob. Underbook, to fail to book enough of something, not to sell as much of something as is required. Underbooked, simple past and past participle of underbook. Underbooking, present participle and gerund of underbook. Underbooks, third person singular simple present indicative of underbook. Underburst, to create too little pressure in an engine's combustion chamber. Underboosted, simple past and past participle of underboost. Underboosting, present participle and gerund of underboost. Underbursts, plural of underboost. Underbore, simple past of underbear. Underborn, past participle of underbear. Underboss, an assistant to the boss of a crime family. Underbosses, plural of underboss. Underbottom, the lowest part of the profile of a ship or submarine. Underbottoms, plural of underbottom. Underboth, simple past and past participle of underby. Underbound, to provide a lower bound to. Underbounded, simple past and past participle of underbound. Underbounding, present participle and gerund of underbound. Underbounds, third person singular simple present indicative of underbound. Underbrace, to brace, fasten, or bind underneath. Underbrace, simple past and past participle of underbrace. Underbraces, third person singular simple present indicative of underbrace. Underbracing, present participle and gerund of underbrace. Underbray, a confident statement involving openly acknowledging shortcomings, demonstrating indifference to others' opinions. Underbrags, plural of underbrag. Underbrain, lacking intelligence. Underbrake, to brake a vehicle insufficiently. Underbranch, a lower branch. Underbranches, plural of underbranch. Underbreak, rock remaining within a specific excavation perimeter that should have been thrown out by the blast. Underbreaks, plural of underbreak. Underbreath, under one's breath, inaudibly or in a barely audible manner. Underbreathe, to hypoventilate. Underbreathe, simple past and past participle of underbreathe. Underbreathes, third person singular simple present indicative of underbreathe. Underbreathing, present participle and gerund of underbreathe. Underbreaths, plural of underbreath. Underbred, of inferior breeding or upbringing, vulgar, lacking in manners or finesse. Underbredness, the state or condition of being underbred. Underbreeches, breeches worn underneath other clothing. Underbreed, to breed insufficiently. Underbreeding, present participle and gerund of underbreed. Underbreeds, third person singular simple present indicative of underbreed. Underbrew, to brew for too short a time. Underbrewed, simple past and past participle of underbrew. Underbrewer, an apprentice brewer learning the brewing craft and trade from a chief brewer. Underbrewers, plural of underbrewer. Underbrewing, present participle and gerund of underbrew. Underbrews, third person singular simple present indicative of underbrew. Underbridge, a bridge that allows traffic to pass under a road, river, railway, etc. Underbridges, plural of underbridge. Underbright, not bright enough. Underrim, the underside of a hat's brim. Underbrims, plural of underbrim. Underring, to bring under subjection or control. Underbreeches, alternative form of underbreeches. Underbrow, the portion of the face below the eyebrow and above the eyelid. Underbrows, plural of underbrow. Underbrush, the small trees and other plants that clutter the floor of a forest. Underbrush, simple past and past participle of underbrush. Underbrushes, plural of underbrush. Underbrushing, present participle and gerund of underbrush. Underbudget, to budget a smaller amount that is needed. Underbudgeted, simple past and past participle of underbudget. Underbudgeting, present participle and gerund of underbudget. Underbudgets, third person singular simple present indicative of underbudget. Underbuild, to build beneath another structure, provide a foundation or support for. Undergird. Underbuilder, a subordinate or assistant builder. Underbuilders, plural of underbuilder. Underbuilding, a substructure, foundation, infrastructure. Underbuildings, plural of underbuilding. Underbuild, third person singular simple present indicative of underbuild. Underbelt, simple past and past participle of underbuild. Underbum, the lower part of the buttocks, as revealed by certain clothing such as skimpy shorts. Underbums, plural of underbum. Underburden, to give too light a burden, to assign less than a fair share. Underburden, simple past and past participle of underburden. Underburdening, present participle and gerund of underburden. Underburdens, plural of underburden. Underbury, simple past and past participle of underbury. Underberries, third person singular simple present indicative of underbury. Underbur, to burn up. Underburn, simple past and past participle of underburn. Underburning, present participle and gerund of underburn. Underburns, third person singular simple present indicative of underburn. Underburt, simple past and past participle of underburn. Underbury, to bury beneath. Bury under. Underbury, present participle and gerund of underbury. Underbush, synonym of underbrush. Underbush, simple past and past participle of underbush. Underbushes, plural of underbush. Underbushing, present participle and gerund of underbush. Underbus, below the bust. Underbusts, plural of underbus. Underbusy, insufficiently busy, not having enough to do. Underbutler, a subordinate or assistant butler. Underbutlers, plural of underbutler. Underbutt, the lower part of the buttocks, especially as revealed by certain clothing such as skimpy shorts. Underbutt, plural of underbutt. Underbuy, to buy at less than the value of. Underbuying, present participle and gerund of underbuy. Underbuys, third person singular simple present indicative of underbuy. Under tabinet, beneath a cabinet. Undercaffeinated, insufficiently caffeinated. Undercalculate, to calculate as being smaller than is actually the case. Undercalculated, simple past and past participle of undercalculate. Undercalculates. Third person singular simple present indicative of undercalculate. Undercalculating, present participle and gerund of undercalculate. Undercalculation, calculation producing too small a result. Undercalculations, plural of undercalculation. Undercame, simple past of undercome. Undercanopies, plural of undercanopy. Undercanopy, that live under a canopy. Undercapacity, less than capacity. Undercapitaled, having insufficient capital. Undercapitalization, alternative form of undercapitalization. Undercapitalize, alternative form of undercapitalize. Undercapitalize, insufficiently capitalize. Undercapitalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undercapitalize. Undercapitalizing, present participle and gerund of undercapitalize. Undercapitalization, insufficient capitalization. Undercapitalize, to supply with insufficient capital. Undercapitalize, lacking sufficient capital. Undercapitalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undercapitalize. Undercapitalizing, present participle and gerund of undercapitalize. Undercaptain, a subordinate captain. Undercaptains, plural of undercaptain. Undercar, the underside or undercarriage of a car. Undercarboxylated, inadequately carboxylated. Undercarboxylation, the quality of being undercarboxylated. Undercard, a list of minor or supporting contests printed on the same bill as the main event, primarily fighting or racing, such as the main fight at a boxing match or wrestling, horse or car racing, etc., occurring before or after the main event. Undercards, plural of undercard. Undercarriage, the supporting structural framework of a vehicle. Undercarriage, having an undercarriage. Undercarriageless, without an undercarriage. Undercarriages, plural of undercarriage. Undercars, plural of undercar. Undercart, an aircraft's undercarriage. Undercarter, a subordinate carter. Undercarters, plural of undercarter. Undercarts, plural of undercart. Undercar, to carve insufficiently. Undercar, simple past and past participle of undercarve. Undercars, third person singular simple present indicative of undercarve. Undercarving, present participle and gerund of undercarve. Undercast, an unbroken or nearly the unbroken cloud layer below the point of observation. Undercasting, present participle and gerund of undercast. Undercasts, plural of undercasts. Undercause, the underlying cause, root cause. Undercauses, plural of undercause. Undercautious, insufficiently cautious. Undercelebrated, not having received as much fame as one deserves. Underseller, a lower seller. Undersellers, plural of underseller. Underchallenge, to challenge to an insufficient degree. Underchallenged. Simple past and past participle of underchallenge. Underchallenges, plural of underchallenge. Underchallenging. Present participle and gerund of underchallenge. Underchamber. A lower chamber, a room that lies beneath. Underchamberlain. A deputy chamberlain of the Exchequer. Underchamberlains. Plural of underchamberlain. Underchambers, plural of underchamber. Underchancellor, a subordinate chancellor. Underchancellors, plural of underchancellor. Undercharacterize, alternative form of undercharacterize. Undercharacterize, alternative form of undercharacterized. Undercharacterizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undercharacterize. Undercharacterizing, present participle and gerund of undercharacterize. Undercharacterize, to characterize insufficiently. Undercharacterize, insufficiently characterize. Undercharacterizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undercharacterize. Undercharacterizing, present participle and gerund of undercharacterize. Undercharge, to charge less than the correct amount. Undercharge, simple past and past participle of undercharge. Undercharges, third person singular simple present indicative of undercharge. Undercharging, present participle and gerund of undercharge. Undercharted, insufficiently charted or mapped out. Underchef, a subordinate chef. Underchefs, plural of underchef. Underchief, a subordinate chief. Underchiefs, plural of underchief. Underchieftain, a subordinate chieftain. Underchieftains, plural of underchieftain. Underchin, the underpart of the chin. Underchins, plural of underchin. Underchlorinated, containing too little chlorine. Underchoreographed, inadequately choreographed. Underchurched, having too few churches. Undercitation, insufficient citation. Undecided, having fewer citations that would be expected. Undercities, plural of undercity. Undercitizen, a lower ranking citizen. Undercitizens, plural of undercitizen. Undercity, a subterranean city. Underclad, inadequately clad, not wearing enough clothes. Underclaim, to claim an insufficient amount. Underclaimed, simple past and past participle of underclaim. Underclaiming, present participle and gerund of underclaim. Underclaims, Third person singular simple present indicative of undercling. Underclass. The poorest class of people in a given society. Underclasser. A member of an underclass. Underclassers. Plural of underclasser. Underclasses. Plural of underclass. Underclassify. To classify insufficiently. Underclassmen. A freshman or sophomore in a high school or college or equivalent. Underclassmen. Plural of underclassmen. Underclassness. The quality or condition of belonging to the underclass. Underclass people. Plural of underclass person. Underclass person. An underclassman of any gender. Underclass persons. Plural of underclass person. Underclasswoman. A female underclassman. Underclasswomen. Plural of underclasswoman. Underclay. A stratum of clay lying beneath a coal bed. Underclays. Plural of underclay. Underclerk. A subordinate clerk. Underclerks. Plural of underclerk. Underclerkship. The position of underclerk. Underclerkships. Plural of underclerkship. Undercliff. A subordinate cliff on a shore consisting of material that has fallen from the higher cliff above. Undercliffs. Plural of undercliff. Undercloak. A fixed underlayer of tile or fiber cement on a roof to support the mortar above. Undercloaked. Simple past and past participle of undercloak. Undercloaking. Present participle and gerund of undercloak. Undercloaks. Plural of undercloak. Underclock. To modify a CPU by the use of underclocking. Underclocked. Simple past and past participle of underclock. Underclocking. Present participle and gerund of underclock. Underclocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of underclock. Underclaw. A tablecloth laid directly on the table, over which are placed other coverings such as an additional tablecloth that allows the undercloth to show through, or an additional tablecloth that completely covers the undercloth when it is used for stability or noise muffling, or simple mats that provide additional protection. Underclothe. To dress in insufficient clothing. Underclothed. Simple past and past participle of underclothe. Underclothes. Clothes worn next to the skin and underneath outer clothing. Underclothing. Clothing worn next to the skin, underwear. Underclothings. Plural of underclothing. Undercloths. Plural of undercloth. Underglove. To take a shot with a golf club that provides too little distance. Underglove. Simple past and past participle of underclove. Undergloving. Present participle and gerund of underclove. Undergloves. Third person singular simple present indicative of underclub. Underclustering. Insufficient clustering. Underclusterings. Plural of underclustering. Undercoachman. A subordinate coachman. Undercoachman. Plural of undercoachman. Undercoat. A layer of short hairs underneath the longer ones of an animal's fur. Undercoated. Simple past and past participle of undercoat. Undercoater. Paint or other primer to be applied to a surface as an undercoat. Undercoaters, plural of undercoater. Undercoating, a coat of paint or other material applied onto a surface before that of a topcoat, an undercoat. Undercoatings, plural of undercoating. Undercoats, plural of undercoat. Undercode, a subtext, ideas, or information that are assumed or implied but not explicitly coded. Undercoded, simple past and past participle of undercode. Undercodes, plural of undercode. Undercoding, present participle and gerund of undercode. Undercoiled, insufficiently coiled. Undercollar, part of a garment that goes under the collar. Undercollars, plural of undercollar. Undercollateralize, collateralize for too small an amount. Undercollect, to collect insufficiently. Undercollection, insufficient collection, as. Undercollections, plural of undercollection. Undercollector, a subordinate collector of taxes or similar. Undercollectors, plural of undercollector. Undercolor, alternative form of undercolor. Undercolored, simple past and past participle of undercolor. Undercoloring, present participle and gerund of undercolor. Undercolors, plural of undercolor. Undercolor, a color used as a base and then colored over, as in watercolor painting. Undercolor, simple past and past participle of undercolor. Undercoloring, present participle and gerund of undercolor. Undercolors, plural of undercolor. Undercome, to come through. Undercomes, third person singular simple present indicative of undercome. Undercoming, present participle and gerund of undercome. Undercommander, a subordinate commander. Undercommanders, plural of undercommander. Undercomment, to annotate code with too few comments. Undercommented, having inadequate documentation in the form of comments in source code. Undercommenting, present participle and gerund of undercomment. Undercomments, third person singular simple present indicative of undercomment. Undercommit, to make an inadequate commitment, to commit oneself to too little of. Undercommits, third person singular simple present indicative of undercommit. Undercommitted, simple past and past participle of undercommit. Undercommitting, present participle and gerund of undercommit. Undercommunicate, to communicate too little. Undercommunicated, simple past and past participle of undercommunicate. Undercommunicates, third person singular simple present indicative of undercommunicate. Undercommunicating, present participle and gerund of undercommunicate. Undercommunication, too little communication. Undercompensate, to underpay. To pay a lower wage or salary or other compensation than is warranted. Undercompensated, simple past and past participle of undercompensate. Undercompensates, third person singular simple present indicative of undercompensate. Undercompensating, insufficiently compensating. Undercompensation, insufficient compensation. Undercompensatory, insufficient to compensate. Undercomplete, describing a frame in linear algebra having a set of functions less than a basis. Under compliance, partial compliance, short of what is necessary. Under compressive, less than normally compressive. Under conceptualize, insufficiently conceptualize. Under concern, an insufficient amount of concern. Under concerned, insufficiently concerned. Under condensed, insufficiently condensed. Under condition, inadequately conditioned. Under confidence, insufficient confidence. Underconfident, insufficiently confident, lacking confidence. Underconform, to conform to a lesser extent than necessary or desirable. Underconformed, simple past and past participle of underconform. Underconforming, present participle and gerund of underconform. Underconforms, third person singular simple present indicative of underconform. Underconnected, insufficiently connected. Underconnectedness, the condition of being underconnected. Underconnectivity, insufficient connectivity. Underconsidered, given insufficient consideration. Underconsolidated, insufficiently consolidated. Underconstable, a lower or subordinate constable. Underconstables, plural of underconstable. Underconstancy, the tendency to underestimate the size of an object when it is viewed from a distance. Underconstrain, to apply insufficient constraints to. Underconstrained, insufficiently constrained. Underconstrainedness, the state or quality of being underconstrained. Underconstraining, present participle and gerund of underconstrain. Underconstrains, third person singular simple present indicative of underconstrain. Underconsume, to consume insufficiently. Underconsumed, simple past and past participle of underconsume. Underconsumer, one who consumes too little of something. Underconsumers, plural of underconsumer. Underconsumes, third person singular simple present indicative of underconsume. Underconsuming, present participle and gerund of underconsume. Underconsumption, insufficient consumption for financial stability. Underconsumption core, an aesthetic that emphasizes minimalism, frugality, buying less, and recycling or reusing fashion or other objects. Underconsumptionist, an adherent of underconsumptionism. Undercontextualize, alternative form of undercontextualize. Undercontextualize, simple past and past participle of undercontextualize. Undercontextualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undercontextualize. Undercontextualizing, present participle and gerund of undercontextualize. Undercontextualization, the result or process of undercontextualizing. Undercontextualize, to contextualize inadequately. Undercontextualize, simple past and past participle of undercontextualize. Undercontextualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of undercontextualize. Undercontextualizing, present participle and gerund of undercontextualize. Undercontrolled, insufficiently controlled. Under controller. A person who controls insufficiently. Under controllers. Plural of under controller. Undercook. To cook insufficiently. Undercooked. Simple past and past participle of undercook. Undercookedness. Quality of being undercooked. Undercooker. One who undercooks. Undercookers. Plural of undercooker. Undercooking. Present participle and gerund of undercook. Undercooks. Third person singular simple present indicative of undercook. Undercool. To cool insufficiently. Undercool. Insufficiently cooled. Undercooling. Present participle and gerund of undercool. Undercoolings. Plural of undercooling. Undercools. Third person singular simple present indicative of undercool. Undercoober. A subordinate coober. Undercoobers. Plural of undercoober. Undercoordinated. Insufficiently coordinated. Undercoordination. An insufficient level of coordination. Undercoordinations. Plural of undercoordination. Undercorrect. To correct insufficiently. Undercorrected. Simple past and past participle of undercorrect. Undercorrecting. Present participle and gerund of undercorrect. Undercorrection. Insufficient correction. Undercorrections. Plural of undercorrection. Undercorrect. Third person singular simple present indicative of undercorrect. Undercount. To count to an insufficient degree. To count one thing disproportionately less than another. Undercounted. Simple past and past participle of undercount. Undercounter. Beneath a counter. Undercounting. Present participle and gerund of undercount. Undercounts. Third person singular simple present indicative of undercount. Undercoupling. The act of coupling two tuned transformers so as to create a narrower bandwidth. Undercover. Performed or happening in secret. Undercover car. Synonym of ghost car. Undercoverage. Insufficient coverage, inadequate representation in a sample. Undercover. Insufficiently covered against risk. Undercovering. A covering that goes under something else. Undercoverings. Plural of undercovering. Undercovers. Plural of undercover. Undercovert. One of the feathers situated beneath the bases of the quills in the wings and tail of a bird. Undercoverts. Plural of undercovert. Undercrackers. Men's underpants. Undercraft. A sly trick or subterfuge in general. Undercrafted. Simple past and past participle of undercraft. Undercrafting. Present participle and gerund of undercraft. Undercrafts. Plural of undercraft. Undercrank. To shoot a scene while advancing the film in the camera more slowly than it will advance on playback. This results in speeding up the action in the final film. Undercranked. Of a scene shot while advancing the film in the camera more slowly than it will play on screen. This results in speeding up the action in the final film. Undercranking. Present participle and gerund of undercrank. Undercranks. Third person singular simple present indicative of undercrank. Undercreative, insufficiently creative. Undercreep, to creep secretly or imperceptibly. Undercreeping, present participle and gerund of undercreep. Undercreeps, third person singular simple present indicative of undercreep. Undercrept, simple past and past participle of undercreep. Undercrest, something under a crest. Undercrested, simple past and past participle of undercrest. Undercrests, third person singular simple present indicative of undercrests. Undercrude, inadequately crude. Undercry, simple past and past participle of undercry. Undercries, third person singular simple present indicative of undercry. Undercriminalization, the fact or process of not criminalizing enough. Undercroft, a cellar or vaulted storage room. Undercrofts, plural of undercroft. Undercrossing. Underpass. Undercrossings, plural of undercrossing. Undercrowd, to underfill, to fill with too low a population density. Undercrowded, simple past and past participle of undercrowd. Undercrowding, the action or event of a space having too few occupants. Undercrowds, third person singular simple present indicative of undercrowd. Undercrust, a crust that forms the bottom of a pie, tart, or other dish, a layer of pastry that supports the filling. Undercrustal, synonym of subcrustal. Undercrusts, plural of undercrusts. Undercry, to cry out. Undercrying, present participle and gerund of undercry. Undercrypt, a lower crypt or vault. Undercrypts, plural of undercrypt. Undercultural, of or pertaining to an underculture. Underculture, a subculture and non-dominant culture of a portion of a society as opposed to the society's overculture. Undercultures, plural of underculture. Undercure, an instance or result of undercuring. Undercurrent, a current of water which flows under the surface and often in a different direction from surface currents. Undercurrented, simple past and past participle of undercurrent. Undercurrenting, present participle and gerund of undercurrent. Undercurrents, plural of undercurrent. Undercurve, the curve formed by the underside of something. Undercurved, curved so as to pass below the body, set of parts of the upper surface of an insect. Undercurves, plural of undercurve. Undercut, a cut made in the lower part of something, the material so removed. Undercuts, plural of undercut. Undercutted, simple past and past participle of undercut. Undercutter, one who, or that which undercuts. Undercutters, plural of undercutter. Undercutting, present participle and gerund of undercut. Undercuttingly, so as to undercut. Undercuttings, plural of undercutting. Underdal, a surname from Norwegian. Underdals, plural of underdal. Underdax, underpants. Underdamp, to fail to sufficiently suppress vibrations in. Underdamped, possessing a damping ratio between 1 and 0. Underdamper, a Damper located beneath the hammers in a piano. Underdampers, plural of underdamper. Underdamping, present participle and gerund of underdamp. Underdamps, third person singular simple present indicative of underdamp. Underdanced, a theatrical production, etc. featuring too little dancing. Underdeacon, a subordinate deacon. Underdeacons, plural of underdeacon. Underdeal, to deal insufficiently or inadequately, have dealings which are below requirement or expectation. Underdealing, crafty, unfair, or underhand dealing, trickery. Underdealings, plural of underdealing. Underdeals, third person singular simple present indicative of underdeal. Underdealt, simple past and past participle of underdeal. Underdecided, insufficiently decided, too undecided. Underdeck, the part of a bridge that lies beneath the deck or surface. Underdecks, plural of underdeck. Underdeclared, declared to be smaller than is the case. Underdefend, to defend inadequately. Underdefend, simple past and past participle of underdefend. Underdefende, present participle and gerund of underdefend. Underdefends, third person singular simple present indicative of underdefend. Underdefine, to define too broadly or in too little depth. Underdefined, inadequately defined. Underdefines, third person singular simple present indicative of underdefine. Underdefining, present participle and gerund of underdefine. Underdefinition, the act or process of underdefining, inadequate definition. Underdeliver, to deliver less or at an inferior level than promised or expected. Underdeliver, simple past and past participle of underdeliver. Underdeliverer, one who underdelivers. Underdeliverers, plural of underdeliverer. Underdeliveries, plural of underdelivery. Underdelivering, present participle and gerund of underdeliver. Underdelivers, third person singular simple present indicative of underdeliver. Underdelivery, at delivery of insufficient material. Underdense, insufficiently dense, especially not sufficiently dense enough to form a galaxy. Underdensities, plural of underdensity. Underdensity, the condition or extent of being underdense. Underdescribed, not described with sufficient precision. Underdesigned, inadequately designed. Underdetect, to detect less of something than is actually present. Underdetected, simple past and past participle of underdetect. Underdetecting, present participle and gerund of underdetect. Underdetection, detection at excessively low levels or at levels lower than are actually the case. Underdetects, third person singular simple present indicative of underdetect. Underdetermination, the state or quality of being underdetermined. Underdetermine, particularly in the theory of scientific explanation, to provide too few constraints to specify a unique solution. Underdetermined, having too few constraints to specify a unique solution. Underdetermines, third person singular simple present indicative of underdetermined. Underdetermining, present participle and gerund of underdetermine. Underdeterrence, inadequate deterrence. Underdeterrent, serving as an inadequate deterrent. Underdevelop, to develop insufficiently. Underdeveloped, immature and not fully developed. Underdevelopedness, synonym of underdevelopment, state or condition of being underdeveloped. Underdeveloping, present participle and gerund of underdevelop. Underdevelopment, the condition of being underdeveloped. Underdevelopments, plural of underdevelopment. Underdevelops. Third person singular simple present indicative of underdevelop. Underdeviation, a deviation from a target that results in less of something than was desired. Underdeviations, plural of underdeviation. Underdevil, synonym of subdevil. Underdevils, plural of underdevil. Underdiagnose, to diagnose something less often than it actually occurs. Underdiagnose, diagnosed less frequently than its occurrence. Underdiagnoses, third person singular simple present indicative of underdiagnose. Underdiagnosing, present participle and gerund of underdiagnose. Underdiagnosis, the failure to diagnose a condition in a significant proportion of patients. Underdiagnostic, relating to underdiagnosis. Underdialysis, insufficient dialysis. Underdead, simple past of underdo. Underday, to dig under or beneath something, to undermine. Underdigested, insufficiently digested. Underday, present participle and gerund of underday. Underdegs, third person singular simple present indicative of underday. Underdilation, less than normal dilation. Underdilute, to dilute insufficiently. Underdiluted, simple past and past participle of underdilute. Underdilutes, third person singular simple present indicative of underdilute. Underdiluting, present participle and gerund of underdilute. Underdilution, insufficient dilution. Underdimensioned, having inadequate physical dimensions, too small. Underdirect, to exert too little artistic control when directing a play or film. Underdirected, simple past and past participle of underdirect. Underdirecting, present participle and gerund of underdirect. Underdirects, third person singular simple present indicative of underdirect. Underdisciplined, disciplined too little. Underdiscrimination, less than normal discrimination. Underdiscuss, to not discuss enough. Underdiscuss, that is not discussed enough. Underdiscusses, third person singular simple present indicative of underdiscuss. Underdiscussing, present participle and gerund of underdiscuss. Underdisperse, less than normally disperse. Underdispersion, insufficient dispersion. Underdispersive, exhibiting or relating to underdispersion. Underdistribute, to distribute too little or not widely enough. Underdistributed, simple past and past participle of underdistribute. Underdistributes, third person singular simple present indicative of underdistribute. Under-distributing, present participle and gerund of under-distribute. Under-distribution, an inadequate distribution, especially of money. Under-distributions, plural of under-distribution. Under-diuresis, insufficient diuresis, typically causing inappropriate oliguria and thus potentially electrolyte imbalances or other sequelae. Under-divergence, a lack of divergence. Under-diversification, insufficient diversification. Under-diversify, past participle of under-diversify. Under-diversifies, third person singular simple present indicative of under-diversify. Under-diversify, to fail to diversify sufficiently. Under-diversifying, present participle and gerund of under-diversify. Underdo, to do something insufficiently, especially to undercook. Under-documented, having inadequate documentation. Underdoer, one who underdoes something. Underdoers, plural of underdoer. Underdoes, third person singular simple present indicative of underdo. Underdog, a competitor thought unlikely to win. Underdogish, characteristic of an underdog. Underdogism, alternative form of underdogism. Underdoggy, characteristic of an underdog. Underdogism, tenacious support for the underdog or disadvantaged party. Underdogs, plural of underdog. Underdoing, present participle and gerund of underdo. Underdominance, less than normal dominance. Underdominant, relating to underdominance. Underdone, insufficiently cooked, undercooked. Underdope, to dope at less than the optimal level for superconductivity. Underdoped, simple past and past participle of underdope. Underdopes, third person singular simple present indicative of underdope. Underdoping, present participle and gerund of underdope. Underdosage, an insufficient dosage. Underdosages, plural of underdosage. Underdose, an inadequate dose of a medication. Underdosed, simple past and past participle of underdose. Underdoses, plural of underdose. Underdosing, present participle and gerund of underdose. Underdie, a dot placed below a letter as a diacritical mark. Underdots, plural of underdot. Underdown, a surname. Underdowned, plural of underdown. Underdrag, the tensile stress exerted by an overthrust rock mass upon overlying rocks which themselves are not under compressive thrusting stress and therefore tend to be stretched and broken by normal faulting. Underdrags, plural of underdrag. Underdrain, an underground drain or trench with openings through which the water may percolate from the soil or ground above. Underdrainage, drainage by means of an underdrain. Underdrained, simple past and past participle of underdrain. Underdrainer, synonym of underdrain. Underdrainers, plural of underdrainer. Underdraining, present participle and gerund of underdrain. Underdrains, plural of underdrain. Underdramatic, inadequately dramatic. Underdramatize. Alternative form of underdramatize. Underdramatize. Simple past and past participle of underdramatize. Underdramatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of underdramatize. Underdramatizing. Present participle and gerund of underdramatize. Underdramatize. To fail to dramatize adequately, to make underdramatic. Underdramatize. Simple past and past participle of underdramatize. Underdramatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of underdramatize. Underdramatizing. Present participle and gerund of underdramatize. Underdraw. To cover or line the underside of a floor or roof with plasterwork, boarding, or other such treatment. Underdrawers. Underpants. Underdrawing. A sketch done on the ground of a work of art before paint, pastel, ink, or other more permanent medium is applied. Underdrawings. Plural of underdrawing. Underdrawn. Past participle of underdraw. Underdraws. Third person singular simple present indicative of underdraw. Underdress. To dress in insufficiently warm clothes. Underdressed. Insufficiently dressed as for cold weather. Underdresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of underdress. Underdressing. Present participle and gerund of underdress. Underdrew. Simple past of underdraw. Underriff. Having the gearing that turns the millstone beneath the floor. Underdrifts. Plural of underdrift. Underdrive. Designed to turn at a slower speed than stuck. Underdriven. Past participle of underdrive. Underdrives. Third person singular simple present indicative of underdrive. Underdriving. Present participle and gerund of underdrive. Underrow. Simple past of underdrive. Underdo. Not having reached the deadline yet, especially something that is owing but not yet due. Underdire. Simple past and past participle of underdig. Underer. To earn less than. Underearned. Simple past and past participle of underearn. Underearner. One who earns too little. Underearners. Plural of underearner. Underearning. Present participle and gerund of underearn. Underearth. Beneath the earth, underground. Undereat. To eat too little. Undereaten. Past participle of undereat. Undereater. One who eats too little. Undereaters. Plural of undereater. Undereating. Present participle and gerund of undereat. Undereats. Third person singular simple present indicative of undereat. Underedden. Not daredon. Underedge. A lower edge or underside of an edge. Underedges. Plural of underedge. Underedited. Having undergone insufficient editing, or less than is usual. Undereducate. To provide an inadequate education. Undereducated. Insufficiently educated. Undereducates. Third person singular simple present indicative of undereducate. Undereducating. Present participle and gerund of undereducate. Undereducation. The state of being undereducated or the practice of undereducating. Undereffective. Not effective enough. Underemotional. deficient in emotion, cold, distant. Underemphases, plural of underemphases. Underemphases, insufficient emphasis. Underemphasize, alternative form of underemphasize. Underemphasize, alternative spelling of underemphasized. Underemphasizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underemphasize. Underemphasizing, present participle and gerund of underemphasize. Underemphasize, to place insufficient emphasis on. Underemphasize, insufficiently emphasize. Underemphasizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underemphasize. Underemphasizing, present participle and gerund of underemphasize. Underemployed, employed in a job that offers fewer work hours than desired. Underemployment, the condition of being underemployed. Underendow, insufficiently endowed. Underenforce, to enforce inadequately. Underenforce, simple past and past participle of underenforce. Underenforcement, inadequate enforcement of a law, statute, etc. Underenforces, third person singular simple present indicative of underenforce. Underenforcing, present participle and gerund of underenforce. Underengage, insufficiently engaged. Underengine, having too small an engine in relation to its size. Underenrich, insufficiently enriched. Underenrichment, insufficient enrichment. Underenthused, insufficiently enthused. Underentitled, feeling or acting as though one is entitled to less than one really deserves, too retiring or self-effacing. Underentitlement, the condition of being underentitled. Underenumeration, insufficient counting, particularly in the census. Underequip, to equip inadequately, to provide with insufficient equipment. Underequipped, lacking sufficient equipment. Underequipping, present participle and gerund of underequip. Underequips, third person singular simple present indicative of underequip. Undererupt, to erupt less than normal. Undererupted, simple past and past participle of undererupt. Undererupting, present participle and gerund of undererupt. Undereruption, the state of being undererupted, with less of the tooth visible than is normal. Undererupts, third person singular simple present indicative of undererupt. Underestimatable, capable of being underestimated. Underestimate, to estimate too low, to perceive someone or something as having a lower value, quantity, worth, etc. than what he/she/it actually has. Underestimated, simple past and past participle of underestimate. Underestimates, plural of underestimate. Underestimating, present participle and gerund of underestimate. Underestimation, the act of underestimating. Underestimations, plural of underestimation. Underestimator, one who underestimates. Underestimators, plural of underestimator. Underetch, to etch too shallowly. Underetch, simple past and past participle of underetch. Underetches, Third person singular simple present indicative of underretch. Underretching, present participle and gerund of underretch. Underevaluate, to evaluate insufficiently. Underevaluated, simple past and past participle of underevaluate. Underevaluates, third person singular simple present indicative of underevaluate. Underevaluating, present participle and gerund of underevaluate. Underexaggerate, to understate. Underexaggerated, simple past and past participle of underexaggerate. Underexaggerates, third person singular simple present indicative of underexaggerate. Underexaggerating, present participle and gerund of underexaggerate. Underexamined, insufficiently examined, overlooked. Underexclusive, not exclusive enough, tending to exclude too little. Underexcretion, inadequate excretion of something. Underexercise, insufficient exercise. Underexercise, having inadequate exercise. Underexercises, third person singular simple present indicative of underexercise. Underexercising, present participle and gerund of underexercise. Underexpanded, less than usually expanded. Underexpansion, insufficient expansion. Underexpansions, plural of underexpansion. Underexpenditure, an insufficient expenditure. Underexperience, having had insufficient experience. Underexplain, to provide an insufficient explanation. Underexplained, simple past and past participle of underexplain. Underexplaining, present participle and gerund of underexplain. Underexplains, third person singular simple present indicative of underexplain. Underexploit, to exploit insufficiently. Underexploitation, insufficient exploitation. Underexploitations, plural of underexploitation. Underexploited, not exploited to any great extent, not used to full advantage. Underexploiting, present participle and gerund of underexploit. Underexploits, third person singular simple present indicative of underexploit. Underexplored, not explored either physically or intellectually to the usual degree. Underexpose, to take a photograph using too small an exposure. Underexposed, simple past and past participle of underexpose. Underexposes, third person singular simple present indicative of underexpose. Underexposing, present participle and gerund of underexpose. Underexposure, the condition of being underexposed. Underexposures, plural of underexposure. Underexpress, to express less than normally. Underexpressed, not expressed to the usual or expected degree. Underexpresses, third person singular simple present indicative of underexpress. Underexpressing, causing underexpression. Underexpression, insufficient or abnormally low expression. Underexpressions, plural of underexpression. Underextend, to apply a term to two view reference by underextension. Underextended, simple past and past participle of underextend. Underextending, present participle and gerund of underextend. Underextends, third person singular simple present indicative of underextend. Underextension, Application of a term to too few reference, as for example when a child uses cat to refer only to the family pet. Underextensions, plural of underextension. Underextraction, less than the normal or optimum amount of extraction. Underextrapolation, insufficient extrapolation. Underextrapolations, plural of underextrapolation. Underextrude, to extrude too little. Underextruded. Simple past and past participle of underextrude. Underextrudes, third person singular simple present indicative of underextrude. Underextruding, present participle of underextrude. Undereye, underday. Undereyes, plural of undereye. Underface, the underside or downward facing surface of an object. Underface, simple past and past participle of underface. Underfaces, plural of underface. Underfacing, present participle and gerund of underface. Underfactorization, the use or consideration of too few factors in factor analysis. Underfalconer, a subordinate falconer. Underfalconers, plural of underfalconer. Underfamilies, plural of underfamily. Underfamily, a subfamily. Underfarm, to farm too little. Underfarmed, simple past and past participle of underfarm. Underfarmer, an assistant farmer. Underfarmers, plural of underfarmer. Underfarming, present participle and gerund of underfarm. Underfarms, third person singular simple present indicative of underfarm. Underfeature, lacking in features. Underfed, inadequately fed. Underfeed, to feed inadequately or insufficiently. Underfeeder, a device that feeds in material from below. Underfeeders, plural of underfeeder. Underfeeding, present participle and gerund of underfeed. Underfeedings, plural of underfeeding. Underfeeds, third person singular simple present indicative of underfeed. Underfeel, to secretly gain knowledge from. Underfeeling, a secondary or subconscious feeling. Underfeelings, plural of underfeeling. Underfeels, third person singular simple present indicative of underfeel. Underfellow, an underling, is subordinate. Underfellows, plural of underfellow. Underfelt, a layer of felt-like material laid underneath a wall-to-wall carpet. Underfelts, plural of underfelt. Underferment, to ferment insufficiently. Underfermentation, inadequate fermentation. Underfermented, insufficiently fermented. Underfermenting, present participle and gerund of underferment. Underferments, third person singular simple present indicative of underferment. Underfertilize, alternative form of underfertilize. Underfertilize, simple past and past participle of underfertilize. Underfertilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underfertilize. Underfertilizing, present participle and gerund of underfertilize. Underfertilization, inadequate fertilization, the underuse of fertilizer. Present participle and gerund of under-fertilize. Under-fertilization, inadequate fertilization, the underuse of fertilizer. Under-fertilize, to treat plants with too little fertilizer. Under-fertilize, simple past and past participle of under-fertilize. Under-fertilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of under-fertilize. Under-fertilizing, present participle and gerund of under-fertilize. Underfill, to fill with an insufficient amount. Underfilled, simple past and past participle of underfill. Underfilling, present participle and gerund of underfill. Underfillings, plural of underfilling. Underfills, third person singular simple present indicative of underfill. Underfilter, a morphological filter idempotent operator whose image is a subset of the domain. Underfilter, simple past and past participle of underfilter. Underfiltering, present participle and gerund of underfilter. Underfilters, plural of underfilter. Underfinance, to finance inadequately. Underfinance, lacking sufficient financing. Underfinances, third person singular simple present indicative of underfinance. Underfinancing, present participle and gerund of underfinance. Underfinish, of animals reared for meat, having less fat than is desirable. Under fire, to heat from below. Under fire, fired at a low or excessively low temperature. Under fire, third person singular simple present indicative of under fire. Under firing, intentional operation of a boiler, furnace, oven, etc. at a low level. Underfish, to fish less than would still be sustainable, to underuse an area for fishing. Underfish, fish less than would still be sustainable, suitable for a greater amount of fishing. Underfishes, third person singular simple present indicative of underfish. Underfishing, present participle and gerund of underfish. Underfit, to use a statistical model that has too few parameters relative to the size of the sample. Underfit stream, a river that is too small to have eroded the valley or passage in which it flows. Underfit streams, plural of underfit stream. Underfits, third person singular simple present indicative of underfit. Underfitter, simple past and past participle of underfit. Underfitting, present participle and gerund of underfit. Underfittings, plural of underfitting. Underfix, to fix inadequately or below what is required or expected. Underfix, simple past and past participle of underfix. Underfixes, third person singular simple present indicative of underfix. Underfixing, present participle and gerund of underfix. Underflavor, alternative form of underflavor. Underflavor, lacking sufficient flavor. Underflavors, plural of underflavor. Underflavor, synonym of undertaste. Underflavors, plural of underflavor. Underflesh, lacking flesh or substance, skinny or scanty. Underfled, a flip trick, the flipping of a skateboard by flicking the underside of the board while riding on the board. Underflips, plural of underflip. Underfloor, located beneath the floor. Underfloor heating, Any of various central heating and sometimes cooling systems that achieve indoor climate control for thermal comfort using conduction, radiation, and convection. Underflooring, a layer of flooring underneath the top layer or carpet. Underfloorings, plural of underflooring. Underfloors, plural of underfloor. Underflow, a current flowing below the surface. Underflow, simple past and past participle of underflow. Underflowing, present participle and gerund of underflow. Underflows, plural of underflow. Underlush, a tinge of color showing through from beneath. Underflushes, plural of underflush. Underfocus, the state of a microscope that is focused slightly in front of the specimen. Underfocused, having insufficient focus. Underfogged, insufficiently fogged. Underfollowed, not adequately followed, having too small a following. Underfy, to seduce, entrap, surround, overcome. Underfod, simple past and past participle of underfong. Underfawning, present participle and gerund of underfong. Underfongs, third person singular simple present indicative of underfong. Underfoot, situated under one's foot or feet. Underfooted, simple past and past participle of underfoot. Underfooting, the terrain or other surface underfoot. Underfootings, plural of underfooting. Underfootmen, a subordinate footman. Underfootmen, plural of underfootmen. Underfoots, plural of underfoot. Underforest, the undergrowth of a forest. Underforested, too sparsely forested. Underforests, plural of underforests. Underfortify, simple past and past participle of underfortify. Underfortifies, third person singular simple present indicative of underfortify. Underfortify, to fortify insufficiently. Underfortifying, present participle and gerund of underfortify. Underfowd, a lower ranking fowd, a sub-bailiff. Underfowds, plural of underfowd. Underframe, the supporting structure of a piece of furniture, a vehicle, etc. Underframed, having an underframe. Underframes, plural of underframe. Underframework, an underlying or supportive framework or similar structure. Underframing, an underframe. Underframings, plural of underframing. Underfreight, to load with too little freight. Underfreighted, simple past and past participle of underfreight. Underfreighting, present participle and gerund of underfreight. Underfreights, third person singular simple present indicative of underfreight. Underfrequency, the condition where the frequency of an electrical supply drops below normal parameters. Underfriction, a system for preventing a roller coaster train from jumping off the track while in violent motion, using additional wheels under the track. Underfridge, a lower fringe, a fringe underneath something. Underfringes, plural of underfringe. Underfrock, an underslip worn beneath a dress frock. Underfrocks, plural of underfrock. Underfucked, not receiving enough sex. Underfulfill, alternative form of underfulfill. Underfulfill, to fail to fulfill a quota, etc., by doing or providing too little. Underfulfilled, simple past and past participle of underfulfill. Underfulfilling, present participle and gerund of underfulfill. Underfulfills, third person singular simple present indicative of underfulfill. Underfulfills, third person singular simple present indicative of underfulfill. Underfull, not full enough, not filled to available capacity. Underfulled, plural of underfull. Underfunction, to function inadequately. Underfunctioned, simple past and past participle of underfunction. Underfunctioner, one who underfunctions. Underfunctioners, plural of underfunctioner. Underfunctioning, present participle and gerund of underfunction. Underfunctions, third person singular simple present indicative of underfunction. Underfund, to provide insufficient funds for. Underfunded, insufficiently funded. Underfundedness, the quality of being underfunded. Underfunder, one who underfunds something. Underfunders, plural of underfunder. Underfunding, present participle and gerund of underfund. Underfundings, plural of underfunding. Underfunds, third person singular simple present indicative of underfund. Underfur, the thick, soft undercoat of some mammals, especially those that spend time in the water. Underfurnish, to supply with less than enough, to furnish insufficiently. Underfurnish, inadequately furnished, lacking in furniture. Underfurnishing, present participle and gerund of underfurnish. Underfur, having a layer of underfur. Underfurrow, to cover as if under a furrow, to plow in. Underfurrowed, simple past and past participle of underfurrow. Underfurrowing, present participle and gerund of underfurrow. Underfurrows, third person singular simple present indicative of underfurrow. Underfurs, plural of underfur. Undergain, to gain too much. Undergain, simple past and past participle of undergain. Undergaining, present participle and gerund of undergain. Undergains, third person singular simple present indicative of undergain. Undergamekeeper, a subordinate gamekeeper. Undergamekeepers, plural of undergamekeeper. Undergad, to undergo, pass through, endure. Undergad, simple past and past participle of undergang. Underganging, present participle and gerund of undergang. Undergangs, plural of undergang. Underjailer, dated spelling of underjailer. Underjailers, plural of underjailer. Undergar, synonym of underclothing. Undergardener, an assistant gardener. Undergardeners, plural of undergardener. Undergarment, any garment worn underneath others, especially one worn next to the skin, an item of underwear. Undergarments, plural of undergarment. Undergarnish, the leaves etc. forming the base of a salad, on which other ingredients can be layered. Undergarnishes, plural of undergarnish. Undergear, underwear. Under general, a subordinate general. Under generalization, alternative form of under generalization. Under generalizations, plural of under generalization. Under generalize, alternative form of under generalize. Under generalized, simple past and past participle of under generalized. Under generalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of under generalized. Under generalizing, present participle and gerund of under generalize. Under generalization, the act or an instance of under generalizing. Under generalizations, plural of under generalization. Under generalize, to apply something with insufficient generality. Under generalize, simple past and past participle of under generalize. Under generalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of under generalize. Under generalizing, present participle and gerund of under generalize. Under generals, plural of under general. Under generate, to apply a rule of language too strictly so that some potential valid utterances are excluded from production. Under generated, simple past and past participle of under generate. Under generates, third person singular simple present indicative of under generate. Under generating, present participle and gerund of under generate. Under generation, the generation of too little or too few of something under production. Under get, to get less than expected or due. Under gets, third person singular simple present indicative of underget. Under getting, the process or situation of obtaining less than what is expected or due. Undergird, to strengthen, secure, or reinforce by passing a rope, cable, or chain around the underside of an object. Undergird, simple past and past participle of undergird. Undergirding, present participle and gerund of undergird. Undergirds, third person singular simple present indicative of undergird. Undergirt, simple past and past participle of undergird. Underglaze, a decorative slip applied to the surface of pottery before glazing. Underglazed, simple past and past participle of underglaze. Underglazes, plural of underglaze. Underglazing, present participle and gerund of underglaze. Undergloom, the underworld. Underglorify, not glorified enough, not praised enough. Underglow, to beam or radiate too little light, to glow insufficiently. Underglowed, simple past and past participle of underglow. Underglowing, present participle and gerund of underglow. Underglows, third person singular simple present indicative of underglow. Underglycinated, insufficiently glycinated. Underglycylation, misspelling of underglycosylation. Underglycosylated, insufficiently or significantly less than normally glycosylated. Underglycosylation, less than normal glycosylation. Undergo, to experience, to pass through a phase. Undergod, a lower or inferior god, a subordinate deity, a demigod. Undergods, plural of undergod. Undergo, obsolete form of undergo. Undergoed, simple past and past participle of undergo. Undergoer, one that undergoes. Undergoers, plural of undergoer. Undergoes, third person singular simple present indicative of undergo. Undergost, second person singular simple present indicative of undergo. Undergoeth, third person singular simple present indicative of undergo. Undergoing, present participle and gerund of undergo. Undergone, past participle of undergo. Undergot, simple past and past participle of underget. Undergotten, past participle of underget. Undergoverned, subordinately governed. Undergoverness, a subordinate governess. Undergovernesses, plural of undergoverness. Undergovernment, a subordinate or secondary government. Undergovernments, plural of undergovernment. Undergovernor, a subordinate governor. Undergovernors, plural of undergovernor. Undergown, a gown worn under another or under some other article of dress. Undergowns, plural of undergown. Undergrad, an undergraduate. Undergray, having the truss below the roadway, as in a deck bridge. Undergraded, simple past and past participle of undergrade. Undergrades, third person singular simple present indicative of undergrade. Undergrading, present participle and gerund of undergrade. Undergrad, plural of undergrad. Undergraduacy, the period of time spent in college or university by a student who has not yet earned a bachelor's or equivalent degree. Undergraduate, a student at a university who has not yet received a degree. Undergraduatum, the realm or sphere of undergraduates. Undergraduateness, the property of being an undergraduate. Undergraduates, plural of undergraduate. Undergraduateship, the position or condition of an undergraduate. Undergraduatish, resembling or characteristic of an undergraduate. Undergraduate, a female undergraduate of an academic institution. Undergraduates, plural of undergraduate. Undergraze, to allow livestock to graze on land to a lesser extent than normal or possible. Undergrazed, less than normally grazed. Undergraze is third person singular simple present indicative of undergraze. Undergrazing, present participle and gerund of undergraze. Undergreen, greenery that is underneath. Undergreen willow, an American shrub of the species Salix commutata. Undergrew, simple past of undergrow. Undergrip, supinated grip. Undergrips, plural of undergrip. Undergroom, an assistant groom person who looks after horses. Undergroomed, inadequately groomed. Undergrooms, plural of undergroom. Underground, the London Underground. Underground car parks, plural of underground car park. Underground handball, a handball which is deliberately bounced on the ground before reaching one's teammate instead of being passed directly as is typical. Underground handballs, plural of underground handball. Underground hand pass, an underground handball. Underground hand passes, plural of underground hand pass. Underground mutton, a rabbit or rabbit meat. Underground people, any of the fairy folk, trolls, dwarfs, or other supernatural beings that primarily live underground. Underground Railroad, the pre-American Civil War anti-slavery resistance movement dedicated to helping escaped slaves to reach safe territory. Underground Railroad, a clandestine network used to exfiltrate dissidents out of their country. Underground Railway, alternative form of Underground Railroad. Underground Railway, synonym of subway, a railway under the ground. Underground Railways, plural of underground railway. Undergrounded, simple past and past participle of underground. Undergrounder, an underground publication or movie. Undergrounders, plural of undergrounder. Undergrounding, present participle and gerund of underground. Undergrounds, plural of underground. Undergrow, a grove of shrubs or low trees under taller ones. Undergrows, plural of undergrow. Undergrow, to grow to an inferior or less than the usual size or height. Undergrowing, present participle and gerund of undergrow. Undergrowl, a subdued growling or grumbling. Undergrowls, plural of undergrowl. Undergrown, insufficiently grown, not having grown to a normal or suitable size. Undergrows, third person singular simple present indicative of undergrow. Undergrowth, the plants in a forest which only reach a relatively low height such as shrubs and bushes. Undergrowths, plural of undergrowth. Underguard, a protective guard on the underside of machinery, for example on a vehicle's exhaust. Underguardian, a subordinate guardian. Underguardians, plural of underguardian. Underguards, plural of underguard. Underguess, to make a guess that is too small, to underestimate. Underguessed, simple past and past participle of underguess. Underguesses, third person singular simple present indicative of underguess. Underguessing, present participle and gerund of underguess. Underguesstimate, to underestimate. Underguestimated, simple past and past participle of underguestimate. Underguestimates, third person singular simple present indicative of underguestimate. Underguestimating, present participle and gerund of underguestimate. Underhair, undercoat, underfur. Underhaired, lacking hair, balding. Underhalls, subterranean hallways. Underhammer, a firing mechanism where the hammer is mounted under the frame, behind the barrels, and forward of the trigger. Underhammers, plural of underhammer. Underhand, secret, clandestine. Underhanded, done by moving the hand and arm from below. Underhandedly, in an underhanded manner. Underhandedness, the characteristic of being underhanded. Underhander, a ball thrown or bowled underhand. Underhanders, plural of underhander. Underhanding, devious, passive-aggressive. Underhandly, in an underhand manner. Underhandness, the state or condition of being underhand, underhandedness. Underhands, plural of underhand. Underhang, to suspend, hang. Underhanging, present participle and gerund of underhang. Underhangman, an assistant or deputy hangman. Underhangman, plural of underhangman. Underhangs, third person singular simple present indicative of underhang. Underharvest, to harvest too little of. Underharvested, simple past and past participle of underharvest. Underharvesting, present participle and gerund of underharvest. Underharvests, third person singular simple present indicative of underharvest. Underhay, a surname from Old English. Underhays, plural of underhay. Underhead, a blockhead or stupid person, a dunderhead. Underheads, plural of underhead. Underhealing, the formation of insufficient new tissue during the healing of a wound. Underheard, having an insufficiently large listening audience, neglected or overlooked as a speaker or musician. Underheat, to heat insufficiently. Underheated, simple past and past participle of underheat. Underheating, present participle and gerund of underheat. Underheats, third person singular simple present indicative of underheats. Underhedged, on a hedged transaction, having too much cash flow committed to rated note debt coverage, leaving too little available for the income notes. Underhedging, alternative spelling of underhedging. Underheld, simple past and past participle of underhold. Underhell, a neighborhood of Barnet, Borough of Barnet, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2595. Underhells, plural of underhill. Underhead, to hit with insufficient force. Underheads, third person singular simple present indicative of underhit. Underhitting, present participle and gerund of underhit. Underhive, located beneath a hive. Underhold, to support or uphold, especially from beneath, sustain. Underholding, present participle and gerund of underhold. Underholds, plural of underhold. Underhole, to cut away or mine out the lower portion of a coal seam or a part of the underlay so as to win or get the overlying coal. Underhole, simple past and past participle of underhole. Underholes, third person singular simple present indicative of underhole. Underholing, present participle and gerund of underhole. Underhonest, not entirely honest. Underhood, beneath the hood of a vehicle. Underhoof, under the hooves of an animal. Underhook, a clinch hold performed by putting an arm under the opponent's arm and holding the opponent's midsection or upper body. Underhooked, simple past and past participle of underhook. Underhooking, present participle and gerund of underhook. Underhooks, plural of underhook. Underhope, a lowered expectation or hope. Underhopes, plural of underhope. Underhop, of beer. Not hoppy enough. Underhorse, having too few horses. Underhorseman, a subordinate horseman. Underhorseman, plural of underhorseman. Underhose, hose worn underneath other clothing. Underhouse, located beneath a house. underhoused, inadequately housed. Under housemaid, a low-ranking housemaid. Under housemaids, plural of under housemaid. Underhue, synonym of undertone color that is pale or seen underneath another. Underhues, plural of underhue. Underhum, a background hum. Underhums, plural of underhum. Underhung, hung or suspended from above. Underhydrate, dehydrate too little. Underhydrated, simple past and past participle of underhydrate. Underhydrates, third person singular simple present indicative of underhydrate. Underhydrating, present participle and gerund of underhydrate. Underhydration, inadequate hydration. Underhydroxylated, insufficiently hydroxylated. Underhydroxylation, insufficient hydroxylation typically of collagen. Underhyped, receiving less hype than deserved. Underrided, not derided. Underidentification, insufficient identification. Underidentify, insufficiently identify. Underilluminated, insufficiently illuminated. Underilluminating, that provides insufficient illumination. Underimagined, insufficiently imagined, betraying a lack of imagination. Underimmunize, alternative form of underimmunize. Underimmunize, simple past and past participle of underimmunize. Underimmunizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underimmunize. Underimmunizing, present participle and gerund of underimmunize. Underimmunization, inadequate immunization. Underimmunizations, plural of underimmunization. Underimmunize, to provide with inadequate immunization. Underimmunize, simple past and past participle of underimmunize. Underimmunizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underimmunize. Underimmunizing, present participle and gerund of underimmunize. Underimmunosuppression, inadequate immunosuppression. Underimpress, to impress less than expected, to disappoint, to underwhelm. Underimpress, not strongly impressed. Underwhelmed, disappointed. Underimpresses, third person singular simple present indicative of underimpress. Underimpressing, present participle and gerund of underimpress. Underimprove, having undergone insufficient improvement. Underinclusion, inclusion of too few or too little. Underinclusions, plural of underinclusion. Underinclusive, not inclusive enough, tending to include too little. Underinclusiveness, the quality of being underinclusive. Underinclusivity, underinclusiveness. Underinduced, insufficiently induced. Underindulge, to indulge too little. Underindulged, simple past and past participle of underindulge. Underindulgence, an act of underindulging, indulgence in too little. Underindulges, third person singular simple present indicative of underindulge. Underindulging, present participle and gerund of underindulge. Underinflate, to inflate too little. Underinflated, simple past and past participle of underinflate. Underinflates, Third person singular simple present indicative of underinflate. Underinflating, present participle and gerund of underinflate. Underinflation, inadequate inflation of vehicle tires, etc. Underinfluenced, too little influenced. Underinformative, not informative enough. Underinformed, given inadequate information. Underinspire, lacking inspiration. Underinstruct, to provide someone with insufficient instruction. Underinsulate, to insulate insufficiently. Underinsulated, simple past and past participle of underinsulate. Underinsulates, third person singular simple present indicative of underinsulate. Underinsulating, present participle and gerund of underinsulate. Underinsurance, inadequate insurance. Underinsure, to insure insufficiently. Underinsured, not having sufficient insurance to cover loss or damage. Underinsureds, plural of underinsured. Underinsures, third person singular simple present indicative of underinsure. Underinsuring, present participle and gerund of underinsure. Underinterpretation, inadequate interpretation. Underinterpretations, plural of underinterpretation. Underinventive, insufficiently inventive. Underinventiveness, the fact of being underinventive, insufficient inventiveness. Underinventoried, having too little of something in stock. Underinvest, to invest insufficiently. Underinvested, simple past and past participle of underinvest. Underinvestigated, insufficiently investigated. Underinvesting, present participle and gerund of underinvest. Underinvestment, an insufficient investment. Underinvestments, plural of underinvestment. Underinvestor, one who underinvests. Underinvestors, plural of underinvestor. Underinvests, third person singular simple present indicative of underinvest. Underinvolved, insufficiently involved. Underirrigate, to irrigate inadequately. Underirrigated, simple past and past participle of underirrigate. Underirrigates, third person singular simple present indicative of underirrigate. Underirrigating, present participle and gerund of underirrigate. Underirrigation, inadequate irrigation. Underisive, not derisive. Underissue, to issue too few or too little of. Underissue, simple past and past participle of underissue. Underissues, third person singular simple present indicative of underissue. Underissuing, present participle and gerund of underissue. Underivability, the state or condition of being underivable. Inderivability. Underivable, that cannot be derived. Underivables, plural of underivable. Underivatized, alternative form of underivatized. Underivative, not derivative. Underivatively, in an underivative fashion. Underivatize, not derivatize. Underivable, rare form of underivable. Underived, not derived, not related. underivedly, without having been derived from something else originally. Underivedness, the quality of not being derived from anything else. Under jailer, a subordinate jailer. Under jailers, plural of under jailer. Under janitor, a subordinate janitor. Under janitors, plural of under janitor. Under jaw, the lower part of the jaw. Underjawed, having a heavy under jaw. Underjaws, plural of underjaw. Underjoy, to join, add, or append something to the end of something else. Underjoined, simple past and past participle of underjoin. Underjoining, present participle and gerund of underjoin. Underjoins, third person singular simple present indicative of underjoin. Underjoy, having a feeling of unpleasantness, dissatisfaction, or disappointment, less than happy. Underdud, to judge too little or below accepted standards. Underjungle, the undergrowth of a jungle. Underjungles, plural of underjungle. Undercax, underpants. Underkeep, to keep under or in subjection, subdue, suppress. Underkeeper, a subordinate keeper or guardian. Underkeepers, plural of underkeeper. Underkeeping, present participle and gerund of underkeep. Underkeeps, third person singular simple present indicative of underkeep. Underkept, simple past and past participle of underkeep. Underkill, insufficient disposal because of inadequate inspection criteria. Underkill, simple past and past participle of underkill. Underkilling, present participle and gerund of underkill. Underkills, third person singular simple present indicative of underkill. Underkimono, alternative form of underkimono. Underkimonos, plural of underkimono. Underkind, a subordinate or inferior kind or class. Underkinds, plural of underkind. Underking, an inferior or subordinate king, a viceroy. Underkingdom, the realm of an underking. Underkingdoms, plural of underkingdom. Underkings, plural of underking. Under me, below the knee. Underknown, not known widely enough, of inadequate fame. Underlaborer, alternative form of underlaborer. Underlaborers, plural of underlaborer. Underlaborer, an assistant or subordinate laborer. Underlaborers, plural of underlaborer. Underlay, simple past and past participle of underlay. Underlay, past participle of underlie. Underlandlord, synonym of subleaser. Underlandlords, plural of underlandlord. Underlanguage, having inferior literacy skills. Underlap, to be overlapped by, to protrude underneath. Underlapped, simple past and past participle of underlap. Underlapping, present participle and gerund of underlap. Underlaps, third person singular simple present indicative of underlap. Underlaugh, a suppressed laugh. Underlaughs, plural of underlaugh. Underlaughter, suppressed laughter or laughing. Underlaundress, a subordinate laundress. Underlaundresses, plural of underlaundress. Underlawyer, a subordinate lawyer. Underlawyers, plural of underlawyer. Underlay, simple past of underlie. Underlay, misspelling of underlaid. Underlayer, a layer that is below another layer. Underlayer, simple past and past participle of underlayer. Underlayering, present participle and gerund of underlayer. Underlayers, plural of underlayer. Underlaying, present participle and gerund of underlay. Underlayment, something that is underlaid, such as planking in a room of a house. Underlay. Underlayments, plural of underlayment. Underlays, plural of underlay. Underlay, a lead of a low card when holding the top card or cards in a suit. Underleading, present participle and gerund of underlead. Underleads, plural of underlead. Underleaf, a lower leaf on a plant. Underlease, synonym of sublease. Underlease, simple past and past participle of underlease. Underleaser, synonym of subleaser. Underleasers, plural of underleaser. Underleases, plural of underlease. Underleasing, present participle and gerund of underlease. Underleaves, plural of underleaf. Undero, simple past and past participle of underlead. Underlay, the lower part of a leg. Underlegs, plural of underlay. Underlengthen, to lengthen too little. Underlengthened, simple past and past participle of underlengthen. Underlengthening, present participle and gerund of underlengthen. Underlengthens, third person singular simple present indicative of underlengthen. Underlessee, synonym of subtenant. Underlessees, plural of underlessee. Underlesser, synonym of sublesser. Underlessers, plural of underlesser. Underlet, to let below the value. Underlets, third person singular simple present indicative of underlet. Underletter, synonym of sublesser. Underletters, plural of underletter. Underletting, present participle and gerund of underlet. Underlettings, plural of underletting. Underlevel, a lower level. Underlevel, simple past and past participle of underlevel. Underleveling, present participle and gerund of underlevel. Underleveled, simple past and past participle of underlevel. Underleveling, present participle and gerund of underlevel. Underlevels, plural of underlevel. Underlever, a lever behind the trigger guard of a rifle. Underleverage, not adequately leveraged. Underlevers, plural of underlever. Underlicensed, having purchased fewer licenses than are legally required. Underlie, to lie in a position directly beneath something. Underlie, misconstruction of underlay. Underlier, that which underlies. Underliers, plural of underlier. Underlies, third person singular simple present indicative of underlie. Underleased, second person singular simple present indicative of underlie. Underlie, third person singular simple present indicative of underlie. Underlieutenant, a subordinate lieutenant. Underlieutenants, plural of underlieutenant. Underlife, life concealed from common knowledge. Underlight, illumination from underneath. Underlighting, illumination from underneath. Underlights, plural of underlight. Underlimbed, having underdeveloped limbs. Underlinable, capable of being underlined. Underline, a line placed underneath a piece of text in order to provide emphasis or to indicate that it should be viewed in italics or in electric documents, that it acts as a hyperlink. Underlineation, synonym of underlining, marking text with an underline. Underlineations, plural of underlineation. Underline, simple past and past participle of underline. Underlinement, underlining. Underlinen, underwear especially, but not always made of linen, any undergarment. Underlinens, plural of underlinen. Underliner, one who underlines. Underliners, plural of underliner. Underlines, plural of underline. Underling, a subordinate or person of lesser rank or authority. Underlings, plural of underling. Underlining, present participle and gerund of underline. Underlinings, plural of underlining. Underlinked, having underlying links, subtly interconnected. Underlip, the lower lip. Underlips, plural of underlip. Underlisted, listed below in the same document. Underlit, illuminated from beneath. Underlie, to live under, live beneath something, to fail to live up to something. Underlive, simple past and past participle of underlive. Underlives, plural of underlife. Underliving, present participle and gerund of underlive. Underload, an insufficient load. Underload switch, a switch that opens a circuit when the current falls below a certain predetermined value, used to protect certain types of motor from running at excessive speed upon decrease of load. Underload switches, plural of underload switch. Underloaded, carrying a smaller load than normal or optimal. Underloading, present participle and gerund of underload. Underloads, plural of underload. Underlock, a lock of wool hanging under the belly of a sheep. Underlocks, plural of underlock. Underlook, a concealed or oblique glance. Underlooked, simple past and past participle of underlook. Underlooker, a daily inspector of a mine. Underlookers, plural of underlooker. Underlooking, present participle and gerund of underlook. underlooks. Third person singular simple present indicative of underlook. Underlove, insufficiently loved, neglected. Underlubricate, to lubricate too little. Underlubricated. Simple past and past participle of underlubricate. Underlubricates. Third person singular simple present indicative of underlubricate. Underlubricating. Present participle and gerund of underlubricate. Underlubrication. Inadequate lubrication. Underlie. One of the locking lugs on a break action firearm that extend from the bottom of the barrels under the chamber S and connect into the receiver bottom. Underlugs, plural of underlie. Underluminosity, insufficient luminosity. Underluminous, insufficiently luminous. Underlie, for, inferior. Underlie, obsolete form of underlie. Underlies, third person singular simple present indicative of underlie. Underlie, lying underneath. Underlying form, the abstract form that a given morpheme is postulated to have before any phonological rules are applied. Underlying forms. Plural of underlying form. Underlying functor, a forgetful functor. Underlying functors, plural of underlying functor. Underlying set, a set of points upon which a topology is built, thereby yielding a topological space. Underlying sets, plural of underlying set. Underlyingly, in a way that underlies. Underlyingness, the quality of the underlying. Underlyings, plural of underlying. Undermade, a subordinate maid. Undermaids, plural of undermade. Undermaintain, to maintain inadequately, to allow to fall into disrepair. Undermaintained. Simple past and past participle of undermaintain. Undermaintaining, present participle and gerund of undermaintain. Undermaintains, third person singular simple present indicative of undermaintain. Undermaintenance, insufficient or inadequate maintenance. Undermakeup, a layer of makeup that goes beneath the foundation. Undermakeups, plural of undermakeup. Underman, a man who is subordinate to, inferior to, or in some way disadvantageously placed with respect to others. Undermanage, to manage inadequately. Undermanaged, simple past and past participle of undermanage. Undermanagement, inadequate or insufficient management. Undermanager, a manager who is lower in the organizational hierarchy than another manager. Undermanagers, plural of undermanager. Undermanages, third person singular simple present indicative of undermanage. Undermanaging, present participle and gerund of undermanage. Underman, simple past and past participle of underman. Undermanning, present participle and gerund of underman. Undermans, third person singular simple present indicative of underman. Undermargin, the lower rim or margin of something. Undermargin, simple past and past participle of undermargin. Undermargining, present participle and gerund of undermargin. Undermargins, plural of undermargin. Undermark, to place a mark or marking underneath. undermarked, simple past and past participle of undermark, undermarketed, insufficiently marketed. Undermarking, present participle and gerund of undermark. Undermarkings, markings that appear on the underside of something, usually used to describe an animal. Undermarks, third person singular simple present indicative of undermark. Undermasculinization, the quality of being undermasculinized. Undermasculinized, lacking the usual degree of masculinity. Undermassive, of a star, having a smaller mass than is typical for its type. Undermasted, having mast smaller than the usual size. Undermaster, an assistant master, a subordinate to the main master. Undermasters, plural of undermaster. Undermatch, a match that is less than optimal. Undermatched, simple past and past participle of undermatch. Undermatches, plural of undermatch. Undermatching, the practice of accepting a match that is less than optimal, especially when accepting a slot at a college or university when a superior one is available. Undermate, a junior officer on board a ship. Undermates, plural of undermate. Undermatron, a low-ranking matron. Undermatrons, plural of undermatron. Undermeal, synonym of undurn, originally terse and the morning, later UK dialectal, obsolete noon and the early afternoon. Undermeals, plural of undermeal. Undermeaning, an underlying or hidden meaning. Undermeanings, plural of undermeaning. Undermeasure, to measure or estimate with a result that is smaller than it should be. Undermeasure, simple past and past participle of undermeasure. Undermeasurement, the process or result of undermeasuring, a measurement that is smaller than it should be. Undermeasurements, plural of undermeasurement. Undermeasures, third person singular simple present indicative of undermeasure. Undermeasuring, present participle and gerund of undermeasure. Undermediator, a subordinate mediator. Undermediators, plural of undermediator. Undermedicated, given insufficient medication. Undermedication, insufficient medicating, underuse of medication. Undermelodies, plural of undermelody. Undermelody, an accompanying melody that is less prominent than the main melody. Undermelt, a melted liquid that lies beneath a solid. Underman, plural of underman. Undermentioned, about to be specified or mentioned, especially in a document following. Undermet, not fully met. Undermetallation, insufficient metallation. Undermethylated, insufficiently methylated. Undermethylation, the quality of being scarcely methylated. Undermilk, to milk a cow or other animal inadequately. Undermilked, simple past and past participle of undermilk. Undermilking, present participle and gerund of undermilk. Undermilks, third person singular simple present indicative of undermill. Undermill, to mill inadequately. Undermilled, milled insufficiently or less than usual. Undermiller, a subordinate miller. Undermillers, plural of undermiller. Undermille, present participle and gerund of undermill. Undermills, third person singular simple present indicative of undermill. Underminable, susceptible to being undermined. Undermined, the subconscious mind or self. Undermines, plural of undermined. Undermine, to dig underneath something, to make a passage for destructive or military purposes, to sap. Undermined, simple past and past participle of undermine. Underminer, one who undermines. Undermineralization, insufficient mineralization. Undermineralized, insufficiently mineralized. Underminers, plural of underminer. Undermines, third person singular simple present indicative of undermine. Underminer, third person singular simple present indicative of undermine. Undermining, the act or process by which something is undermined. Underminingly, so as to undermine. Underminings, plural of undermining. Underminister, a minister who is subordinate to another. Underministers, plural of underminister. Underministries, plural of underministry. Underministry, a subordinate or inferior ministry. Undermix, to not mix enough, fail to mix adequately or thoroughly. Undermixed, simple past and past participle of undermix. Undermixes, third person singular simple present indicative of undermix. Undermixe, present participle and gerund of undermix. Undermodernize, having undergone insufficient modernization. Undermodification, insufficient modification. Undermodifications, plural of undermodification. Undermodify, insufficiently modify. Undermodifies, third person singular simple present indicative of undermodify. Undermodify, to modify insufficiently. Undermodifying, present participle and gerund of undermodify. Undermodulation, insufficient modulation, typically of a radio signal. Undermodulations, plural of undermodulation. Undermoney, insufficiently moneyed moneyed, i.e. affluent, in possession of insufficient money, poor. Undermost, in the lowest position or state, bottom. Undermotivated, not sufficiently motivated. Undermotivation, inadequate motivation, the state of being undermotivated. Undermount, mounted underneath something else. Undermountain, beneath a mountain. Undermounted, said of a rider mounted on a horse that is not strong or large enough for the size and weight of the rider. Undermuscled, inadequately muscled. Undermuscular, synonym of undermuscled. Undermyelinated, insufficiently myelinated. Undermyelination, insufficient myelination. Under, synonym of evening. Underbell, a bell rung to the mark the undurned song. Undurned song, synonym of terse the service appointed for the third hour of daylight. Undernamed, whose name appears underneath or further down in a document. Undernatant, synonym of surnatant. Undernatants, plural of undernatant. Under me, alternative form of undurn. Underneath, below, in a place beneath. Underneath one's breath, synonym of under one's breath. Underneathness, the quality of being underneath. Underneath, plural of underneath. Underness, the quality of being underneath or below. Undernet, the criminal underworld in cyberspace. Undernets, plural of undernet. Underneutralization, the process of underneutralizing. Underneutralize, to make less neutral than required or expected, or chemistry closer to the neutral pH value without reaching it. Underneutralize, simple past and past participle of underneutralize. Underneutralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underneutralize. Underneutralizing, present participle and gerund of underneutralize. Underniceness, lack of delicacy or fastidiousness. Undernose, located under the nose of the aircraft. Undernote, a low or subdued note, such as a drone, that forms a background to the melody. Undernoted, of which a note is made underneath or further down in a document. Undernotes, plural of undernote. Undernotification, incomplete notification typically of deaths. Undernourish, to provide with insufficient nourishment. Undernourish, provided with insufficient nourishment to sustain proper health and growth. Undernourishes, third person singular simple present indicative of undernourish. Undernourishing, present participle and gerund of undernourish. Undernourishment, insufficient nourishment. Undertie, alternative form of undertie. Undernurse, a subordinate nurse. Undernurses, plural of undernurse. Undernutrition, inadequate nutrition either due to a lack of food or to the inability of the body to absorb its nutrients. Undernutritional, relating to undernutrition. Undernutritious, offering inadequate nutrition. Underobturation, insufficient obturation, an imperfect stopping up or underfilling. Underoccupancy, the occupancy of a building by fewer people that could reasonably house. Underoccupation, insufficient occupation, the state of being occupied by too few. Underoccupy, not occupied enough, especially of a building with housing units. Underofficer, a subordinate officer. Underofficered, having too few officers. Underofficers, plural of underofficer. Underofficial, a subordinate official. Underofficials, plural of underofficial. Underrogating, not derogating. Underogatory, not derogatory. Underoil, to oil too little. Underoil, simple past and past participle of underoil. Underoiling, present participle and gerund of underoil. Underoils, third person singular simple present indicative of underoil. Underoos, a set of matching briefs and top, usually a sleeveless shirt or t-shirt themed after a superhero or other fictional character, popular with children in the 1980s. Underoperate, to perform too few surgical operations. Underoperated, simple past and past participle of underoperate. Underoperates, third person singular simple present indicative of underoperate. Underoperating, present participle participle and gerund of underoperate. Underoptimization, the act or process of underoptimizing. Underoptimize, to optimize to an inadequate degree. Underoptimize, simple past and past participle of underoptimize. Underoptimizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underoptimize. Underoptimizing, present participle and gerund of underoptimize. Underorder, to order too little or too few. Underorder, simple past and past participle of underorder. Underordering, present participle and gerund of underorder. Underorders, third person singular simple present indicative of underorder. Underorganization, insufficient organization. Underorganize, lacking organization. Underossify, insufficiently essified. Underoxidize, to oxidize insufficiently. Underoxidize, simple past and past participle of underoxidize. Underoxidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underoxidize. Underoxidizing, present participle and gerund of underoxidize. Underoxygenate, to oxygenate insufficiently. Underoxygenated, having insufficient oxygen. Underoxygenation, the state of being underoxygenated. Underpack, to pack too little. Underpackage, to pack inadequately in too little packaging. Underpackage, simple past and past participle of underpackage. Underpackages, third person singular simple present indicative of underpackage. Underpackaging, present participle and gerund of underpackage. Underpack, simple past and past participle of underpack. Underpacker, a person who underpacks. Underpackers, plural of underpacker. Underpacking, insufficient or less than the usual amount of packing. Underpackings, plural of underpacking. Underpacks, third person singular simple present indicative of underpack. Underpad, a mattress protector. Underpadded, having padding underneath. Underpadding, material used for underpads. Underpaddings, plural of underpadding. Underpads, plural of underpad. Underpay, getting too little financial compensation for one's work. Underpaint, to rough in the colors of a painted work of art prior to painting the final version. Underpainted, simple past and past participle of underpaint. Underpainting, an initial layer of paint, often monochromatic, applied to a ground as a base for subsequent layers. Underpaintings, plural of underpainting. Underpaints, third person singular simple present indicative of underpaint. Underpair, a pocket pair of a lower rank than all of the community cards on the board. Underpairs, plural of underpair. Underpant, attributive form of underpants. Underpanted, wearing underpants. Underpanties, diminutive of underpants. Underpants, underwear covering the genitalia and often buttocks, usually going no higher than the navel. Underpants gnome, someone who makes incomplete plans with missing steps, someone who plans unsuccessfully. Underpants gnomes, plural of underpants gnome. Underparameterization, insufficient Parameterization. Underparameterize. Insufficiently parameterize. Underparent. To provide one's child with insufficient attention and nurturing. Underparented. Simple past and past participle of underparent. Underparenting. Inadequate parenting. Failure to interact sufficiently with one's child. Underparents. Third person singular simple present indicative of underparent. Underpart. To divide a part and assign subordinate portions of it. Underparticipation. Inadequate participation. Underpartition. To divide into too few partitions. Underpartition. Simple past and past participle of underpartition. Underpartitioning. Present participle and gerund of underpartition. Underpartitions. Third person singular simple present indicative of underpartition. Underparts. Plural of underpart. Underpass. A passage that crosses a road, railroad, or similar obstacle in a tunnel underneath it. Underpassage. A lower passage. Underpassages. Plural of underpassage. Underpasses. Plural of underpass. Underpasteurize. Not adequately pasteurized. Underpatronize. Not receiving enough clients or customers. Underpay. To pay someone less than the value of their work. To pay someone insufficiently. Underpayer. One who underpays. Underpayers. Plural of underpayer. Underpaying. Present participle and gerund of underpay. Underpayment. An insufficient payment. Underpayments. Plural of underpayment. Underpays. Third person singular simple present indicative of underpay. Underpee. To peep under. Underpeeped. Simple past and past participle of underpeep. Underpeeping. Present participle and gerund of underpeep. Underpeeps. Third person singular simple present indicative of underpeep. Underpeer. To look beneath something. Underpeer. Simple past and past participle of underpeer. Underpeering. Present participle and gerund of underpeer. Underpeers. Third person singular simple present indicative of underpeer. Underpenalize. To penalize insufficiently. Underpenalize. Simple past and past participle of underpenalize. Underpenalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of underpenalize. Underpenetrated. Into which insufficient penetration has been achieved. Underpeople. Plural of underperson. Underpeople. Short of people. Underpopulated. Underpeopling. The state of having too sparse a population. Underperceive. To perceive to a lesser degree than actually exists. Underperceive. Simple past and past participle of underperceive. Underperceives. Third person singular simple present indicative of underperceive. Underperceiving. Present participle and gerund of underperceive. Underperception. The condition of underperceiving. Underperform. To underachieve, to fail to reach standards or expectations, especially with respect to a financial investment. Underperformance. The state or quality of underperforming. Underperformances. Plural of underperformance. Underperformed. simple past and past participle of underperform. Underperformer, one who or that which underperforms, having performance that is below average or below expectations, often specifically a company or stock. Underperformers, plural of underperformer. Underperforming, present participle and gerund of underperform. Underperforms, third person singular simple present indicative of underperform. Underperfuse, synonym of hypoperfused. Underperfusion, inadequate perfusion. Underperson, a person of low status. Underpetticoat, a petticoat worn under a skirt or another petticoat. Underpetticoated, wearing an underpetticoat. Underpetticoats, plural of underpetticoat. Underphosphorylated, insufficiently phosphorylated. Underpigmentation, inadequate pigmentation. Underpigmented, inadequately pigmented. Underpin, to support from below with props or masonry. Underpin, simple past and past participle of underpin. Underpinner, one who or that which underpins. Underpinners, plural of underpinner. Underpinning, present participle and gerund of underpin. Underpinnings, plural of underpinning. Underpins, third person singular simple present indicative of underpin. Underpitch, get in too low a pitch. Underplace, to place too low in a ranking. Underplaced, simple past and past participle of underplace. Underplacement, placement below or subordinate to others. Underplacements, plural of underplacement. Underplaces, third person singular simple present indicative of underplace. Underplacing, present participle and gerund of underplace. Underplan, to plan insufficiently. Underplan, simple past and past participle of underplan. Underplanning, present participle and gerund of underplan. Underplans, third person singular simple present indicative of underplan. Underplant, to plant underneath. Underplanted, simple past and past participle of underplant. Underplanting, present participle and gerund of underplant. Underplantings, plural of underplanting. Underplants, third person singular simple present indicative of underplant. Underplate, an armored plate that forms part of a mortise lock. Underplated, simple past and past participle of underplate. Underplates, plural of underplate. Underplating, present participle and gerund of underplate. Underplatings, plural of underplating. Underplay, the act of underplaying. Underplay, simple past and past participle of underplay. Underplaying, present participle and gerund of underplay. Underplays, third person singular simple present indicative of underplay. Underplot, a subplot, a plot that is not the main plot of a story. Underplots, plural of underplot. Underplotted, lacking in plot. Underplotter, one who underplots, a schemer. Underplotters, plural of underplotter. Underplotting, present participle and gerund of underplot. Underpoint, a downward facing point on the underside. Underpointed, simple past and past participle of underpoint. Underpointing, present participle and gerund of underpoint. Underpoints, plural of underpoint. Underpolice, to police too little. Underpolice, inadequately policed. Underpolicing, present participle and gerund of underpolice. Underpolluted, having relatively low pollution. Underpollution, a relatively low level of pollution. Underpopulate, to populate with too few individuals. Underpopulated, having an insufficient population for economic viability. Underpopulates, third person singular simple present indicative of underpopulate. Underpopulating, present participle and gerund of underpopulate. Underpopulation, insufficient population. Underporter, a subordinate porter. Underporters, plural of underporter. Underportion, the lower portion of something be underneath. Underportions, plural of underportion. Underpot, to place a plant in too small a pot. Underpotential, a potential for the deposition of a metal on a surface that is greater than that predicted by the Nernst equation. Underpotentially, by employing an underpotential. Underpotentials, plural of underpotential. Underpots, third person singular simple present indicative of underpot. Underpotted, simple past and past participle of underpot. Underpotting, present participle and gerund of underpot. Underpour, to pour an inadequate amount. Underpoured, simple past and past participle of underpour. Underpouring, present participle and gerund of underpour. Underpours, third person singular simple present indicative of underpour. Underpower, to supply with insufficient power. Underpowered, simple past and past participle of underpower. Underpowering, present participle and gerund of underpower. Underpowers, third person singular simple present indicative of underpower. Underpraise, to praise too little. Underpraise, simple past and past participle of underpraise. Underpraises, third person singular simple present indicative of underpraise. Underpraising, present participle and gerund of underpraise. Underprecision, inadequate precision. Underpredict, to predict to be smaller than is the case. Underpredicted, predicted to be smaller than reality. Underpredicting, predicting something to be less than it actually is. Underprediction, a prediction that is smaller than the true value. Underpredictions, plural of underprediction. Underpredictor, one who underpredicts. Underpredictors, plural of underpredictor. Underpredicts, third person singular simple present indicative of underpredict. Underprefect, a subordinate prefect. Underprefects, plural of underprefect. Underprenulate, to prenulate insufficiently. Underprenellated, simple past and past participle of underprenulate. Underprenulation, insufficient prenulation / isoprenulation. Underpreparation, insufficient preparation. Underprepared, not adequately prepared. Underpreparedness, state or condition of being underprepared. Underprescribe, to prescribe a drug less frequently than appropriate as operationally defined, for example, by absence of prescription despite an approved indication and without any documented rationale for the overriding medical opinion. Underprescribe, simple past and past participle of underprescribe. Underprescribes, third person singular simple present indicative of underprescribe. Underprescribing, present participle and gerund of underprescribe. Underprescription, failure to prescribe a drug as often as appropriate where the appropriateness is defined by concepts such as standard of care, clinical guideline recommendations, or similar. Under pressure, insufficient pressure, a marked drop in pressure. Under pressures, plural of under pressure. Underpressurize, alternative spelling of underpressurize. Underpressurize, simple past and past participle of underpressurize. Underpressurizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underpressurize. Underpressurizing, present participle and gerund of underpressurize. Underpressurization, inadequate pressurization. Underpressurizations, plural of underpressurization. Underpressurize, to bring to too low a pressure. Underpressurize, simple past and past participle of underpressurize. Underpressurizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underpressurize. Underpressurizing, present participle and gerund of underpressurize. Underprice, to set a price at less than the value of an item. Underprice, having a relatively or abnormally low price. Underprices, third person singular simple present indicative of underprice. Underpricing, present participle and gerund of underprice. Underpricings, plural of underpricing. Underpriests, a subordinate priest. Underpriests, plural of underpriests. Underprint, the addition of color under black areas to produce a deeper black and prevent oversaturation of the paper. Underprints, plural of underprint. Underprioritize, alternative spelling of underprioritized. Underprioritize, to assign too low a priority to. Underprioritize, simple past and past participle of underprioritize. Underprioritizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underprioritize. Underprioritizing, present participle and gerund of underprioritize. Underprivileged, a lack of opportunities or advantages enjoyed by others. Underprivileged, deprived of the opportunities and advantages of others, usually through no fault of one's own. Underprivilegedness, the quality of being underprivileged. Underprize, to undervalue, to underestimate. Underprize, simple past and past participle of underprize. Underprises, third person singular simple present indicative of underprize. Underprising, present participle and gerund of underprize. Underprocess, to process insufficiently. Underprocess, simple past and past participle of underprocess. Underprocesses, Third person singular simple present indicative of underprocess. Underprocessing. Present participle and gerund of underprocess. Underproduce. To produce less than normal or less than needed. Underproduced. Having had inadequate time or effort spent on its production. Underproducer. Something that or someone who underproduces. Underproducers. Plural of underproducer. Underproduces. Third person singular simple present indicative of underproduce. Underproducing. Present participle and gerund of underproduce. Underproduction. The production of an insufficient amount. Underproductions. Plural of underproduction. Underproductive. Insufficiently productive. Underproductivity. The quality of being underproductive. Underproficient. Inadequately proficient. Underproliferation. Insufficient proliferation. Underpromise. To promise less than one expects to do. Underpromise and overdeliver. Improve business interactions and relationships with customers by setting modest expectations and then exceeding those expectations by delivering more than what was initially promised or expected. Underpromise. Simple past and past participle of underpromise. Underpromises. Third person singular simple present indicative of underpromise. Underpromising. Present participle and gerund of underpromise. Underpromote. To promote inadequately. Underpromoted. Simple past and past participle of underpromote. Underpromotes. Third person singular simple present indicative of underpromote. Underpromoting. Present participle and gerund of underpromote. Underpromotion. Insufficient promotion of goods, services, employees, etc. Underpromotions. Plural of underpromotion. Underprompter. A subordinate prompter. Underprompters. Plural of underprompter. Underpronation. Insufficient pronation. Underproof. Having a lower alcohol content than proof spirit. Underproof. Simple past and past participle of underproof. Underproofing. Present participle and gerund of underproof. Underproofs. Third person singular simple present indicative of underproof. Underbra. To prop from beneath, to put a prop under, to support, to uphold, prop up. Underproportion. The quality of forming too small a proportion, insufficient representation within a group. Underproportion. Of inadequate or inferior proportions, small, poor. Underpropped. Simple past and past participle of underprop. Underprover. One who, or that which, underprops or supports. Underprovers. Plural of underproper. Underpropping. Present participle and gerund of underprop. Underprops. Third person singular simple present indicative of underprop. Underprotect. To give insufficient protection to. Underprotected. Simple past and past participle of underprotect. Underprotecting. Present participle and gerund of underprotect. Underprotection. Inadequate protection. Underprotects. Third person singular simple present indicative of underprotect. Underprove. Alternative form of underproof. Underprovide. To inadequately provide. Underprovided. Provided to an inadequate extent. Underprovides. Third person singular simple present indicative of underprovide. Underproviding. Present participle and gerund of underprovide. Underprovision. Insufficient provision. Underprovisioned. Simple past and past participle of underprovision. Underprovisioning. Present participle and gerund of underprovision. Underprovisions. Plural of underprovision. Underprune. To prune insufficiently. Underpruned. Simple past and past participle of underprune. Underprunes. Third person singular simple present indicative of underprune. Underpruning. Present participle and gerund of underprune. Underpublicize. Given inadequate publicity. Underpublish. Having few publications on the subject. Underpull. A driver for pumping that has the eccentrics under the gear wheel. Underpull. Simple past and past participle of underpull. Underpuller. An assistant or underling. Underpullers. Plural of underpuller. Underpulling. Present participle and gerund of underpull. Underpulled. Third person singular simple present indicative of underpull. Underpulse. An underlying pulse, flow, or impulse. Underpulses. Plural of underpulse. Underpunctuate. To punctuate insufficiently. Underpunctuated. Having insufficient punctuation. Underpunctuates. Third person singular simple present indicative of underpunctuate. Underpunctuating. Present participle and gerund of underpunctuate. Underpunctuation. Insufficient punctuation. Underpunish. Insufficiently punish. Underpuppies. Plural of underpuppy. Underpuppy. An underdog who is small, insignificant, or both. Underpush. A push of the lower part of an object, generating a turning force. Underpush. Simple past and past participle of underpush. Underpush. Plural of underpush. Underpushing. Present participle and gerund of underpush. Underput. To put or place under. Underput. Third person singular simple present indicative of underput. Underputting. Present participle and gerund of underput. Underqualification. The condition of being underqualified. Underqualify. Lacking the suitable qualifications for a particular job. Underqueen. An inferior or subordinate queen. Underqueens. Plural of underqueen. Underquotation. Insufficient quotation. Underquotations. Plural of underquotation. Underquote. To give a quotation that is too low or is lower than that offered by others. Underquoted. Simple past and past participle of underquote. Underquotes. Third person singular simple present indicative of underquote. Underquoting. Present participle and gerund of underquote. Underran. Simple past of underrun. Underrag. Simple past of undaring. Underranger. A subordinate ranger. Underrangers. Plural of underranger. Underrank. To rank lower than. Underranked. Simple past and past participle of underrank. Underranking. Present participle and gerund of underrank. Underranks. Third person singular simple present indicative of underrank. Underrate, to underestimate, to make too low a rate or estimate. Underrated, not given enough recognition for its quality. Underratedly, in an underrated manner. Underratedness, the quality of being underrated. Underrater, one who gives too low a rating. Underraters, plural of underrater. Underrates, third person singular simple present indicative of underrate. Underrating, present participle and gerund of underrate. Underreach, to reach insufficiently far. To underachieve. Underreached, simple past and past participle of underreach. Underreaches, third person singular simple present indicative of underreach. Underreaching, present participle and gerund of underreach. Underreact, to react inadequately. Underreacted, simple past and past participle of underreact. Underreacting, present participle and gerund of underreact. Underreaction, a reaction that is inadequate or insufficient. Underreactions, plural of underreaction. Underreactive, insufficiently reactive. Underreacting. Underactive, one who underreacts. Underreactors, plural of underreactor. Underreacts. Third person singular simple present indicative of underreact. Underre, to read below what is normal, usual, or expected, or with less competency, alertness, ability, etc. Underreader, one who underreads. Underreaders, plural of underreader. Underreading, present participle and gerund of underread. Underreadings, plural of underreading. Underreads, third person singular simple present indicative of underread. Underrealize, inadequately realized. Underreckon, to reckon below what is right or proper, to underrate. Underreckon, simple past and past participle of underreckon. Underreckoning, present participle and gerund of underreckon. Underreckons, third person singular simple present indicative of underreckon. Underrecognition, failure to recognize, for example, a disease from its symptoms often enough. Underrecognize, to grant less recognition to something than appropriate. Underrecognize, simple past and past participle of underrecognize. Underrecognizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underrecognize. Underrecognizing, present participle and gerund of underrecognize. Underrecompense, insufficiently recompensed. Underrecord, to record inadequately. Underrecord, simple past and past participle of underrecord. Underrecording, present participle and gerund of underrecord. Underrecords, third person singular simple present indicative of underrecord. Underrecovery, insufficient recovery. Underrecruit, to recruit to less than the normal or preferable degree. Underrecruited, simple past and past participle of underrecruit. Underrecruiting, present participle and gerund of underrecruit. Underrecruitment, the recruitment of too few people. Underrecruits, third person singular simple present indicative of underrecruit. Underreference, to reference insufficiently or inadequately. Underreferenced, simple past and past participle of underreferenced. Underreferences, third person singular simple present indicative of underreference. Underreferencing, present participle of underreference. Underregulate, to regulate inadequately. Underregulated, insufficiently regulated. Underregulates, third person singular simple present indicative of underregulate. Underregulating, present participle and gerund of underregulate. Underregulation, inadequate regulation, a deficiency of rules. Under-rehearsal, insufficient rehearsal. Under-rehearsed, insufficiently rehearsed. Under-relax, to solve using under-relaxation. Under-relaxation, a technique useful for solving strongly nonlinear equations, similar to over-relaxation, except that the variable changes are slowed down rather than sped up. Under-relaxations, plural of under-relaxation. Under-reliance, insufficient reliance on something. Under-rep, flipping of under-represent. Under-replace, to replace insufficiently. Under-replace, simple past and past participle of under-replace. Under-replacement, the replacement of a substance by a smaller amount. Under-replaces, third person singular simple present indicative of under-replace. Under-replacing, present participle and gerund of under-replace. Under-replicate, to replicate insufficiently. Under-replicated, insufficiently replicated. Under-replicates, third person singular simple present indicative of under-replicate. Under-replicating, present participle and gerund of under-replicate. Under-replication, insufficient replication. Under-report, to report a number falsely, making it smaller than it ought to be, especially to do so intentionally. Under-reporter, simple past and past participle of under-report. Under-reporter, one who under-reports something. Under-reporters, plural of under-reporter. Under-reporting, present participle and gerund of under-report. Under-reportings, plural of under-reporting. Under-reports, third person singular simple present indicative of under-report. Under-represent, to represent something as being lower or smaller than is the case. Under-representation, insufficient or disproportionately low representation. Under-representations, plural of under-representation. Under-represented, having less than adequate or sufficient representation. Underrepresentedness, the quality of being underrepresented. Underrepresenting, present participle and gerund of underrepresent. Underrepresents, third person singular simple present indicative of underrepresent. Under-research, not to research to a sufficient extent. Under-researched, insufficiently researched. Under-reserve, to put an inadequate amount of money in reserve. Under-reserve, having an inadequate reserve. Under-reserves, third person singular simple present indicative of under-reserve. Under-reserving, present participle and gerund of under-reserve. Under-resolve, insufficiently resolved. Under-resource, to provide with too few resources. Under-resourced, having insufficient resources, poor or underfunded. Under-resources, Third person singular simple present indicative of under-resource. Under-resourcing. Present participle and gerund of under-resource. Under-respected. Insufficiently respected. Under-respond. To respond inadequately or less than others. Under-responded. Simple past and past participle of under-respond. Under-responder. One who under-responds. Under-responders. Plural of under-responder. Under-responding. Present participle and gerund of under-respond. Under-responds. Third person singular simple present indicative of under-respond. Under-response. Inadequate response or less response than others. Under-responses. Plural of under-response. Under-responsive. Insufficiently responsive. Under-responsiveness. The quality of being under-responsive. Under-responsivity. The quality of being under-responsive. Under-restraint. To fail to restrain sufficiently. Under-restrained. Simple past and past participle of under-restrain. Under-restraining. Present participle and gerund of under-restrain. Under-restrains. Third person singular simple present indicative of under-restrain. Under-resuscitate. To administer an insufficient amount of fluid during an attempt to resuscitate somebody. Under-resuscitated. Simple past and past participle of under-resuscitate. Under-resuscitates. Third person singular simple present indicative of under-resuscitate. Under-resuscitating. Present participle and gerund of under-resuscitate. Under-resuscitation. The administration of an inadequate amount of fluid during an attempt to resuscitate somebody. Underwritten. Past participle of underwrite. Underwrite. A vehicle accident in which one vehicle partially slides underneath another. Underrides. Plural of underride. Underwriting. Present participle of underwrite. Undaring. An instance of registering too small an amount on a cash register, either accidentally or fraudulently. Underwriting. Present participle and gerund of undaring. Underrings. Plural of undaring. Underripe. Insufficiently ripe for harvesting or eating. Underripen. Inadequately ripened. Underripeness. The state or condition of being underripe. Underroast. To roast insufficiently. Underroasted. Simple past and past participle of underroast. Underroasting. Present participle and gerund of underroast. Underroasts. Third person singular simple present indicative of underroasts. Underrobe. A robe designed to be worn under other clothing, particularly another robe. Underrobes. Plural of underrobe. Underrobe. Simple past and past participle of underride. Underroof. Beneath a roof. Underroom. A room below ground. Underrooms. Plural of underroom. Underroot. Beneath the roots. Underrooter. Of a plant, having developed the roots insufficiently. Underrooting. Present participle and gerund of underroot. Underroots. Third person singular simple present indicative of underroot. Underrotate. To rotate insufficiently. Underrotated. Simple past and past participle of underrotate. Underrotates. Third person singular simple present indicative of underrotate. Underrotating. Present participle and gerund of underrotate. Underrotation. Insufficient rotation. Underround. To round the lips or a vowel insufficiently or less than usual. Underrounded. Simple past and past participle of underround. Underrounding. Present participle and gerund of underround. Underrounds. Third person singular simple present indicative of underround. Underruff. To rough with a trump lower than the trump already played by one's opponent. Underruff. Simple past and past participle of underruff. Underruffing. Present participle and gerund of underruff. Underruffs. Plural of underruff. Underrun. A condition in which fewer products are delivered or produced than had been ordered. Underrun. Past participle of undaring. Underrunner. The lower of a pair of grinding millstones. Underrunners. Plural of underrunner. Underrunning. Present participle and gerund of underrun. Underruns. Plural of underrun. Unders. Plural of under. Undersacristan. A subordinate sacristan. Undersacristans. Plural of undersacristan. Undersaid. Simple past and past participle of undersay. Undersail. Inadequately equipped with sails. Undersaker. A locality in Jutland, Sweden. Undersalt. To season food with too little salt. Undersalted. Simple past and past participle of undersalt. Undersalting. Present participle and gerund of undersalt. Undersalts. Third person singular simple present indicative of undersalt. Undersample. To take insufficient samples when sampling. Undersample. Not adequately sampled or surveyed. Undersamples. Third person singular simple present indicative of undersample. Undersampling. Sampling at a lower rate than normal. Undersamplings. Plural of undersampling. Undersanded. Containing too little sand. Undersang. Simple past of undersing. Undersash. A wide ornamental waistband worn with a kimono. Undersashes. Plural of undersash. Undersatisfaction. The quality of being undersatisfied. Undersatisfy. Not satisfied enough. Undersaturate. To saturate too little. Undersaturated. Insufficiently saturated. Undersaturates. Third person singular simple present indicative of undersaturate. Undersaturating. Present participle and gerund of undersaturate. Undersaturation. The state of an unsaturated solution. Undersave. To save too little money. Undersaved. Simple past and past participle of undersave. Undersaver. One who undersaves. Undersavers. Plural of undersaver. Undersaves. Third person singular simple present indicative of undersave. Undersaving. Present participle and gerund of undersave. Undersawyer. A sawyer who works in a soppit underneath the wood being sawn. Undersawyers. Plural of undersawyer. Undersay. To say by way of derogation or contradiction. undersaying, present participle and gerund of undersay. Undersays. Third person singular simple present indicative of undersay. Underscan, the situation where a video image does not fill the entire screen but is surrounded by a border originally caused by manufacturing variations. Underscarf, a tight-fitting headscarf, usually elasticized, that is worn under a hijab or overscarf. Underscarves, plural of underscarf. Underscarves, plural of underscarf. Underscent, a scent that is perceptible but less prominent than other scents in a particular environment. Undersense, plural of underscent. Underscore, a line drawn or printed beneath text, the character. Underscored, simple past and past participle of underscore. Underscorer, one who achieves an unsatisfactorily low score on a test, etc. Underscorers, plural of underscore. Underscores, plural of underscore. Underscoring, present participle and gerund of underscore. Underscorings, plural of underscoring. Underscreened, insufficiently screened. Underscreening, insufficient screening. Underscribe, a low-ranking scribe and assistant scribe. Underscribes, plural of underscribe. Underscrow, synonym of underbrush. Underscrupulous, insufficiently scrupulous. Undersea, existing, relating to, or made for use beneath the sea. Underseal, a thick, resilient coating applied to the underbody or chassis of an automobile to protect against damage from small stones, etc., which would rapidly chip ordinary paint and allowing rusting to begin. Undersailed, simple past and past participle of undersail. Undersealing, present participle and gerund of undersail. Underseals, plural of underseal. Underseaman, a subordinate seaman. Underseaman, plural of underseaman. Underseas, under the surface of the sea or ocean, underwater. Underseason, to season flavor insufficiently. Underseason, lacking sufficient seasoning. Underseasoning, present participle and gerund of underseason. Underseasons, third person singular simple present indicative of underseason. Underseat, located under a seat typically as a fixed part of the overall structure of the vehicle. Underseated, having too few seats. Undersecretarial, of or pertaining to an undersecretary. Undersecretariat, a subdivision of a secretariat. Undersecretariats, plural of undersecretariat. Undersecretaries, plural of undersecretary. Undersecretary, an administrator immediately subordinate to a head of a government department or to a member of a cabinet. Undersecretaryship, the office or position of undersecretary. Undersecretaryships, plural of undersecretaryship. Undersection, a subsection that lies underneath. Undersections, plural of undersection. Undersedated, insufficiently sedated. Undersedation, inadequate sedation. Undersea, to see or look under or below. See below the surface of. Underseated, inadequately seated. Undersea, present participle and gerund of undersea. Underseek, to examine, explore, investigate. Underseen, too little seen. Underseas, third person singular simple present indicative of undersea. Undersegmentation, a division into too few segments as when attempting to recognize parts of an image. Undersegmentations, plural of undersegmentation. Undersegmented, less than normally segmented. Underselect, to select something less than would be expected. Underselected, simple past and past participle of underselect. Underselecting, present participle and gerund of underselect. Underselection, the selection of something less often or by fewer people than would be expected. Underselective, not sufficiently selective. Underselects, third person singular simple present indicative of underselect. Underself, one of several conscious selves supposed to occupy the same brain in early theories of multiple personality. Undersell, to sell goods for a lower price than a competitor. Underseller, one who undersells. Undersellers, plural of underseller. Underselle, present participle and gerund of undersell. Undersells, third person singular simple present indicative of undersell. Undersells, plural of underself. Undersend, to send beneath, under, or through, submit. Undersending, present participle and gerund of undersend. Undersends, third person singular simple present indicative of undersend. Undersense, to sense or detect to an inadequate degree. Undersense, simple past and past participle of undersense. Undersenses, third person singular simple present indicative of undersense. Undersensing, present participle and gerund of undersense. Undersensitive, insufficiently sensitive. Undersensitivity, the condition of being undersensitive. Undersent, simple past and past participle of undersend. Undersequenced, insufficiently sequenced. Underservant, a low-ranking servant. Underservants, plural of underservant. Underserve, to supply something with insufficient services or resources. Underserved, under-resourced, not having sufficient service. Underserves, third person singular simple present indicative of underserved. Underservice, receiving an inadequate or disproportionately low level of service, especially from the state. Underserving, present participle and gerund of underserve. Underset, to set under or beneath. Undersets, plural of underset. Undersetter, one who or that which undersets or supports a prop, a support, a pedestal. Undersetters, plural of undersetter. Undersetting, something set or built under as a support, a pedestal. Undersettings, plural of undersetting. Undersexed, lacking sufficient sexual desire or activity, sexually unfulfilled, sexually frustrated. Undersexton, a subordinate sexton. Undersextons, plural of undersexton. Undershapen, under the usual size, dwarfish, small. Undershare, to share too little, to provide insufficient information when sharing. Undershare, simple past and past participle of undershare. Undershares, third person singular simple present indicative of undershare. Undersharing, present participle and gerund of undershare. Undersheet, a sheet, especially a bed sheet, that lies underneath something else. Undersheets, plural of undersheet. Undershelf, a storage area beneath a shelf. Undershell, the plastron of a turtle or tortoise. Undershells, plural of undershell. Undershelves, plural of undershelf. Undershepherd, a low-ranking shepherd who works under another shepherd. Undershepherds, plural of undershepherd. Undersheriff, in certain jurisdictions, a deputy sheriff, second in command to a sheriff. Undersheriffries, plural of undersheriffry. Undersheriffry. Undershrievalty. Undersheriffs, plural of undersheriff. Undersheriffship, the office or jurisdiction of an undersheriff. Undersheriffships, plural of undersheriffship. Undersheriffwick, the area of jurisdiction of an undersheriff. Undersheriffwicks, plural of undersheriffwick. Undershift, an unfitted undergarment that covers the torso. Undershifted, simple past and past participle of undershift. Undershifting, present participle and gerund of undershift. Undershifts, plural of undershift. Undershipment, shipment of an insufficient amount or quantity of goods. Undershipments, plural of undershipment. Undershirt, an undergarment worn beneath a shirt, often collarless and sleeveless. Undershirt, wearing an undershirt. Undershirts, plural of undershirt. Undershoe, a covering for the foot sturdier than a sock worn under the outer shoes. Undershoes, plural of undershoe. Undershoot, to shoot not far enough or not well enough. Undershooter, one who undershoots. Undershooters, plural of undershooter. Undershooting, present participle and gerund of undershoot. Undershoots, third person singular simple present indicative of undershoot. Undershorts, underpants, type of underwear worn in skin contact with the hip portion of the body, small enough to be worn invisibly. Undershorts typically refers to male, not female, underpants. Undershot, simple past and past participle of undershoot. Undershots, plural of undershot. Undershrievalty, the office or position of undersheriff. Undershrub, a low-growing shrub. Undershrubbery, undershrubs generally. Undershrubby, being or resembling an undershrub. Undershrubs, plural of undershrub. Undershunter, an assistant shunter. Undershunters, plural of undershunter. Undershot, closed from below. Undersialylated, insufficiently sialylated. Underside, the side that is below or underneath the bottom. Undersides, plural of underside. Undersight, inverse oversight, souse valence at a high level. Undecided, simple past and past participle of undersight. Undersiding, Present participle of undersight. Undersights, plural of undersight. Undersign. To subscribe, sign one's name at the foot of. Undersignal, to signal inadequately. Undersignaled, simple past and past participle of undersignal. Undersignaling. Present participle and gerund of undersignal. Undersignaled, simple past and past participle of undersignal. Undersignaling. Present participle and gerund of undersignal. Undersignals. Third person singular simple present indicative of undersignal. Undersigned, having signatures at the end or bottom. Undersigned, plural of undersigned. Undersigner, one who undersigns. Undersigners, plural of undersigner. Undersigning, present participle and gerund of undersign. Undersigns, third person singular simple present indicative of undersign. Undersell, beneath as sell. Undersells, plural of undersell. Undersimplification, incomplete simplification. Undersimplifications. Plural of undersimplification. Undersing, to sing inadequately or with too little vocal effort. Undersinging, present participle and gerund of undersing. Undersings, third person singular simple present indicative of undersing. Undersize, smaller than normal, undersized. Undersized, below the usual or expected size. Undersizedness, the state or quality of being undersized. Underskies, plural of undersky. Underskilled, insufficiently skilled. Underskin, the layer of skin under the dermis, the subcutis or hypodermis. Underskinker, an assistant barberson or tavern worker. Underskinkers, plural of underskinker. Underskins, plural of underskin. Underskirt, a skirt worn underneath another skirt, a petticoat. Underskirts, plural of underskirt. Undersky, the lower region of the sky. Undersleep, to sleep too little. Undersleeping, present participle and gerund of undersleep. Undersleeps, third person singular simple present indicative of undersleep. Undersleeve, a sleeve worn underneath another and visible through slashes or near the hand. Undersleeves, plural of undersleeve. Underslept, simple past and past participle of undersleep. Undersly, the metal slide attached to the frog and sitting between the frog and the stick of a bow. Underslides, plural of underslide. Undersling, any suspended object that is held below the support. Underslings, plural of undersling. Underslip, a woman's undergarment. Underslips, plural of underslip. Underslope, a slope that is underneath. Underslopes, plural of underslope. Underslung, supported from above, especially from the underside of a wing, etc. Undersmoothed, insufficiently smooth. Undersmoothing, insufficient smoothing. Undersnow, beneath snow. Undersocialized, alternative form of undersocialized. Undersocialized, insufficiently assimilated into society, antisocial. Under societies, plural of under society. Under society, a subordinate society. Under sock, a thermal sock worn under a normal sock for extra warmth. Under socks, plural of under sock. Under soil, the soil underneath the surface / topsoil and above the bedrock. Under soils, plural of under soil. Under sole, simple past and past participle of undersell. Undersole, the underside of the sole of a shoe. Undersoles, plural of undersole. Undersaw, an accompanying sound or strain. An accompaniment. Undersongs, plural of undersong. Undersought, simple past and past participle of underseek. Under sovereign, a subordinate sovereign ruler. Under sovereigns, plural of under sovereign. Undersow, to sow a second crop after a first one. The cover crop has become established, such that they both develop at the same time. Undersow, simple past of undersow. Undersowing, present participle and gerund of undersow. Undersown, past participle of undersow. Undersows, third person singular simple present indicative of undersow. Undersparred, having spars smaller than the usual dimension, or not enough spars. Underspake, to speak with understatement and / or modesty. Underspeaking, present participle and gerund of underspeak. Underspeaks, third person singular simple present indicative of underspeak. Underspecies, synonym of subspecies. Underspecific, not specific enough. Underspecification, inadequate specification, failure to specify in enough detail. Underspecifications, plural of underspecification. Underspecificity, the state or quality of being underspecific. Underspecify, simple past and past participle of underspecify. Underspecifies, third person singular simple present indicative of underspecify. Underspecify, to give insufficient or insufficiently precise information, to specify incompletely. Underspecifying, present participle and gerund of underspecify. Underspeed, an excessively low speed. Is speed lower than the minimum operating speed? Underspend, to spend too little of the funds appropriated or allocated. Underspender, one who underspends. Underspenders, plural of underspender. Underspending, present participle and gerund of underspend. Underspendings, plural of underspending. Underspends, third person singular simple present indicative of underspend. Underspent, simple past and past participle of underspend. Undersphere, a sphere which is smaller than and in its movements subject to another, a satellite. Underspheres, plural of undersphere. Underspice, not spiced strongly enough. Underspin, backspin. Underspins, plural of underspin. Underspoke, simple past of underspeak. Underspoken, past participle of underspeak. Underspokes, plural of underspoke. Underspread, spread underneath. Underspun, Too lightly or loosely spun. Undersquare. Alternative form of undersquare. Understable. Of a flying disk having a flight path curving to the right of the expected flight path. Understaff. To furnish with too few staff, to staff inadequately. Understaffed. Having an inadequate number of workers or assistants. Understaffing. Present participle and gerund of understaff. Understaffings. Plural of understaffing. Understaffs. Third person singular simple present indicative of understaff. Understage. Underneath the stage. Understaged. Simple past and past participle of understage. Understages. Plural of understage. Understaging. Present participle and gerund of understage. Understair. Beneath a flight of stairs. Understairs. A basement or cellar constructed or accessed from underneath the stairs. Understand. Of communication or means of communication, words, statements, signs, etc. To know the meaning of, to parse or have parsed correctly, to comprehend. Understand the assignment. To excel at something, to demonstrate one's skill or talent. Understand trap. To be conscious of any trickery, to be alert to one's own interests, to know what's going on. Understandabilities. Plural of understandability. Understandability. The property of being understandable. Understandable. Capable of being understood. Comprehensible. Understandableness. The state, quality, or condition of being understandable. Understandably. For reasons that are easy to understand or sympathize with. Understand it. Simple past and past participle of understand. Understander. One who understands something. Understanders. Plural of understander. Understandus. Second person singular simple present indicative of understand. Understanda. Third person singular simple present indicative of understand. Understandable. Misspelling of understandable. Understand. Pronunciation spelling of understanding. Understanding. The act of one that understands or comprehends the mental process of discernment of meaning. Understanding the assignment. Present participle and gerund of understand the assignment. Understandingly. In an understanding manner, with empathy. Understandingness. The state or condition of being understanding. Understandings. Plural of understanding. Understands. Third person singular simple present indicative of understand. Understands the assignment. Third person singular simple present indicative of understand the assignment. Understate. To state something with less completeness than needed. To minimize or downplay. Understated. Restrained and unpretentious. Understatedly. In an understated way. Understatedness. The state or condition of being understated. Understatement. A figure of speech whereby something is made to seem smaller or less important than it actually is, either through phrasing or lack of emphasis, often for ironic effect. Understatements. Plural of understatement. Understater. A person who understates. Understaters. Plural of understater. Understates. Third person singular simple present indicative of understate. Understating. Present participle and gerund of understate. Understand. Obsolete form of understand. Understeer. The condition in which the front wheels of a car fail to follow the desired curve while cornering, instead following more of a straight line trajectory, losing a degree of traction, and so slipping off the required line. Understeer. Simple past and past participle of understeer. Understeering. Present participle and gerund of understeer. Understeers. Plural of understeer. Understep. Not to go as far as a boundary or limit. Understepped. Simple past and past participle of understep. Understepping. Present participle and gerund of understep. Understeps. Plural of understep. Understeward. Alternative form of understeward. Understewards. Plural of understeward. Understewardship. The role or status of understeward. Understewardships. Plural of understewardship. Understimulate. To stimulate too little or infrequently, to provide with insufficient stimulation. Understimulated. Simple past and past participle of understimulate. Understimulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of understimulate. Understimulating. Present participle and gerund of understimulate. Understimulation. Insufficient stimulation. Understir. To stir too little. Understir. Simple past and past participle of understir. Understirring. Present participle and gerund of understir. Understirs. Third person singular simple present indicative of understir. Understitch. To stitch through the facing of a garment, etc., but not through the surface. Understitched. Simple past and past participle of understitch. Understitches. Third person singular simple present indicative of understitch. Understitching. Present participle and gerund of understitch. Understock. To stock with an insufficient amount. Understocked. Simple past and past participle of understock. Understocking. A stocking intended to be worn under another stocking. Understockings. Plural of understocking. Understocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of understock. Understood. Having been comprehended. Understood the assignment. Simple past and past participle of understand the assignment. Understoodus. Second person singular simple past indicative of understand. Understoodness. The state or condition of being understood. Understored. Having fewer stores shops than are needed by the available market. Understory. Alternative spelling of understory. Understories. Plural of understory. Understories. Plural of understory. Understory. A story of a building below the stories generally used for residence or work. Understories. Plural of understory. Understrap. A strap running underneath something. Understrapper. Any underling or inferior in office. Understrappers. Plural of understrapper. Understrapping. Becoming an understrapper, subservient. Understraps. Plural of understrap. Understrata, plural of understratum. Understratum, the layer or stratum of earth on which the soil rests, the subsoil. Understratums, plural of understratum. Understream, the lower or deeper part of a stream, especially a current in such a place. Understreams, plural of understream. Understrength, lacking in number of a military unit, sport team, etc. Understress, to place insufficient emphasis on. Understress, simple past and past participle of understress. Understresses, third person singular simple present indicative of understress. Understressing, present participle and gerund of understress. Understringent, not stringent enough. Understroke, a lower or underlining stroke in writing. Understroked, simple past and past participle of understroke. Understrokes, plural of understroke. Understroking, present participle and gerund of understroke. Understructure, the supporting structure underneath something, such as a vehicle or bridge. Understructures, plural of understructure. Understrung, of a bow having too long a string. Understudy, insufficiently studied. Understudies, plural of understudy. Understudy, to study or know a role to such an extent as to be able to replace the normal performer when required. Understudy, present participle and gerund of understudy. Understuffed, inadequately stuffed. Understyle, not made sufficiently stylish. Undersubscribe, to subscribe to an extent that is far less than is available or desirable. Undersubscribed, having too few subscribers or subscriptions. Undersubscribes, third person singular simple present indicative of undersubscribe. Undersubscribing, present participle and gerund of undersubscribe. Undersubscription, the subscription of significantly less than is available. Undersubscriptions, plural of undersubscription. Undersuck, to suck under. Undersuit, a soft undergarment worn by divers and astronauts. Undersuits, plural of undersuit. Undersulfated, less than normally sulfated. Undersulfation, a less than normal degree of sulfation. Undersigh, insufficiently valued or praised. Undersupervisor, a subordinate supervisor. Undersupervisors, plural of undersupervisor. Undersupply, simple past and past participle of undersupply. Undersupplies, third person singular simple present indicative of undersupply. Undersupply, to provide with insufficient supplies, to supply inadequately. Undersupplying, present participle and gerund of undersupply. Undersupport, to provide with inadequate support. Undersupported, simple past and past participle of undersupport. Undersupporting, present participle and gerund of undersupport. Undersupports, third person singular simple present indicative of undersupport. Undersurface, the underneath surface, the bottom or underside. Undersurfaces, plural of undersurface. Undersurvey, insufficiently survey. Undersweep, a dance move where one leg is swept horizontally under the other. Undersweeps, plural of undersweep. Underswell, an undercurrent. Underswell, plural of underswell. Undertale, beneath a tail. Undertales, plural of undertale. Undertakeable, capable of being undertaken, practicable. Undertake, to take upon oneself, to start, to embark on a specific task, etc. Undertake, simple past and past participle of undertake. Undertatement, an undertaking or enterprise, something done or attempted. Undertakements, plural of undertakement. Undertaken, past participle of undertake. Undertaker, a funeral director, someone whose business is to manage funerals, burials, and cremations. Undertakers, the business establishment of an undertaker. Undertakerish, resembling or characteristic of an undertaker funeral director. Undertakerly, resembling or characteristic of an undertaker funeral director. Undertakerly, resembling or characteristic of an undertaker funeral director. Undertakers, plural of undertaker. Undertaker, the work of an undertaker. Undertakes, third person singular simple present indicative of undertake. Undertakest, second person singular simple present indicative of undertake. Undertake, third person singular simple present indicative of undertake. Undertaking, the business of an undertaker or the management of funerals. Undertakings, plural of undertaking. Undertalented, lacking talent. Undertaste, an underlying taste. Undertastes, plural of undertastes. Undertaught, simple past and past participle of underteach. Undertax, to levy too little tax upon. Undertax, taxed at less than an appropriate level. Undertaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of undertax. Undertaxing, present participle and gerund of undertax. Underteach, to teach too little. Underteacher, a lower ranking teacher, an assistant teacher. Underteachers, plural of underteacher. Underteaches, third person singular simple present indicative of underteach. Underteaching, present participle and gerund of underteach. Underteller, a lower ranking teller or bank clerk. Undertellers, plural of underteller. Undertenancies, plural of undertenancy. Undertenancy, synonym of sublease. Undertenant, synonym of subtenant. Undertenants, plural of undertenant. Undertest, to test inadequately. Undertested, not having undergone sufficient testing. Undertesting, present participle and gerund of undertests. Undertests, third person singular simple present indicative of undertests. Undertext, text situated below overlying text, such as on a palimpsest. Undertexts, plural of undertext. Undertheorize, alternative form of undertheorized. Undertheorize, to theorize insufficiently. Undertheorize, insufficiently theoretically studied or researched. Undertheorize is third person singular simple present indicative of undertheorize. Undertheorizing, present participle and gerund of undertheorize. Under thigh, the back of a person's thigh. Under thighs, plural of under thigh. Underthing. An undergarment. Underthings, plural of underthing. Underthink, to give insufficient thought or consideration to, fail to consider adequately. Underthinker, one who underthinks. Underthinkers, plural of underthinker. Underthinking, present participle and gerund of underthink. Underthinks, third person singular simple present indicative of underthink. Underthought, simple past and past participle of underthink. Under threshold, position below a threshold. Underthrow, simple past of underthrow. Underthrow, to throw a pass that falls short of the receiver may take either the thrown pass or the receiver as its direct object. Underthrowing, present participle and gerund of underthrow. Underthrown, past participle of underthrow. Underthrows, third person singular simple present indicative of underthrow. Underthrusts, to thrust under another. Underthrusted, simple past and past participle of underthrust. Underthrusting, present participle and gerund of underthrusts. Underthrusts, third person singular simple present indicative of underthrust. Underticket, the elections for minor positions that are on the same ballot as elections for positions that receive more press coverage and attention. Undertie, synonym of undurn, originally terse and the morning, later UK dialect obsolete noon and the early afternoon. Undertides, plural of undertie. Undertie, diasimal. Underties, plural of undertie. Undertilde, a tilde placed underneath a character. Undertildes, plural of undertilde. Undertile, of or pertaining to an area or surface beneath or below tile. Undertime, to measure wrongly, so that it seems to take less time than actually required. Undertime, simple past and past participle of undertime. Undertimes, third person singular simple present indicative of undertime. Undertining, present participle and gerund of undertie. Undertint, a subtle or subdued tint. Undertints, plural of undertint. Undertip, to leave somebody a tip gratuity that is too small. Undertipped, simple past and past participle of undertip. Undertipping, present participle and gerund of undertip. Undertips, third person singular simple present indicative of undertip. Undertow, an underlying threat of disaster beneath the surface of everyday life. Undertoads, plural of undertow. Undertoasted, toasted insufficiently. Undertone, an auditory tone of low pitch or volume. Undertone, not sufficiently tone. Undertones, plural of undertone. Undertoning, present participle and gerund of undertone. Undertook, simple past of undertake. Undertow, inadequately tooled, lacking tools. Undertourism, insufficient tourism. Undertouristed, having relatively little tourism. Undertow, to pull or tow under, drag beneath. Pull down. Undertow, simple past and past participle of undertow. Undertowing, present participle and gerund of undertow. Undertows, plural of undertow. Undertrack, underneath a railway track. Undertracks, plural of undertrack. Undertray, to train less than required or normal. Undertrained, not having adequate training. Undertraining, present participle and gerund of undertrain. Undertrains, third person singular simple present indicative of undertrain. Undertranslate, to translate language in insufficient detail or failing to translate certain elements. Undertranslated, less than normally translated. Undertranslates, third person singular simple present indicative of undertranslate. Undertranslating, present participle and gerund of undertranslate. Undertranslation, the act or result of undertranslating. Undertranslations, plural of undertranslation. Undertransmitted, excessively transmitted. Undertray, a separate floor in a car bolted onto the underside of the monocoque. Undertrays, plural of undertray. Undertreasurer, an assistant treasurer. Undertreasurers, plural of undertreasurer. Undertreat, to treat insufficiently or not frequently enough. Undertreated, simple past and past participle of undertreat. Undertreating, present participle and gerund of undertreat. Undertreatment, insufficient treatment. Often specifically medical treatment. Undertreatments, plural of undertreatment. Undertreats, third person singular simple present indicative of undertreat. An inaccurately low per-hospital triage value assigned to a set of symptoms or an injury, assessing it as being less severe or traumatic than it truly is, the administrative or societal burden caused by such miscalibration, such as strokes or heart attacks not recognized and treated quickly enough. Under simple past and past participle of under triage. Under plural of under triage. Undertriating, present participle and gerund of under triage. Under trial, one who is currently on trial or who is imprisoned on remand whilst awaiting trial. Under trials, plural of under trial. Under tribe, a subordinate tribe. Under tribes, plural of under tribe. Under trick, a trick that declarer does not win, causing the contract to go down. Under tricks, plural of under trick. Undertrodden, synonym of downtrodden, oppressed, persecuted, subjugated. Under trousers, underpants with long legs. Under tro, to play a lower trump card than the previous one in a trick. Under trumped, simple past and past participle of under trump. Under trumping, present participle and gerund of under trump. Under trumps, third person singular simple present indicative of under trump. Under tubulation, insufficient tubulation of long bones resulting in diaphyseal or metaphyseal widening. Under tunic, a tunic worn under other clothing. Under tunics, plural of under tunic. Undertur, to turn upside down, subvert, upset. Undertur, simple past and past participle of underturn. Underturning, present participle and gerund of underturn. Under Turkey, a subordinate Turkey. Under Turkeys, plural of underturn. Underturns, third person singular simple present indicative of underturn. Undertutor, a subordinate tutor. Undertutors, plural of undertutor. Undertway, a lower twig. Undertwigs, plural of undertwig. Undertwisted, insufficiently twisted typically of DNA. Undertie, a kind of steam wagon having the engine below the cab. Undertypes, plural of undertie. Undertyrant, a subordinate or low-ranking tyrant. Undertyrants, plural of undertyrant. Underusage, inadequate usage. Underuse, the act of using something less than expected. Underused, used less than normal or desirable. Underuser, one who underuses. Underusers, plural of underuser. Underuses, third person singular simple present indicative of underuse. Underusher, a subordinate usher. Underushers, plural of underusher. Underusing, present participle and gerund of underuse. Underutilization, alternative form of underutilization. Underutilizations, plural of underutilization. Underutilize, alternative form of underutilize. Underutilize, alternative form of underutilized. Underutilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underutilize. Underutilizing, present participle and gerund of underutilize. Underutilization, the state of being underutilized. Underutilizations, plural of underutilization. Underutilize, underuse. Underutilize, insufficiently utilize. Underutilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of underutilize. Underutilizing, present participle and gerund of underutilize. Undervaccinate, to vaccinate inadequately or an insufficient proportion of a population. Undervaccinated, simple past and past participle of undervaccinate. Undervaccinate, third person singular simple present indicative of undervaccinate. Undervaccinating, present participle and gerund of undervaccinate. Undervaccination, inadequate vaccination. Undervaluation, the act of undervaluing, of assigning too low a value to something. Undervaluations, plural of undervaluation. Undervalue, to underestimate or assign too low a value to. Undervalued, assign an inappropriately low value. Undervaluedness, the state or condition of being undervalued. Undervaluement, undervaluation. Undervaluer, one who undervalues. Undervaluers, plural of undervaluer. Undervalues, third person singular simple present indicative of undervalue. Undervaluing, present participle and gerund of undervalue. Undervaluingly, so as to undervalue. Undervaluings, plural of undervaluing. Undervascularize, insufficiently vascularize. Undervegetation, vegetation lying underneath, underbrush. Undervet, to vent inadequately. Undervented, Simple past and past participle of undervent. Underventilate, to ventilate insufficiently. Underventilated, insufficiently ventilated. Underventilation, insufficient breathing. Underventing. Present participle and gerund of undervent. Undervents. Third person singular simple present indicative of undervent. Underverse. The following or second verse. Underverses. Plural of underverse. Undervest. Vest worn underneath a shirt. Undervests. Plural of undervest. Undervigor. A subordinate vigor. Undervigors. Plural of undervigor. Underviewed. Not viewed enough. Underviewer. An underlooker. The manager responsible for a colliery in the absence of the viewer. Underviewers. Plural of underviewer. Undervine. Beneath have vine. Undervirilization. Alternative form of undervirilization. Undervirilize. Alternative form of undervirilized. Undervirilization. Inadequate virilization occurring when a genetic male cannot produce enough androgen or the body tissues cannot respond to it. Undervirilize. Exhibiting undervirilization. Undervisited. Not visited often enough or by a sufficient number of visitors. Undervitalize. Lacking energy. Undervoice. A low or quiet voice. Undervoiced. Simple past and past participle of undervoice. Undervoices. Plural of undervoice. Undervoicing. Present participle and gerund of undervoice. Undervolt. A significant drop in voltage. Undervoltage. A voltage that is too low. Undervoltages. Plural of undervoltage. Undervolted. Having the voltage reduced from that originally supplied by the manufacturer. Undervolting. Present participle and gerund of undervolt. Undervolts. Plural of undervolt. Undervote. A vote that has been cast but that shows no legally valid preference for a candidate in an election. Undervoted. Simple past and past participle of undervote. Undervoter. One who undervotes. Undervoters. Plural of undervoter. Undervotes. Plural of undervote. Undervoting. Present participle and gerund of undervote. Underwarden. A subordinate warden. Underwardens. Plural of underwarden. Underwear. Misspelling of underwear. Underwarm. To warm insufficiently. To fail to provide with the expected or required amount of heat. Underwarmed. Simple past and past participle of underwarm. Underwarming. Present participle and gerund of underwarm. Underwarms. Third person singular simple present indicative of underwarm. Underwash. To wash too little or too infrequently. Underwashed. Simple past and past participle of underwash. Underwashes. Third person singular simple present indicative of underwash. Underwashing. Present participle and gerund of underwash. Underwater. Beneath. Beneath the surface of the water or pertaining to the region beneath the water surface. Underwater basket weaving. A college or high school course or major that is easy and useless but will not result in finding a job or contributing anything valuable to society. Underwater hockey, a sport in which two teams compete to maneuver a puck across the bottom of a swimming pool into the opposing team's goal by propelling it with a pusher. Underwater lake, synonym of brine pool. Underwater rugby, an underwater sport in which each team attempts to maneuver a ball filled with salt water into the opposing goal. Underwater, not watered enough. Underwatering, present participle and gerund of underwater. Underwaterish, as if underwater. Underwaters, plural of underwater. Underway, a motion in progress, being done or carried out on a journey. Underways, plural of underway. Underwear, clothes worn next to the skin, underneath outer clothing. Underwear, wearing underwear. Underwearless, without underwear. Underwearlessness, the state of being underwearless. Underwears, plural of underwear. Underwebbing, a webbing supporting something else. Underween, to undervalue. Underweaned, simple past and past participle of underween. Underweening, undervaluation. Underweans, third person singular simple present indicative of underween. Underway, alternative form of underway. Underway is third person singular simple present indicative of underway. Underway, of an inappropriately or unusually low weight. Underweighted, simple past and past participle of underweight. Underweighting, present participle and gerund of underweight. Underweights, third person singular simple present indicative of underweight. Underwet, simple past of undergo. Underwhelm, to fail to impress, to perform disappointingly. Underwhelmed, simple past and past participle of underwhelm. Underwhelming, failing to interest, not as exciting as promised or expected. Underwhelmingly, in an underwhelming way. Underwhelms, third person singular simple present indicative of underwhelm. Underwhip, to fail to whip enough. Underwhipped, simple past and past participle of underwhip. Underwhipping, present participle and gerund of underwhip. Underwhips, third person singular simple present indicative of underwhip. Underwind, to wind tight in a spring of something inadequately, to wind too loosely. Underwinding, present participle and gerund of underwind. Underwends, third person singular simple present indicative of underwind. Underwing, a hind wing on an insect. Underwings, plural of underwing. Underwire, a semicircular wire placed in a bra to support the breasts. Underwire, fitted with wiring or straps to provide better support for the breasts. Underwires, plural of underwire. Underwiring, present participle and gerund of underwire. Underwise, on or to the bottom or underside of, beneath, underneath. Underwit, an underwitted person, a nitwit. Underwithheld, simple past and past participle of underwithhold. Underwithhold, to withhold an inadequate amount of tax for an employee, etc., leaving a liability to pay the rest at a later stage. Underwithholding, present participle and gerund of underwithhold. Underwithholds, Third person singular simple present indicative of underhold. Underwits, plural of underwit. Underwitted, weak in intellect, half-witted, silly. Underwomaned, rare spelling of underwomaned. Underwomaned, inadequately womaned. Underwood, a typewriter made by the Underwood Typewriter Company. Underwood's septa. Fin-shaped projections of bone sometimes found in the maxillary sinus. Underwooded, having underbrush. Underwoods, plural of underwood. Underwool, the short, woolly underfur of certain animals, especially sheep. Underwolves, plural of underwool. Underwere, a word placed below another, either literally or metaphorically, a subtext, an inadequate or subordinate term or description, a secret word or phrase, a watchword. Underwords, plural of underword. Underwork, to require too little work from, to work insufficiently. Underworked, ineffectively or inadequately utilized. Underworker, an inferior or subordinate workman. Underworkers, plural of underworker. Underworking, present participle and gerund of underwork. Underworkings, plural of underworking. Underworkman, an inferior or subordinate laborer. Underworkman, plural of underworkman. Underworks, third person singular simple present indicative of underwork. Underworld, alternative letter case form of underworld. Underworlder, someone who inhabits or comes from an underworld. Underworlders, plural of underworlder. Underworldling, a member of an underworld. Underworldly, befitting the underworld. Underworlds, plural of underworld. Underwound, insufficiently wound. Underwrap, a lightweight foam that is applied to the skin to reduce irritation before wrapping with supportive tape. Underwrapped, simple past and past participle of underwrap. Underwrapping, present participle and gerund of underwrap. Underwrappings, plural of underwrapping. Underwraps, plural of underwrap. Underwrite, simple past and past participle of underwrite. Underwrite, to write below or under, subscribe. Underwrite, simple past and past participle of underwrite. Underwriter, an entity assuming a financial risk. Underwriters not. Electricians not. Underwriters knots, plural of underwriters not. Underwriters, plural of underwriter. Underwrites, third person singular simple present indicative of underwrite. Underwriting, present participle and gerund of underwrite. Underwritings, plural of underwriting. Underwritten, past participle of underwrite. Underwrote, simple past of underwrite. Underwrought, simple past and past participle of underwork. Underyoke, to bring under yoke. Make subject. Underyoked, simple past and past participle of underyoke. Underyokes, third person singular simple present indicative of underyoke. Underyoking, present participle of underyoke. Underzeal, insufficient zeal. Undescaled, not to scaled, from which scale has not been removed. undescended, not descended. Undescribability, the quality of being indescribable. Undescribable, alternative form of indescribable. Undescribableness, the state or characteristic of being undescribable. Undescribably, alternative form of indescribably. Undescribed, not described. Undescray, not having been described. Undescript, nondescript. Undescriptive, not descriptive. Undescriptively, in a way that fails to describe. Undescriptiveness, the quality of being undescriptive. Undescraying, that does not descray. Undesecrate, not desecrated. Undesecrated, not desecrated. Undesensitized, not desensitized. Undeserted, not deserted. Undesertify, not desertify. Undeserting, that does not desert or abandon. Undeserved, to fail to deserve to the unworthy of. Undeserved, not deserved, earned or merited, unjustifiable or unfair. Undeservedly, in an undeserved manner. Undeservedness, the state or condition of being undeserved. Undeserver, someone who is not worthy. Undeservers, plural of undeserver. Undeserves, third person singular simple present indicative of undeserved. Undeserving, considered unworthy of reward. Undeserving poor, poor people who ought to be able to provide for themselves but are too lazy to do so, and thus seen as not worthy of charity. Undeservingly, in an undeserving way. Undeservingness, the quality of being undeserving. Undesign, to reverse or fail to implement a design, to design something in a way that deliberately rejects the conventions of designing. Undesignable, that cannot be designed. Undesignated, not designated. Undesigned, not designed, not intended. Undesignedly, in a way that was not designed, as an unexpected consequence, unintentionally. Undesignedness, the state or quality of being undesigned. Undesigning, having no artful, ulterior, or fraudulent purpose, sincere, artless, ingenuous. Undesigningly, in an undesigning manner, with no artful, ulterior, or fraudulent purpose. Undesigningness, the quality of being undesigning. Undesigned, third person singular simple present indicative of undesign. Undesirabilities, plural of undesirability. Undesirability, the property of being undesirable. Undesirable, objectionable or not likely to please. Undesirableness, the condition or quality of being undesirable. Undesirablenesses, plural of undesirableness. Undesirables, plural of undesirable. Undesirably, in an undesirable manner. Undesire, lack or absence of desire, desirelessness. Undesirable, alternative form of undesirable. Undesired, not desired, unwanted. Undesiredly, in a way that is not desired. Undesires, plural of undesire. Undesiring, not desiring something. Undesirous, not desirous. Undesirously, in an undesirous manner. Undesirousness, the quality of being undesirous. Undesisting, not desisting. Undesk, not having a desk, without a desk. Undespairing, not despairing. Undespairingly, without despairing. Undispatched, alternative spelling of undispatched. Undesperate, not desperate. Undespised, not despised. Undespising, not despising. Undespoilable, not despoilable. Undespoiled, not despoiled. Undespondent, not despondent. Undespondently, without despondency. Undesponding, not desponding. Undespondingly, in an undesponding manner. Undespotic, not despotic. Undestined, not desponding. Undespondingly, in an undesponding manner. Undespotic, not despotic. Undestined, not destined. Undestroy, to undo the destruction of, to restore or recreate. Undestroyable, not able to be destroyed, indestructible. Undestroy, not destroyed. Undestroying, present participle and gerund of undestroy. Undestroys, third person singular simple present indicative of undestroy. Undestructible, alternative form of undestructible. Undestructibility, the state or condition of being undestructible, indestructibility. Undestructible, not destructible, indestructible. Undestructive, not destructive, helpful. Undestructively, in a helpful manner, in an undestructive manner. Undetachability, the quality of being impossible to detach. Undetachable, unable to be detached. Undetachably, such that it cannot be detached. Undetached, not detached. Undetailed, not detailed. Undetainable, not detainable. Undetained, not detain. Undet, abbreviation of undetermined. Undetectability, the quality of being impossible or difficult to detect. Undetectable, unable to be detected, not detectable. Undetectably, in an undetectable way. Undetected, not found, undiscovered. Undetectable, misspelling of undetectable. Undeteriorated, not deteriorated. Undeteriorating, not deteriorating. Undeterminable, not possible to determine. Undeterminacies, plural of undeterminacy. Undeterminacy, indeterminacy. Undeterminate, not determinate, unsettled or uncertain. Undeterminated. Undeterminate. Undeterminateness, quality of being indeterminate. Undetermination, archaic form of indetermination. Undetermined, to undo the determining of, to make uncertain. Undetermined, not determined, not settled, not decided. Undeterminedness, the quality of being undetermined. Undetermines, third person singular simple present indicative of undetermined. Undetermining, present participle and gerund of undetermined. Undeterministic, not deterministic. Undeterrable, that cannot be deterred. Undeterrably, in a way that cannot be deterred with unshakable determination. Undeterred, not deterred or put off, undiscouraged. Undeterredly, not deterred. Undeterring, not deterring, not acting as a deterrent. Undetestable, not detestable. Undetested, not detested. Undetesting, not detesting. Undethronable, that cannot be dethroned. Undethroned, not dethroned. Undetonated, not yet detonated. Undetoxify, not detoxify. Undetrimental, not detrimental. Undeutrated, not deuterated, having the natural distribution of hydrogen isotopes or only the form with a single neutron. Undevastated, not devastated. Undevastating, not devastating. Undevened, not having been devened. Undevelopable, not developable. Undeveloped, not developed or used. Undevelopedly, in an undeveloped manner. Undevelopedness, the state or condition of being undeveloped. Undeveloping, not developing. Undevelopment, the absence of development. Undeveloped, obsolete form of undeveloped. Undeviable, not deviable. Undeviated, not deviated, not made to diverge from its path. Undeviating, that does not deviate, veer or turn aside, unswerving. Undeviatingly, without deviation, directly, unerringly. Undeviatingness, the state or condition of being undeviating. Undivisible, based upon the number 19. Undevil, to free from possession by a devil or evil spirit, to exercise or to make less devilish. Undeviled, simple past and past participle of undevil. Undeviling, present participle and gerund of undevil. Undevilish, not devilish. Undeviled, simple past and past participle of undevil. Undeviling, present participle and gerund of undevil. Undevils, third person singular simple present indicative of undevil. Undevious, not devious. Undeviously, in an undevious manner. Undeviousness, the quality or condition of being undevious. Undivisible, unable to be bequeathed or given by will. Undevised, that has not been devised. Undevitrify, not having undergone devitrification, the process by which molten glass becomes crystalline. Undevolved, not devolved. Undevoted, not devoted. Undevotedly, without devotion. Undevotedness, the state of not being devoted. Undevotion, absence or lack of devotion. Undevotional, not devotional. Undevoured, not having been devoured, uneaten. Undevout, not devout. Undevoutly, in an undevout manner. Undevoutness, the state or condition of being undevout. Undued, not covered in dew. Undewy, not dewy. Undex, abbreviation of underwater explosion. Undexterous, not dexterous. Undexterously, in an undexterous manner. undexterous, alternative form of undexterous. Undexterously, alternative form of undexterously. Initialism of United Nations Development Group. Undiabolical, not diabolical. Undiacritized, not diacritized. Undiadent, not wearing a diadem. Undiagnosable, that cannot be diagnosed. Undiagnosably, in an undiagnosable way. Undiagnose, to withdraw a former diagnosis of. Undiagnosed, that had not been diagnosed. Undiagnoses, third person singular simple present indicative of undiagnosed. Undiagnosing, present participle and gerund of undiagnosed. Undiagnostic, not diagnostic. Undiagonalizable, not diagonalizable. Undiagonalized, not diagonalized. Undiagrammable, not diagrammable. Undiagrammed, not diagrammed. Undialable, unable to be reached by dialing. Undialectical, not dialectical. Undialed, that has not been dialed. Undialed, that has not been dialed. Undialize, not dialyzed. Undialized, not dialyzed. Undiamonted, not diamonded. Undiaper, to remove the diaper from. Undiapered, simple past and past participle of undiaper. Undiapering, present participle and gerund of undiaper. Undiapers, third person singular simple present indicative of undiaper. Undiaphanous, not diaphanous. Undiatonic, not diatonic. Undichotomized, not having been dichotomized, that is, not having been broken into opposing parts. Undichotomous, not dichotomous. Undictated, not dictated. Undictating, not dictating. Undictatorial, not dictatorial. Undictionaried, not found in standard dictionaries. On that simple past of undo. Undidactic, not didactic. Undidactical, in a way that is not didactic. Undie, underwear. Undie run, an event where a large number of people, typically college students, run an outdoor route in their underwear. Undie runs, plural of undie run. Undie, obsolete spelling of undie. Undieless, not wearing underwear. Undies, underwear, underpants. Undied, not died at any sense. Undieting, a movement against dieting for weight loss, favoring the acceptance of one's own body as it is. Undifference, not having a mark of difference. Undifferentiated, misspelling of undifferentiated. Undifferencing, not making any difference. Undifferent, not different. Undifferentiability, the quality of the indifferentiable. Undifferentiable, not differentiable. Undifferential, not differential. Undifferentially, not differentially. Undifferentiatable, that cannot be differentiated. Undifferentiated describes a plant body where the vascular tissue has not developed, as in the thallophytes. Undifferentiatedness, the state or condition of being undifferentiated. Undifferentiating, that does not differentiate. Undifferentiation, the quality of being undifferentiated. Undifferentiations, plural of undifferentiation. Undiffering, not differing, identical. Undifficult, not difficult. Undifident, not diffident. Undifidently, in an undifident manner. Undifracted, not diffracted. Undiffuse, not diffuse. Undiffused, not diffused. Undiffusible, not diffusible. Undiffusive, not diffusive. Undig, to undo the process of digging, to fill up a hole or grave or bury again something unearthed. Undigestible, indigestible. Undigested, not digested. Undigestedness, the state or condition of being undigested. Undigestibility, the condition of being undigestible. Undigestible. Alternative spelling of indigestible. Undigesting, that does not digest. Undigestion, lack of digestion or poor digestion. Undiggable, not diggable. Undag, undug. Undig, present participle and gerund of undig. Undie, to take off a piece of clothing. Undied, simple past and past participle of undied. Undiding, present participle and gerund of undied. Undites, third person singular simple present indicative of undite. Undigital, not digital, analog. Undigitated, not digitated. Undigitize, not digitized. Undigify, lacking in or damaging to dignity. Undignifiedly, in an undignified manner, without dignity. Undignifiedness, the quality of the undignified. Undignifies, third person singular simple present indicative of undignify. Undigify, to treat without dignity. Undignifying, not conferring dignity. Undignified, demeaning. Undiggity, a lack of dignity in dignity. Undigs, third person singular simple present indicative of undig. Undike, alternative form of undiked. Undilapidated, not dilapidated. Undilatable, not dilatable. Undilated, not dilated. Undilating, not dilating. Undilatoriness, the state or condition of being undilatory, haste, swiftness. Undilatory, not dilatory. Undiligent, not diligent. Undiligently, in an undiligent manner. Undilute, not dilute. Undiluted, not diluted or mixed with other substances. Undilutedly, in an undiluted manner, purely, unadulteratedly. Undilution, the quality of being diluted. Unda, to make no longer dim, to brighten or illuminate. Undimensioned, not dimensioned, dimensionless. Undimerise, not dimerise. Not dimidate. Undiminishable, unable to be diminished. Undiminishableness, the quality of the undiminishable. Undiminishably, such that it cannot be diminished. Undiminished, not diminished. Undiminishing, not diminishing. Undiminished, obsolete form of undiminished. Undiminutive, not diminutive. Undimmable, not capable of being dimmed. Undimmed, not dimmed. Undimming, not becoming dim. Undimpled, not dimpled. Undamaged, third person singular simple present. Indicative of undim. Undina. 92 Undina, a main belt asteroid, named for the eponymous heroine of Undine, a popular novella by Friedrich de la Montfaucon. Undinal, relating to or characteristic of an undine. Undine, a female given name from Latin. Undine's curse, alternative form of Undine's curse. Undined, not having dined. Undines, plural of undine. Undining, that does not dine. Undinism, sexual arousal from urine or urination. Undinest, someone with a tendency toward undinism, someone who is sexually aroused by water or urination. Undinests, plural of undinis. Untinted, not dinted, unmarked by a blow. Undinting, misconstruction of unstinting. Undiocesed, having no diocese. Undet, to bring back up from a dipped state. Undifengized, alternative form of undifengized. Undifengized, not difengized. Undiplomat, not having an academic diploma. Undiplomatic, not diplomatic or tactful. Undiplomatical, dated form of undiplomatic. Undiplomatically, in an undiplomatic way. Undipped, not dipped, not plunged. Dry. Undippy, present participle and gerund of undip. Undeptus, third person singular simple present indicative of undip. Undipped, obsolete form of undipped. Undirect, to misdirect, mislead. Undirectable, that cannot be directed. Undirected, not directed. Undirected graph, a graph in which the edges are net ordered, so the edge A, B is identical to the edge B. Undirected graphs, plural of undirected graph. Undirected path, in a directed graph, a path in which the edges are not all oriented in the same direction. Undirected paths, plural of undirected path. Undirectively, in an undirected way. Undirecting, present participle and gerund of undirect. Undirectional, not directional. Undirectionally, misspelling of unidirectionally. Undirectly, indirectly. Undirectness, synonym of indirectness. Undirect, third person singular simple present indicative of undirect. Under, alternative form of undurn. Undirty, not dirtied, clean. Undirty, not dirty. Undisableable, not disableable. Undisabled, not having been disabled. Undisabused, not disabused, still laboring under an illusion. Undisadvantaged, not disadvantaged. Undisadvantageous, not disadvantageous. Undisagreeable, not disagreeable. Undisambiguated, not disambiguated. Undisappearing, not disappearing. Undisappointable, that cannot be disappointed. Undisappointed, not disappointed. Undisappointing, not disappointing. Undisarmed, not disarmed. Undisastrous, not disastrous. Undisbanded, not having been disbanded. Undisbarred, not disbarred. Undisburdened, not disburdened. Undisperse, not having been dispersed. Undiscardable, not discardable. Undiscarded, not discarded, kept. Undiscernible, archaic spelling of indiscernible. Undiscerned, that has not been discerned. Undiscernedly, without being discerned. Undiscernible, alternative form of indiscernible. Undiscernibleness, the quality of being undiscernible. Undiscernibly, in an undiscernible way. Undiscerning, not discerning. Undiscerningly, in an undiscerning way. Undischargeable, not dischargeable. Undischarged, not discharged. Undiscipled, not converted into a disciple. Undisciplinable, not disciplinable. Undisciplinarity, the quality of being undisciplinate. Undisciplinary, not enforcing discipline. Undisciplined, alternative form of indiscipline. Undisciplined, not subjected to discipline, control, or correction, uncorrected. Undisciplinedly, in an undisciplined manner, without discipline. Undisciplinedness, the quality of being undisciplined. Undisclaimed, not disclaimed. Undisclosable, that cannot be disclosed. Undisclose, to keep close or secret, to refrain from disclosing. Undisclosed, not disclosed, kept secret. Undisclosedly, without being disclosed or revealed. Secretly. Undiscloses, third person singular simple present indicative of undisclose. Undisclosing, not tending to disclose, secretive. Undiscolored, not discolored. Undiscolored, alternative form of undiscolored. Undiscomfited, not discomfited. Undiscomposed, not discomposed. Undisconcertable, unable to be disconcerted. Undisconcerted, not disconcerted. Undisconnected, not disconnected. Undiscontinued, not discontinued. Undiscordant, not discordant. Undiscording, not discordant. Undiscountable, that which cannot be discounted. Undiscounted, not discounted. Undiscourageable, not discourageable. Undiscouraged, not discouraged. Undiscouraging, not discouraging. Undiscourse, not discussed, not making a part of discourse. Undiscover, to forget or revoke the discovery of something discovered earlier. Undiscoverability, the state or condition of being undiscoverable. Undiscoverable, unable to be discovered, hidden perfectly. Undiscoverableness, the quality of being undiscoverable. Undiscoverably, in an undiscoverable manner. Undiscovered, that has not been discovered, unknown, unexplored. Undiscoveredness, the quality of being undiscovered. Undiscoveries, plural of undiscovery. Undiscovering, present participle and gerund of undiscover. Undiscovers, third person singular simple present indicative of undiscover. Undiscovery, the process of undiscovering. Undiscredited, not discredited. Undiscreet, indiscreet. Undiscreetly, in an undiscreet manner. Undiscreetness, quality of being indiscreet. Undiscretion, obsolete form of indiscretion. Undiscretions, plural of undiscretion. Undiscriminated, not discriminated. Undiscriminating, not discriminating. Undiscriminatingly, without discriminating. Undiscriminatingness, the quality of being indiscriminating. Undiscriminative, not discriminative. Undiscriminatorily, without discrimination. Undiscriminatory, not discriminatory. Undiscursive, not discursive. Undiscussable, not discussable, that cannot be discussed. Undiscussed, not discussed, not having been put under discussion. Undiscussable, alternative form of undiscussable. Undetained, not disdained. Undisdaining, not disdainful. Undeceased, not disease. Undisenchanted, not disenchanted. Undisestablish, not disestablished. Undisfigure, not disfigured. Undisfranchise, not disfranchise. Undisgorge, not disgorged. Undisgrace, not disgraced. Undisgruntled, not disgruntled. Undisguisable, impossible to disguise. Undisguisably, such that cannot be disguised. Undisguised, absence of disguise, openness, honesty. Undisguised, not disguised, plainly visible. Undisguisedly, in an undisguised manner, openly. Undisguisedness, the state or condition of being undisguised. Undisguises, third person singular simple present indicative of undisguised. Undisguising, present participle and gerund of undisguised. Undisgustable, incapable of being disgusted. Undisgusted, not disgusted. Undisgusting, not disgusting. Undisheartened, not disheartened. Undish, not dished. Undisheveled, not disheveled. Undisheveled, alternative form of undisheveled. Undishonored, not dishonored. Undishonored, not dishonored. Undisillusioned, not disillusioned. Undisinfected, not disinfected. Undisinheritable, not disinheritable. Undisinherited, not disinherited. Undisintegrated, not disintegrated. Undisinterested, not disinterested. Undisregardless, synonym of regardless. Undisjoined, not disjoined or separated. Undisjointed, not disjointed. Undisliked, not disliked. Undislocate, to restore to position after a dislocation. Undislocated, not dislocated. Undislocates, third person singular simple present indicative of undislocate. Undislocating, present participle and gerund of undislocate. Undislodgeable, not dislodgeable. Undislodged, not dislodged. Undismal, not dismal. Undismantled, not dismantled. Undismayable, that cannot be dismayed. Undismayed, not dismayed, hopeful, calm. Undismayedly, without feeling dismay. Undismaying, not causing dismay. Undismembered, not dismembered. Undismissible, not dismissible. Undismiss, not dismissed. Undismissible, not dismissible. Undismissive, not dismissive. Undismounted, not dismounted. Undisobey, not disobeyed. Undissonant, making the noise of waves. Undisordered, not disordered. Undisorderly, not disorderly. Undisorganized, not disorganized. Undisowned, not disowned. Undisparaged, that has not been disparaged. Undisparaging, not disparaging. Undispassionate, not dispassionate. Undispatched, to cancel a process of dispatching. Undispatchable, not dispatchable. Undispatched, that has not been dispatched. Undispatches, third person singular simple present indicative of undispatch. Undispatching, present participle and gerund of undispatch. Undispellable, unable to be dispelled, not dispellable. Undispelled, not having been dispelled. Undispensable, indispensable. Undispense, not dispensed. Undisperse, not disperse. Undispersing, that does not disperse. Undisplaceable, not displaceable. Undisplaced, not displaced. Undisplay, to hide or remove from a display. Undisplayable, not displayable, that cannot be displayed. Undisplayed, not displayed. Undisplaying, present participle and gerund of undisplay. Undisplays, third person singular simple present indicative of undisplay. Undispleased, not displeased. Undisposed, not disposed, uninclined. Undisposedness, indisposition, disinclination. Undispossess, not dispossessed. Undisprivacy, not deprived of privacy. Undisprovability, The pavidu may be disprovable. Undisprovable. Not able to be proven false. Unfalsifiable. Undisproved. Not disproved. Undisproven. Not disproven. Undisputable. Alternative. Form of indisputable. Undisputably. In an undisputable manner. Undeniably. Undisputatious. Not disputatious. Undisputatiously. In an undisputatious manner. Undisputatiousness. The quality of being undisputatious. Undisputed. Universally agreed upon, not disputed. Undisputedly. In a way, or to an extent, that is not disputed. Undisputedness. The quality of being undisputed. Undisputing. Not disputing. Undisqualify. Not disqualified. Undisquieted. Not disquieted. Undisruptible. Incapable of being disrupted. Undisrupted. Not disrupted. Free of disruption. Undisruptive. Not disruptive. Undisruptively. In an undisruptive manner. Undissectable. Incapable of being dissected. Undissected. Not dissected. Undissemble. To reveal one's dissimulation, to admit to lying. Undissembled. Not dissembled. Undissembles. Third person singular simple present indicative of undissemble. Undissembling. Not dissembling. Undissemblingly. Without dissembling. Undisseminated. Not disseminated. Undissenting. Not dissenting, in agreement. Undissever. Not dissevered. Undissimulated. Not dissimulated. Genuine, honest. Undissipated. Not dissipated. Undissociability. The quality of being undissociable. Undissociable. Not dissociable. Undissociably. In an undissociable manner. Undissociated. Not dissociated. Undissolvable. Not dissoluble. Undissolute. Not dissolute. Undissolvable. Not dissolvable. Undissolved. Not dissolved. Undissolving. That does not dissolve. Undissonant. Not dissonant. Undissuadable. That cannot be dissuaded. Undissuadably. In an undissuadable manner. Undissuaded. Not dissuaded. Undistance. Not distanced. Undistant. Not distant. Undistantly. To a degree that is not distant, closely. Undistasteful. Not distasteful. Undistempered. Free from distemper. Undistended. Not distended. Undistillability. The condition of being undistillable. Undistillable. Not able to be distilled. In any sense. Undistilled. Not distilled. Undistinct. Not distinct. Undistinctive. Not distinctive. Undistinctly. In an undistinct manner. Undistinctness. The state or condition of being undistinct. Undistinguishability. Indistinguishability. undistinguishable, imperceptible, indistinct. Undistinguishableness, the quality of being indistinguishable, indistinguishability, indistinctness. Undistinguishably, in a way that cannot be distinguished. Undistinguished, not distinguished, not marked by conspicuous qualities. Undistinguishedly, in an undistinguished manner, without distinction. Undistinguishedness, quality of being undistinguished, lack of distinction. Undistinguishing, failing to distinguish, undiscerning. Undistinguishingly, without distinguishing. Undistinguished, obsolete form of undistinguished. Undistort, to remove the distortion from an image, sound, or other signal. Undistortable, incapable of being distorted. Undistorted, free from distortion. Undistorting, present participle and gerund of undistort. Undistortion, the removal of distortion from an image, etc. Undistorts, third person singular simple present indicative of undistort. Undistractable, incapable of being distracted. Undistracted, not distracted. Undistractedly, without be distracted. Undistractedness, the quality of not being distracted, freedom from distraction. Undistractable, incapable of being distracted. Undistracting, not distracting. Undistractingly, in an undistracting manner. Undistrained, not distrained. Undistraught, not distraught and troubled. Undistress, to free from distress. Undistress, not distressed. Undistresses, third person singular simple present indicative of undistress. Undistressful, not distressful. Undistressing, not causing distress. Undistress, obsolete form of undistressed. Undistributable, not distributable. Undistributed, not distributed. Undistrusted, not distrusted. Undistrustful, not distrustful. Undisturbable, not disturbable. Undisturbance, freedom from disturbance. The quality of being undisturbed. Undisturbed, not disturbed or agitated. Undisturbedly, calmly, tranquilly. Without disturbance. Undisturbedness, quality of being undisturbed. Undisturbing, not disturbing. Undisturbingly, not disturbingly. Unditched, not ditched. Undithyrambic, not dithyrambic. Underno, not derno. Undivable, alternative form of undivable. Undivable, not diveable. Undied, not having been dived. Undivergent, not divergent. Undiverging, not diverging. Undiverse, not diverse. Undiversifiable, not diversifiable. Undiversifiable risk, alternative form of non-diversifiable risk. Undiversifiable risks, plural of undiversifiable risk. Undiversified, not diversified. Undiversion, restoration of the urinary tract to its normal state after a diversion. Undiversions, plural of undiversion. Undivert, to restore the usual path or flow of something previously diverted. Undivertible, not divertible. Undiverted, not diverted. Undivertedly, without being diverted. Undivertible, alternative form of undivertible. Undivertibly. Without the possibility of being diverted, single-mindedly. Undiverting, not diverting. Undiverts, third person singular simple present indicative of undivert. Undivested, not divested. Undividable, not dividable. Undividableness, indivisibility. Undividably, such that it cannot be divided. Undivided. Unify, whole. Undividedly, in an undivided manner. Undividedness, the state or condition of being undivided, unanimity, wholeness. Undividing, not dividing. Individual, indivisible. Individuality, the state or condition of being individual, indivisibility. Undivinable, not divinable. Undivine, not divine, not holy. Undivined, not divine. Undivinely, in a manner that is not divine or holy. Undivineness, the state or condition of being undivine, undivinity. Undivining, failing to divine something. Undivisibility, synonym of indivisibility. Undivisible, alternative form of indivisible. Undivisive, not divisive. Undivorce, to undo or cancel a divorce. Undivorceable, not divorceable, unable to divorce. Undivorce, not divorced. Undivorces, third person singular simple present indicative of undivorced. Undivorcing, present participle and gerund of undivorce. Undivulgeable, that cannot be divulged or disclosed. Undivulged, not divulged, not disclosed. Undivulging, not divulging. Undizzed, not made dizzy. Undo, uncoupling non-driving motor. Undo, plural of undum. Undo, to reverse the effects of an action. Undoability, ability to be undone. Undoable, not doable, impossible to do. Undoables, plural of undoable. Undoably, such that it cannot be done, unachievably. Undocile, not docile. Undocility, the quality of being docile. Undock, to remove a ship from a dock. Undockable, that can be undocked. Undocked, simple past and past participle of undock. Undockinu, not docked. Undocking, present participle and gerund of undock. Undockings, plural of undocking. Undocks, third person singular simple present indicative of undock. Undoctor, to divest of the character or status of a doctor. Undoctor, not doctored, not altered to create a false appearance, genuine. Undoctoring, present participle and gerund of undoctor. Undoctorly, not doctor-like. Undoctorly, not doctorly, not befitting a doctor. Undoctors, third person singular simple present indicative of undoctor. Undoctrinaire, not doctrinaire. Undoctrinal, not doctrinal. Undoctrined, not having had doctrine taught or instilled. Undocument, to remove documentation about, to cause to be no longer documented or recorded. Undocumentable, not supportable with documentary evidence. Undocumentary, not documentary. Undocumented, lacking instructions or reference material. Undocumented alien, synonym of illegal alien. Undocumented aliens. Plural of undocumented alien. Undocumented immigrant. An immigrant who has entered a country often as a migrant worker and has no documentation authorizing them to still be present there. Undocumented immigrants. Plural of undocumented immigrant. Undocumented worker. An illegal immigrant, illegal alien. Undocumented workers. Plural of undocumented worker. Undocumentedness. The quality of being undocumented, not having official documentation required to enter, live, or work in a country. Undocumented. Plural of undocumented. Undocumenting. Present participle and gerund of undocument. Undocuments. Third person singular simple present indicative of undocument. Undocuqueer. Queer and having the status of an undocumented immigrant. Undocuqueers. Plural of undocuqueer. Undodgeable. Not dodgeable. Undodged. Not dodged or avoided. Undove. Simple past and past participle of undo. Undoer. Agent noun of undo, one who undoes. Undoers. Plural of undoer. Undot. Third person singular simple present indicative of undo. Undosed. Second person singular simple present indicative of undo. Undo. Third person singular simple present indicative of undo. Unda. Initialism of United Nations Disengagement Observer Force. Undot. Not doft. Undar. To unfasten a hatch or door. Undare. Simple past and past participle of undar. Undogging. Present participle and gerund of undar. Undogglike. Not dog-like. Undogmatic. Not dogmatic. Undogmatical. Not dogmatical. Undogmatically. In an undogmatic fashion. Undogs. Third person singular simple present indicative of undar. Undoing. The act of loosening or unfastening. Undoings. Plural of undoing. Dolorous. Not dolorous. Undomed. Not domed. Undomestic. Not domestic. Undomesticable. Not domesticable. Undomesticatable. Not domesticatable. Undomesticate. To undo domestication, to make wild after having been domesticated. Undomesticated. Not domesticated. Undomesticates. Third person singular simple present indicative of undomesticate. Undomesticating. Present participle and gerund of undomesticate. Undomestication. The reverse of domestication, the process of making something no longer domestic or taking it out of the home. Undomicilable, not domicilable. Undomiciled, not domiciled. Undominant, not dominant. Undominated, not dominated. Undominating, not dominating. Undomineering, not domineering. Undominical, not dominical. Undomino, not dressed in a domino. Unnot, alternative form of udon Japanese wheat noodle. Undonated, not donated. Undone, not done. Undoneness, the quality of being undone. Undonish, not donish. Undoomed, not doomed. Unfated, uncondemned. Undoped, not doped. Undormant, not dormant. Undo, plural of undo. Undos, wavy, undulated. Undosed, not dosed. Undoting, not doting. Undod, lacking dots. Undawa, to undo the doubling of. To unfold or render single again. Undoubled, not doubled. Undoubles, third person singular simple present indicative of undouble. Undoubling, present participle and gerund of undouble. Undoubtability, capability of being undoubtable. Undoubtable, incapable of being doubted. Undoubted, indubitable. Undoubtedly, without doubt. Undoubted, without doubt, without question, certain. Undoubtedly, without doubt, definitely. Undoubtedness, the quality of being undoubted. Undoubtful, not doubtful. Undoubtfully, undoubtedly, without doubt. Undoubtfulness, the quality of being undoubtful. Undoubting, experiencing or harboring no doubts, entirely confident. Undoubtingly, without doubting. Undoubtingness, the quality of being undoubting. Undoubtlessly, synonym of without a doubt. Undouched, not douched. Undoughty, not dowdy. Undove-like, not dove-like. Undovetailed, not dovetailed. Undow, a river in the Snowy Mountains range in New South Wales, Australia. Undowed, not dowled. Undowed, not dowled. Undowered, not given a dowry. Undownable, undeniably important, which cannot be played down or ignored. Undowned, not covered in down. Undownload, to remove something previously downloaded from the device to which it was downloaded. Undownloadable, not downloadable. Undownloaded, not having been downloaded. Undownloading, present participle and gerund of undownload. Undownloads, third person singular simple present indicative of undownload. Undowny, not downy. Undowried, not dowried. Undoxed, not doxed. Initialism of United Nations Development Program. Undraftable, not draftable. Undrafted, not drafted. Undraggable. That cannot be dragged. Undrag. Not dragged. Undraggle. Not draggled. Undragoned. Without a dragon or dragons. Undragonish. Not dragonish. Undragonlike. Not dragonlike. Undragooned. Not dragooned. Undrave. To restore that which has drained away. Undrainable. That cannot be drained. Undrained. Not drained. Undraining. Present participle and gerund of undrain. Undrains. Plural of undrain. Undramatic. Not dramatic, lacking in dramatic action. Undramatical. Not dramatical. Undramatically. In an undramatic way. Undramaticness. The state or condition of being undramatic. Undramatize. Alternative form of undramatized. Undramatizable. Impossible to dramatize. Undramatize. Not dramatize. Undrek. Simple past of undrink. Undrape. To strip of drapery or clothing, to uncover or unveil. Undraped. Not draped. Undrapery. Not draperied. Undrapes. Third person singular simple present indicative of undrape. Undraping. Present participle and gerund of undrape. Undraw. To draw aside or open, to pull back a layer of fabric, for example, a curtain. Undrawable. Not drawable. Undrawing. Present participle and gerund of undraw. Undraw. Past participle of undraw. Undraws. Third person singular simple present indicative of undraw. Undread. Lack or want of dread. Dreadlessness. Undreaded. Not dreaded, not feared. Undreadful. Not dreadful. Undreading. Not dreading, without fear. Undream. To dismiss from imagination as though never dreamed. Undreamable. Not dreamable. That cannot be dreamed. Undreamed. Alternative form of undreamt. Undreamed of. Not remotely imagined or expected. Undreaming. Present participle and gerund of undream. Undreamingly. In an undreaming way, without dreaming. Undreamlike. Not dreamlike. Undreams. Third person singular simple present indicative of undream. Undreamt. Not dreamed, not dreamt. Undreamto. Alternative spelling of undreamed of. Undreamy. Not dreamy. Unredged. Not dredged. Undrenched. Not drenched. Undress. To remove one's clothing. Undress parade. A substitute for dress parade in bad weather, the companies forming without arms, and the ceremony being shortened. Undress parades. Plural of undress parade. Undress with one's eyes. To gaze at someone lasciviously. Undressable. Capable of being undressed. Undressed. Having partially or completely removed one's clothes. Undressed with one's eyes. Simple past and past participle of undress with one's eyes. Undressedness. The state or condition of being undressed. Undressy. An undressed person. Undresser. one who undresses. Undressers, plural of undresser. Undresses, third person singular simple present indicative of undress. Undresses with one's eyes, third person singular simple present indicative of undress with one's eyes. Undressing, present participle and gerund of undress. Undressing with one's eyes, present participle and gerund of undress with one's eyes. Undressings, plural of undressing. Undressed, obsolete form of undressed. Undrew, simple past of undraw. Undrielle, alternative form of undryable. Undry, not dried. Undrillable, not drillable. Undrill, not drill. Undrink, to undo the action of drinking. Undrinkability, the state or property of being undrinkable. Undrinkable, not drinkable. Undrinkableness, the quality of being undrinkable. Undrinkables, plural of undrinkable. Undrinkably, such that it cannot be drunk. Undrinking, present participle and gerund of undrink. Undrinks, third person singular simple present indicative of undrink. Undriv, initialism of UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Undripping, not dripping. Undrivable, not drivable. Undrivable, alternative form of undrivable. Undriven, not driven. Undrooping, not drooping. Undroppable, unable to be dropped from a team selection. Undroppables, plural of undroppable. Undropped, not dropped. Undropsical, not dropsical. Undross, free from dross. Undrossy, not drossy. Undrown, to remove the water from something drowned or flooded. To unflood. Undrownable, that cannot be drowned. Undrown, not drowned. Undrowning, present participle and gerund of undrown. Undrowns, third person singular simple present indicative of undrown. Under, initialism of United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Undruggable, not druggable. Undrug, not having been drugged or tranquilized. Undrunk, not having been drunk. Undrunken, undrunk, that has not been drunk. Undry, not dry. Undry, obsolete spelling of undry. Undryable, that cannot be dry. Undrying, not becoming dry. Und, plural of und. Undict, abbreviation of undersign. Untaker, abbreviation of undertaker. Untk, plural of untker. Undualistic, not dualistic. Undualize, not dualize. Undie, to withdraw a knighthood from. Undone, not having been dubbed in various senses. Undove, present participle and gerund of undove. Undubious, not dubious. Undubitable, alternative form of indubitable. Undubitably, synonym of indubitably. Undub. Third person singular simple present indicative of undub. Undukal, not dubal. Unduct, not duct, not immersed. Untucked, not inside a duct. Unducted fan, a modified turbofan jet engine with the fan disc outside the engine duct of an aircraft. Unducted fans, plural of unducted fan. Undu, excessive, going beyond that what is natural or sufficient. Undue enrichment, synonym of unjust enrichment. Undue enrichments, plural of undue enrichment. Undueness, the quality of being undue. Undue, not thou. Unduk, to deprive of dukedom. Unduk, simple past and past participle of unduk. Undukes, third person singular simple present indicative of unduk. Unduking, present participle and gerund of unduk. Undulance, the property of undulating. Undulancy, the property of undulating. Undulant, having the characteristics of a wave, wave-like. Undulant fever. Brucellosis, undular, having the form of a moving wave. Undulally, in an undular manner. Undulary, moving like waves, undulatory. Undulate, to cause to move in a wave-like motion. Undulated, simple past and past participle of undulate. Undulated antract, a passerine bird of the antbird family, Fredericina unduligera. Undulated anthrax, plural of undulated antract. Undulated tinamou, a tinamou, Crypturellus undulatus. Undulated tinamus, plural of undulated tinamou. Undulately, in an undulate manner. Undulates, third person singular simple present indicative of undulate. Undulating, moving up and down like waves, wavy. Undulatingly, in an undulating manner. Undulatings, plural of undulating. Undulation, an instance or act of undulating. Undulationism, the theory that light is a wave. Undulationists, one who believes that light is a wave. Undulationists, plural of undulationists. Undulations, plural of undulation. Undulative, undulatory. Undulator, a periodic structure of dipole maggots that generates a low-energy collimated beam of radiation. Undulatoriness, the state or condition of being undulatory. Fluctuation, waviness. Undulators, plural of undulator. Undulatory, that undulates or that causes undulations. Undulatus, ellipsis of undulatus asperatus cloud. Undulatuses, plural of undulatus. Undulin, an extracellular matrix glycoprotein related to fibrontin associated with collagen fibrils. Undulipodia, plural of undulipodium. Undulipodial, relating to an undulipodium. Undulipodium, an intracellular projection of a eukaryotic cell containing a microtubule array used for locomotion or for propelling fluids. Undaw, not dull, sharp. Undullable, that cannot be dulled or tarnished. Undaw, not dulled, sharp or alert. Undulle, present participle and gerund of undull. Undullness, the quality of being dull. Undull. Third person singular simple present indicative of undull. Unduli, a surface of revolution of an elliptic catenary. Undulides, plural of undulide. Undulos, alternative form of undulus. Undules, undulating, wavy. Unduly, undeservedly, in a way that is not warranted. Not dumb in various senses. Undod, simple past and past participle of undumb. Undour, comparative form of undumb, more undumb. Undumbest, superlative form of undumb, most undumb. Undame, present participle of undumb. Undawes, third person singular simple present indicative of undumb. Undumpable, not dumpable. Undumped, not dumped. Undumpish, to relieve from the dumps, to cause to cheer up. Undumpish, simple past and past participle of undumpish. Undumpishes, third person singular simple present indicative of undumpish. Undumpishing, present participle and gerund of undumpish. Undunched, not fertilized with dung. Not dunned. Undupable, incapable of being duped. Undupe, to undeceive someone who has been duped. Unduped, not duped. Undupes, third person singular simple present indicative of undupe. Undupe, present participle and gerund of undube. Unduplicability, inability to be duplicated. Unduplicable, impossible to duplicate. Unduplicatable, not duplicatable. Unduplicate, to deduplicate. Unduplicated, not duplicated. Unduplicates, third person singular simple present indicative of unduplicate. Unduplicating, present participle and gerund of unduplicate. Unduplicitous, not duplicitous. Undurability, lack of durability, the quality of being undurable. Undurable, not durable. Undurableness, the quality of being undurable. Undust, to remove dust from something, to dust, dust off. Undusty, not dusty. Undusting, present participle and gerund of undust. Undusts, third person singular simple present indicative of undusts. Untouched, not Dutch. Unduteous, undutiful. Unduteously, in an unduteous manner. Unduteousness, the state or condition of being unduteous. Undutiable, not dutiable. Unduty, on which duty does not have to be paid. Undutiful, not dutiful. Undutifully, in an undutiful manner. Undutifulness, the state or condition of being undutiful. Undutifulnesses, plural of undutifulness. Unwort, not dwarfed. Unwell, alternative form of unwell. Undwelt, not lived in. Undwindling, not dwindling. Undie, A village in Magor with Undye Community, Monmouthshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 4386. Undye, to remove dye from. Undyeable, unable to be dyed. Undye, not dyed, in its natural color. Undying, present participle and gerund of undye. Undyes, third person singular simple present indicative of undye. Undying, permanent, never-ending, infinite. Undyingly, in an undying way, eternally, immortally. Undyingness, the property of being undying, immortality. Undike, not diked, not containing a dike ditch. Undynamic, not dynamic. Undynamited, not dynamited. Oh, initialism of University of New England. Uneager, not eager. Uneagerly, without eagerness. Uneagerness, lack of eagerness, reluctance. Iota, an Oceanic language spoken on the island of Bali, Papua New Guinea. Umir, unplowed, unearmarked, not earmarked. Honor, no longer to deserve privileges, respect, etc. that one had previously earned. Unearnable, that cannot be earned. Unearned, not earned. Unearned income, income that is not a wage, such as interest, dividends, or realized capital gains from investments, rent from land or property ownership, and any other income that does not derive from work. Unearned incomes, plural of unearned income. Unearned increment, any exceptional increase in the value of land, houses, etc. not due to the owner's labor or outlay. Unearned increments, plural of unearned increment. Unearnest, not earnest. Unearning, not earning. Unearns, third person singular simple present indicative of unearned. Unearth, not having been earned. Unearth, to derive or draw from the earth. Unearth, simple past and past participle of unearth. Unearther, one who unearths something. Unearthers, plural of unearther. Unearthing, present participle and gerund of unearth. Unearthings, plural of unearthing. Unearthlier, comparative form of unearthly, more unearthly. Unearthliest, superlative form of unearthly, most unearthly. Unearthliness, the characteristic of being unearthly, ethereal, otherworldly. Unearthlinesses, plural of unearthliness. Unearthly, not of the earth, non-terrestrial. Unearths, third person singular simple present indicative of unearth. Trouble, misery, a feeling of disquiet or concern. Unit, not ease. Uneaseful, not easeful. Uneasiness, misspelling of uneasiness. Unit, third person singular simple present indicative of unease. Unit, comparative form of uneasy, more uneasy. Uneasy, superlative form of uneasy, most uneasy. Immediately, in an uneasy manner. Uneasiness, the state of being uneasy, nervous, or restless. Uneasinesses, plural of uneasiness. Uneasing, present participle and gerund of unease. Uneasy, not easy, difficult. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. A person of high rank or status has more problems than those of lower rank. Uneasiness, rare form of uneasiness. I, to undo or reverse the eating of. Uneatable, not eatable, not fit for eating. Uneatable has. They call it being uneatable. Uneatably, to the point of being uneatable. Not eaten. Not easy, hard. Unit, scarcely, barely, only with difficulty. Uneating, not eating, that does not eat. Uneat. Third person singular simple present indicative of uneat. Uneb, not having ebbed. Unebe, not ebbing, not tending to ebb. Unebe, not intoxicated. Uneccentric, not eccentric. Uneccentrically, in an uneccentric manner. Unecclesiastical, not ecclesiastical. Unechoed, not echoed. Unechoing, that does not echo, echoless. Uneclac, initialism of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Uneclectic, not eclectic. Uneclipsable, not capable of being eclipsed. Uneclipsed, not eclipsed. Unecological, not ecological. Unecologically, in an unecological manner. Uneconomic, financially inefficient, costly, wasteful, or loss-making. Uneconomical, not economical. Uneconomically, in a manner that is not economical. Uneconomicalness, the quality of being uneconomical. Uneconomizing, not economizing. Unecstatic, not ecstatic. Unecstatically, in an unecstatic way. Unecumenical, not ecumenical. Mud, to deprive of an edge, to blunt. Unedit, simple past and past participle of unedge. Unedges, third person singular simple present indicative of unedge. Unedging, present participle and gerund of unedge. Unedgy, not edgy. Unedible, not edible. Unedify, not edify. Unedifying, not edifying. Unedit, to release a file that was being edited without saving any changes that were made. Uneditable, that cannot be edited. Unedited, not having been altered from the original version, not edited. Unediting, present participle and gerund of unedit. Unedits, third person singular simple present indicative of unedit. Uneducibility, the state or condition of being uneducable, ineducibility. Uneducable, incapable of being educated. Uneducably, to such an extent as to be uneducable. Uneducatable, incapable of being educated. Uneducate, to deprive of the results of education. Uneducated, not educated. Uneducated guess, an arbitrary estimate or judgment made without sufficient knowledge, information, or expertise on the subject matter. Uneducated guesses. Plural of uneducated guess. Uneducatedly, in an uneducated manner. Uneducatedness, the quality of being uneducated, lack of education, ignorance. Uneducated. Plural of uneducated. Uneducates. Third person singular simple present indicative of uneducate. Uneducating. Present participle and gerund of uneducate. Uneducation. Lack of education, ignorance. Uneducative. Not educative. Uneduced, not educed. Initialism of United Nations Emergency Force. Ineffaceable. Impossible to efface, permanent. Uneffaceably. Alternative form of ineffaceably. Unefface. Not effaced. Unaffected. Not affected, not put into practice. Ineffective. Synonym of ineffective. Ineffectual. Ineffectual. Ineffectually. In an ineffectual manner. Ineffectualness. Synonym of inefficacy. Uneffectuated. Not effectuated. Uneffeminate. Not effeminate. Uneffeminated. Not effeminated. Uneffervescent. Not effervescent. Uneffy. Not effete. Unefficacious. Not efficacious. Unefficient. Misspelling of inefficient. Uneffigiated. Not effigiated. Uneffused. Not effused. Uneffusive. Not effusive. Unegalitarian. Not egalitarian. Uned. Prepared without egg. Unegoistic. Not egoistic. Unegoistical. Not egoistical. Unegoistically. In an unegoistic manner. Unegotism. The lack or absence of egotism. Unegotistical. Not egotistical. Unegregious. Not egregious. Unironic. Alternative form of unirenic. Unejaculated. Not ejaculated. Unejectable. Not ejectable. Ejected. Not ejected. Unelaborate. Not elaborate. Simple. Unelaborated. Not elaborated. Unelaborately. In an unelaborate manner. Unelaborateness. The quality of being unelaborate. Unelapsed. Not elapsed. Unelastic. Lacking elasticity. Inflexible. Unyielding. Unelasticity. Alternative form of inelasticity. Unelasticized. Not elasticized. Unelated. Not elated. Unelating. Not inspiring elation. Unelbowed. Not elbowed. Unelderly. Not elderly. Unelect. To vote somebody previously elected out of office. Unelectability. The quality of being unelectable. Unelectable. Incapable or unlikely of being elected to political office, especially due to a lack of suitable qualities or policies. Unelectables. Plural of unelectable. Unelectably. To such an extent that one is unelectable. Unelected. Not elected. Unelectedness. The state, quality, or condition of being unelected. Unelecting. Present participle and gerund of unelect. Unelection, the instance of being elected. Unelections, plural of unelection. Unelective, not elective. Unelectric, not electric. Unelectrical, not electrical. Unelectrify, not electrify. Unelectrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unelectrify. Unelectrify, to cease to electrify, to remove the electric current from. Unelectrifying, not electrifying. Unelectrize, not electrized. Unelectrolyze, not electrolyze. Unelectronic, not electronic. Unelectroperated, not electroperated. Unelectrospinable, not electrospinable. Unelects, third person singular simple present indicative of unelect. Uneleemosynary, not eleemosynary. Unelegant, not elegant. Unelegantly, in an unelegant manner. Unelegic, not elegic. Unelemental, not elemental. Unelementary, not elementary. Unelevated, not elevated. Unelicitable, that cannot be elicited. Unelicited, not elicited. Unelightable, that cannot be elided. Unelighted, not elided. Unelightable, alternative form of unelightable. Uneligible, not eligible. Eliminated, not eliminated. Unelite, not elite. Unellipted, without ellipsis, not ellipted, not having words omitted from a sentence. Unelliptical, not elliptical. Unelongated, not elongated. Uneloquent, not eloquent. Uneloquently, in an uneloquent manner. Unelucidated, not elucidated. Unelucidating, not elucidating. Unelusive, not elusive. Uneluded, not eluded. Unemaciated, not emaciated. Unemancipable, that cannot be emancipated. Unemancipated, not emancipated. Unemarginated, not emarginated. Unemasculated, not emasculated. Unbond, not embalmed. Unembanked, not embanked. Unembargoed, not embargoed. Unembarrassability, the quality of being unembarrassable. Unembarrassable, not embarrassable, impossible to embarrass. Unembarrass, not embarrass. Unembarrassedly, in an unembarrassed manner, not embarrassedly. Unembarrassedness, the quality of being unembarrassed. Unembarrassing, not embarrassing. Unembarrassment, lack of embarrassment. Unembattled, not embattled. Unembay, not embayed. Unembed, to remove something embedded from what it is fixed in. Unembeddable, not able to be embedded. Embedded, simple past and past participle of unembed. Unembedding, present participle and gerund of unembed. Unembellish, plain, unadorned, or simple. Unembellisher, that does not embellish. Unembezzled, not embezzled. Unembittered, not embittered. Unemblazoned, not emblazoned. Unemblematic, not emblematic. Unembodied, incorporeal, not possessed of a body. Unembodiment, the quality of being embodied. Unemboldened, not made bold or brave. Unembolized, not embolize. Unembossed, not embossed. Unembowered, not embowered. Unembreakable, alternative form of unembraceable. Unembraceable, not embraceable, not able to be embraced. Unembraced, not embraced. Unembracing, not embracing. Unembroidered, not having embroidery. Unembroiled, not embroiled. Unembrued, alternative form of unembrued. Unembryonic, not embryonic. Unembryonic, not embryonic. Unlamentable, not amendable. Unamended, not amended. Unemerged, not having emerged. Unemerging, that does not emerge. Unemigrating, not emigrating. Uneminent, not eminent. Uneminently, in an uneminent manner. Unemitted, not emitted. Unemollient, not emollient. Unemolumentary, not emolumentary. Unemotional, showing little or no feeling. Unemotionalism, an unemotional state of mind, a tendency to regard things dispassionately. Unemotionality, the state or quality of being without emotion. Unemotionalized, not emotionalized. Unemotionally, in an unemotional manner. Unemotionalness, the quality of being unemotional. Unemotioned, impassive. Unemotive, not emotive. Unemotively, in a way that is not emotive. Unimpassioned, obsolete form of unimpassioned. Unempathetic, lacking empathy. Unempathetically, without empathy. Unempathic, not empathic. Unempathical, unempathic. Unempathically, in an unempathic manner, without empathy. Unemphasize, alternative form of unemphasize. Unemphasize, not emphasize. Unemphatic, not emphatic. Unemphatical, not emphatical. Unemphatically, in a way that is not emphatic. Unempirical, not empirical. Unempirically, not empirically, without experiment or experience. Unemploy, to cause someone to become unemployed. Unemployability, the state or condition of being unemployable. Unemployable, not employable. Unemployableness. Unemployability. Unemployables, plural of unemployable. Unemployably, in an unemployable manner. Unemployed, having no job despite being able and willing to work. Unemployedness, the state or condition of being unemployed, unemployment. Unemployeds, plural of unemployed. Unemployee, an unemployed person. Unemployees, plural of unemployed. Unemploying. Present participle and gerund of unemploy. Unemployment. The state of having no job, joblessness. Unemployment benefit. Money paid by the government, special purpose fund, or similar to those who are unemployed and looking for work. Unemployment benefits. Plural of unemployment benefit. Unemployment insurance. Insurance against loss of earnings during the time that an able-bodied worker is involuntarily unemployed. Unemployment insurances. Plural of unemployment insurance. Unemployment rate. The percentage of people without jobs who are seeking employment within the total number of workers. Unemployment rates. Plural of unemployment rate. Unemployment trap. Synonym of welfare trap. Unemployment traps. Plural of unemployment trap. Unemployments. Plural of unemployment. Unemploys. Third person singular simple present indicative of unemploy. Unpoisoned, not poisoned. Unempowered, not empowered. Unempowering, not empowering. Unemptiable. That cannot be empty. Unempty, not having been emptied. Unempty, synonym of unemptied. Unemulated, that has not been emulated, peerless. Unemulative, not emulative. Unemulous, not emulous. Unemulsify, not emulsified. Unenable, not having been enabled. Unenactable, incapable of being enacted. Unenacted, not enacted. Unenamel, not enameled. Unenamel, not enameled UK, enameled US. Unenamored, alternative form of unenamored. Unenamored, rare spelling of unenamored. Unenamored, not in love with. Unencamped, not encamped. Unencapsulated, not enclosed in a capsid. Unencapsulate, to remove from encapsulation. Unencapsulated, not encapsulated. Not encased in a capsule. Unencapsulates, third person singular simple present indicative of unencapsulate. Unencapsulating, present participle and gerund of unencapsulate. Unencapsulation, the process of unencapsulating. Unencased, not encased. Unenchant, to release from enchantment. Unenchantable, that cannot be enchanted. Unenchanted, not enchanted. Unenchanting, far from enchanting, repellent. Unenchants, third person singular simple present indicative of unenchant. Unencipher, not enciphered. Unencircled, not encircled. Unenclaved, not enclaved. Unenclosed, not enclosed. Unenclosedness, the quality of being an enclosed. Unencodable, that cannot be encoded. Unencode, to decode. Unencoded, not encoded. Unencodes, third person singular simple present indicative of unencode. Unencoding, present participle and gerund of unencode. Unencompassed, not encompassed. unanchored, not anchored, unencounterable, that cannot be encountered, unencountered, not encountered, unencouraged, not encouraged, unencouraging, not encouraging, unencouragingly, in an unencouraging way, unencroachable, that cannot be encroached or encroached upon, unencroach, not encroach, unencroaching, not encroaching, unencrusted, not encrusted, unencrypt, to decrypt, unencryptable, that cannot be encrypted, unencrypted, of something that has been decrypted successfully, or of something that should have been encrypted but was not. Unencrypting, present participle and gerund of unencrypt, unencryption, decryption, unencrypt, third person singular simple present indicative of unencrypt, unenculturated, not enculturated, unencumber, to free from encumbrance, unencumberable, capable of being unencumbered, unencumbered, not burdened with worries, cares, or responsibilities, unencumberedly, without being encumbered, unencumberdness, the quality or state of being unencumbered, unencumbering, present participle and gerund of unencumber, unencumbers, third person singular simple present indicative of unencumber, unencumbrance, the state or condition of being unencumbered, unencyclopedic, alternative spelling of unencyclopedic, unencyclopedic, not encyclopedic, uninsisted, not insisted, to undo, or reverse the end or ending of, unendable, impossible to end, which cannot be ended, interminable, unendanger, not endangered, unendeared, not endeared, unendearing, not endearing, unendearingly, in an unendearing manner, unendeavor, not endeavored, unenda, not ended, unending, not ending, having no end, eternal, unendingly, without end, eternally, in an unending manner, unendingness, the state or quality of being unending, unenlie, having no end, infinite, endless, unending, unendorsable, not endorsable, unendorse, to revoke one's endorsement of, unendorsed, not endorsed, unendorsement, the act of unendorsing, unendorses, third person singular simple present indicative of unendorse, unendorsing, present participle and gerund of unendorse, unendothelialize, not endothelialize, unendow, not endowed, unend, third person singular simple present indicative of unend, unendued, not endued, unendowed, unendurability, unendurableness, unendurable, not to be endured, intolerable, unendurableness, the state or condition of being unendurable, unendurably, in an unendurable manner, intolerably, unendured, not endured, unenduring, that does not endure, unenduringly, in an unenduring manner, Unenergetic, not energetic, without energy. Unenergetically, in an unenergetic manner. Unenergize, alternative form of unenergized. Unenergized, not energized. Unenergizing, not energizing. Unenervated, not enervated, robust, vigorous. Unenfeebled, not enfeebled. Unenfeebled, without a fief. Unenfilated, not enfilated. Unenfolded, not enfolded. Unenforceable, misspelling of unenforceable. Unenforceability, the quality of being unenforceable. Unenforceable, unable to be enforced. Unenforceably, in a way that is not enforceable. Unenforced, not enforced. Unenforceably, without being enforced. Unenforcement, lack of enforcement, the state or non-action of not enforcing, the state or condition of not being enforced. Unenforceability, alternative form of unenforceability. Unenforceable, not enforceable, not able to be enforced. Unenfranchised, not enfranchised, unfree. Unengage, to rid of a marriage engagement. Unengage, not engaged. Unengagement, lack of engagement. Unengages, third person singular simple present indicative of unengage. Unengaging, not engaging, though. Unengagingly, in a manner that is not engaging. Unengendered, not engendered. Unengineered, not engineered. Unenglish, rare spelling of unenglish. Unengorged, not engorged. Unengrafted, not engrafted. Unengrave, not engraved. Unengraven, not engraved. Unengrossed, not engrossed. Unengrossing, not engrossing. Unengulfed, not engulfed. Unenhanced, not enhanced. Unenigmatic, not enigmatic, unmysterious. Unenigmatical, not enigmatical. Unenjoined, not enjoined. Unenjoyability, the quality of being enjoyable. Unenjoyable, not enjoyable. Unenjoy, not enjoy. Unenjoying, not gaining enjoyment. Unenjoyingly, without a feeling of enjoyment. Unenjoyment, lack of enjoyment, failure to enjoy something. Unenkindled, not enkindled. Unenlighted, an etherpod dinosaur of the genus Unenlagia. Unenlighted, plural of unenlighted. Unenlighting, any dinosaur of the subfamily Unenligini. Unenlightings, plural of unenliging. Unenlarged, not enlarged. Unenlightenable, not enlightenable, that cannot be enlightened. Unenlightened, not enlightened, ignorant in general or of some particular fact. Unenlightenedly, in an unenlightened manner. Unenlightening, not enlightening. Unenlighteningly, in an unenlightening way. Unenlisted, not enlisted. unenlivened, not enlivened, unenlivening, not enlivening, unmesh, not enmeshed, unenmity, a lack of enmity, unennoble, not ennobled, an ennobling, that does not ennoble, unannounced, not announced, uninquire, not inquired into, after, etc., uninquiring, not inquiring, incurious, uninquiringly, in an uninquiring manner, unenraged, not enraged, unenraptured, not enraptured, unenrichable, not enrichable, unenrichableness, the state or quality of being unenrichable, unenrich, not enrich, unenriching, not enriching, unenrobe, not enrobed, unenroll, alternative form of unenroll, unenroll, to undo the enrollment of, to cause oneself or another person to not be enrolled, unenroll, not enrolled, unenrolling, present participle and gerund of unenroll, unenrollment, the process of unenrolling, unenrolls, third person singular simple present indicative of unenroll, unenrollment, the process of unenrolling, unenrolls, third person singular simple present indicative of unenroll, unensconced, not ensconced, unenshrined, not enshrined, unenshrouded, not enshrouded, unenslaved, to free from slavery, unenslaved, not enslaved, unenslaves, third person singular simple present indicative of unenslave, unenslaving, present participle and gerund of unenslave, unensnare, not ensnared, unensouled, not ensouled, unentailed, without an entail, unentangle, to reverse the process of entanglement, unentangleable, that cannot be entangled, unentangled, simple past and past participle of unentangle, unentanglement, the process of becoming unentangled, unentanglements, plural of unentanglement, unentangler, one who unentangles, unentanglers, plural of unentangler, unentangles, third person singular simple present indicative of unentangle, unentangling, present participle and gerund of unentangle, unenterable, that cannot be entered, unenter, not entered, unenterprise, lack of enterprise, unenterprising, lacking the property of being enterprising, unenterprisingly, in an unenterprising manner, unenterprisingness, the quality of being unenterprising, unentertainable, not entertainable, unentertain, not entertain, unentertaining, not entertaining, dull, unentertainingly, in an unentertaining manner, unenthralled, not enthralled or enthrall, unenslaved, unenthralling, not enthralling, dull, unenthroned, not enthroned, unenthused, not enthused, an enthusiasm, lack of Enthusiasm. Unenthusiastic. Without enthusiasm, unexcited. Unenthusiastically. In an unenthusiastic way, without enthusiasm. Unentice. Not enticed. Unenticing. Not enticing, unprepossessing. Unenticingly. In a way that is not enticing. Unentire. Not entire, incomplete. Unentitled. Not entitled, ineligible. Unentombed. Not entombed. Unentomological. Not entomological. Unentrained. Not entrained. Unentrammeled. Not entrammeled. Unentrammeled. Not entrammeled. Unentranced. Not entranced. Unentrancing. Not entrancing. Unentrapped. Not entrapped. Unentreated. Not entreated. Unent. Archaic form of unentered. Unentrenched. Not entrenched. Unentrepreneurial. Not entrepreneurial. Unentrusted. Not entrusted. Unentwined. Not entwine. Unenucleated. Not enucleated. Unenumerable. Not enumerable. Unenumerated. Not enumerated. Not individually listed. Unenumerated right. A legal right which is not explicitly stated, coded, written in laws or constitutions, which may be inferred to exist from other rights, or inferred from traditions that have been canonized in law court rulings. Unenumerated rights. Plural of unenumerated right. Unenveloped. Not enveloped. Unenvenomed. Not envenomed. Unenviability. That quality of enendio. Unenviable. Difficult, undesirable, or unpleasant, not to be envied. Unenviabilness. That quality of enendio. Unenviable. In an enviable way. Unenvy. Not envied. Unenvious. Not envious. Unenviously. Without envy. Unenviousness. The quality of being unenvious. Unenvironed. Not environed. Unenvisageable. Not envisageable. Unenvisaged. Not envisaged. Unity. Nadi. Ar. Initialism of United Nations Environment Program. Unephemeral. Not ephemeral. Lasting for a reasonable time. Unepic. Not epic. Unepical. Not epical. Unepically. In a manner that is not epic or not epical. Unepicurean. Not Epicurean. Unepigrammatic. Not epigrammatic. Unepiscopal. Not episcopal. Unepiscopally. In an unepiscopal manner. Unepistolary. Not epistolary. Unepitaph. Without an epitaph. Unepithalio. Not epithalio. Unepithelialize. Not epithelialize. Unepitomize. Not epitomized. Unepoxidized. Not epoxidized. Epoxy. Not epoxied. Unecable. Not ecable. Unecableness. The state or condition of being unecable. Unecably. In an unecable manner. Unequal. Not the same. Unequal treaties, plural of unequal treaty. Unequal treaty. Treaty forced upon weaker nations by imperialist powers. Unequalable. Not capable of being equaled or paralleled. Unequal, unmatched, superlative, the best ever done, record setting. Unequality, inequality. Unequalization, the process of unequalizing. Unequalize, to make unequal. Unequalized, not equalized. Unequalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unequalize. Unequalizing, present participle and gerund of unequalize. Unequal, obsolete spelling of unequal. Unequal, without equal, unmatched. Unequally, not equally, unevenly, sometimes unfairly. Unequalness, the state or condition of being unequal, inequality. Unequals, plural of unequal. Unequatable, that cannot be equated. Unequated, not equated. Unequestrian, not equestrian. Unequiangular, not equiangular. Unequiax, not equiaxed. Unequidimensional, not equidimensional. Unequilateral, not equilateral. Unequilibrated, not equilibrated. Unequine, not equine. Unequip, to remove equipment from. Unequipped, simple past and past participle of unequip. Unequipping, present participle and gerund of unequip. Unequiparable, not equiparable. Unequips, third person singular simple present indicative of unequip. Unequitable, inequitable. Unequitableness, the quality of being inequitable. Unequitably, in a way that is not equitable. Unequities, plural of unequity. Unequity, lack of equity, iniquity. Unequity-worthy, not equity-worthy. Unequivalence, alternative form of inequivalence. Unequivalent, alternative form of inequivalent. Unequivalve, not equivalve. Unequivalved, alternative form of unequivalent. Unequivocable, non-standard form of unequivocal. Unequivocably, non-standard form of unequivocally. Unequivocal, unambiguous, without equivocation or ambiguity, singularly clear, unmistakable, or unquestionable. Unequivocality, the condition of being unequivocal. Unequivocally, in a way that leaves no doubt, in an unequivocal or unambiguous manner, unquestionably. Unequivocalness, the quality of being unequivocal. Unearth's hand syndrome, a syndrome characterized by quadrupedal locomotion, primitive speech, and severe learning disabilities. Uneradicable, alternative form of ineradicable. Uneradicated, not eradicated. Unerasable, that cannot be erased, indelible. Unerasably, in a way that cannot be erased. Unerase, to restore something that has been erased. Unerase, simple past and past participle of unerase. Uneraser, a program that unerases unerases. Unerasers, plural of uneraser. Unerases, third person singular simple present indicative of unerase. Unerasing, present participle and gerund of unerase. Unerasure, undulation. Unerect, not erect. Unerectable, not erectable. Unerected, not erected. Unertative, intransitive and having an agent as its subject. Unertatively, in an unergative manner. Unergatives, plural of unergative. Unergativity, the state or property of being unergative. Unergonomic, not ergonomic. Unurban, not ermine. Unerodible, not erodible. Uneroded, not eroded. Unerotic, not erotic, not sexually arousing. Unerotically, in a way that is not erotic. Uneroticized, alternative form of uneroticized. Uneroticized, not eroticized. Unerrable, alternative form of inerrable. Unerrableless, synonym of inerrableness. Unerrably, synonym of inerrably. Unerrant, not errant. Unerratic, not erratic. Unerring, consistently accurate, not missing a target. Unerringly, without making a mistake, perfectly, directly. Unerringness, the state or condition of being unerring. Unerroneous, not erroneous. Unerroneously, in an unerroneous manner. Unnerton syndrome, alternative form of Unnertan syndrome. Unerudite, not erudite, uneducated. Unerupted, not having erupted. Uneruptive, not eruptive. Unescalated, not escalated. Unescapability, the degree to which something is unescapable. Unescapable, impossible to avoid or escape. Unescapableness, the quality of being unescapable. Unescapably, in an unescapable manner. Unescape, to reverse the escaping of a string. Unescaped, simple past and past participle of unescape. Unescapes, third person singular simple present indicative of unescape. Unescaping, present participle and gerund of unescape. Unescheated, not escheated. Uneschewable, not eschewable, impossible to eschew. Uneschewed, not eschewed. UNESCO, acronym of United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Unescorted, not escorted, without an escort. Unescrowed, not escrowed. Unescutcheoned, without an escutcheon. Unesoteric, not esoteric. Unespy, not espied or having been espied, unseen, unnoticed. Unespoused, unmarried. Unessay, not essayed. Unattempted. Unessence, lack of essence, that which is not essence. Unessenced, not perfumed with essence. Unessences, third person singular simple present indicative of unessence. Unessencing, present participle and gerund of unessence. Unessential, not essential. Unessentiality, the property of being essential. Unessentially, in an unessential way. Unessentialness, the state or condition of being unessential. Unessentials, things that are not essential. Essential way. Unessentialness, the state or condition of being unessential. Unessentials, things that are not essential. Unestablish, to disestablish. Unestablishable, unable to be established. Unestablish, not established. Unestablishes, third person singular simple present indicative of unestablish. Unestablishing, present participle and gerund of unestablish. Unestablishment, disestablishment. Unesteemed, not esteemed. Unesterify, not esterify. Unesthetic, alternative spelling of unesthetic. Unestimable, alternative form of inestimable. Unestimably, alternative form of inestimably. Unestimated, not estimated. Unestopped, not estopped. Unestranged, not estranged. Etch, not etch. Uneternal, not eternal. Amivel, not iverel. Unethic, archaic form of unethical. Unethical, breaching the established standards of conduct or behavior within a particular organization or profession. Unethicalities, plural of unethicality. Unethicality, the quality of being unethical. Unethically, in an unethical manner. Unethicalness, the quality of being unethical. Unethnicized, not ethnicized. Unethnological, not ethnological. Unethylated, not ethylated. Unetis, an archaeological culture at the start of the Central European Bronze Age, dated roughly to about 2300–1600 BC. Unetition, alternative form of unetis. Unetiolated, not etiolated. Unetymological, not etymological. Unetymologically, in a way which is not etymological. Unetymologizable, not etymologizable. Unetymologize, not etymologized. Uneucharistic, not Eucharistic. Uneucharistical, alternative form of uneucharistic. Uneugenic, not eugenic. Uneulogized, alternative spelling of uneulogized. Uneulogize, that has not been eulogized. Uneuphemistic, not euphemistic. Euphonic, not euphonic. Uneuphonious, not euphonious. Uneuphoniously, in an uneuphonious manner. Uneuphoniousness, the quality of being uneuphonious. Uneuthanize, not euthanize. Unevacuated, not evacuated. Unevadable, not evadable. Unevadably, such that it cannot be evaded. Unevaded, not evaded. Unevadable, not evadable, unavoidable. Unevaluable, not evaluable. Unevaluatable, not able to be evaluated. Unevaluated, not evaluated. Unevanescent, not evanescent. Unevangelic, not evangelic. unevangelical, not evangelical. Unevangelicalness, the state or condition of being unevangelical. Unevangelized, alternative spelling of unevangelize. Unevangelized, not evangelized. Unevaporable, not evaporable. Unevaporated, not evaporated. Unevasive, not evasive, straightforward, direct, to the point. Unitum. Not even, covered with raised spots, pits and grooves. Uneven bars, a set of exercise apparatus consisting of two horizontal bars at a small distance apart and set at different heights. Uneven, simple past and past participle of uneven. Unevener, comparative form of uneven, more uneven. Unevenness, rare form of unevenness. Unevenness, superlative form of uneven, most uneven. Uneven-handedness, the state or condition of being uneven-handed. Unevening, present participle and gerund of uneven. Unevenly, in an uneven or haphazard manner. Unevenness, the quality or characteristic of being uneven, irregularity, inconsistency, the lack of smoothness or continuity. Unevennesses, plural of unevenness. Uneons, third person singular simple present indicative of uneven. Unevent, an event that goes unnoticed. Uneventful, monotonous, lacking significant or noteworthy events. Uneventfully, in an uneventful manner. Uneventfulness, the quality of being eventful. Unevents, plural of unevent. Unevered, not evered. Unevictable, unable to be evicted. Unevicted, not evicted. Unevidenced, lacking supporting evidence. Unevident, not evident. Unevidential, not evidential. Uneven, not ill. Unevinced, not evinced. Uneviscerated, not eviscerated. Unevitable, obsolete form of inevitable. Unevocative, not evocative. Unevocatively, in an unevocative manner. Unevocable, that cannot be evoked. Unevoked, not having been evoked. Unevolutionary, of or relating to the lack or the denial of evolution, not evolutionary. Unevolvable, not evolvable. Unevolved, not evolved, yet to evolve. Unevolving, that does not evolve. Stack. Unexacerbated, not exacerbated. Unexact, not exact. Unexacted, not exacted. Unexacting, not demanding. Uncritical, not difficult to satisfy. Unexactingly, in an unexacting manner. Unexactingness, the state or condition of being unexacting. Unexactness, alternative form of inexactness. Unexaggerable, not exaggerable. Unexaggerated, not exaggerated, not an exaggeration. Unexaggeratedly, without exaggeration, literally. Unexaggerating, not exaggerating. Unexalted, not exalted. Unexalting, that does not exalt. unexaminable, not examinable, unexamined, that which has not been examined, unexaminedly, in an unexamined way, unexamining, that does not examine, unexampled, lacking prior examples, unprecedented, unexampledness, the quality of being unexampled, unexasperated, not exasperated, unexasperating, not exasperating, unexcavated, not excavated, unexceedable, that cannot be exceeded, unexceeded, unsurpassed, unexcelled, excelling all others in some way, unexcellent, not excellent, unexcelling, that does not excel, unaccepted, not accepted, not made exempt, without exception, unaccepting, not making exceptions, universal, unexceptionability, the quality of being unexceptionable, unexceptionable, beyond reproach, unimpeachable, unexceptionableness, the state or condition of being unexceptionable, unexceptionably, in an unexceptionable manner, unexceptional, not exceptional, unexceptionally, in an unexceptional manner, unexceptionalness, the quality of being unexceptional, unacceptive, not acceptive, not having or being an exception, unexcerpted, not excerpted, unexcessive, not excessive, unexchangeable, misspelling of unexchangeable, unexchangeable, not exchangeable, unexchanged, not exchanged, unexcised, not excised, unexcitability, the quality of being unexcitable, unexcitable, not excitable, not easily excited, unexcitably, in an unexcitable manner, unexcited, not feeling excitement or keen interest, placid, bored, unexcitably, without excitement, unexciting, not exciting, unexcitingly, in an unexciting manner, unexcitingness, the quality of being unexciting, unexclaiming, not exclaiming, unexcludable, not excludable, unexclude, to undo the exclusion of, to include again, unexcluded, not excluded, unexcludes, third person singular simple present indicative of unexclude, unexcludable, alternative form of unexcludable, unexcluding, that does not exclude, inclusive, unexclusive, not exclusive, unexclusively, in an unexclusive manner, unexclusiveness, the state or quality of being unexclusive, unexcogitable, inconceivable, unexcogitated, not excogitated, unexcommunicated, not excommunicated, unexcoriated, not excoriated, unexcorticated, not excorticated, unexcreted, not excreted, unexcruciating, not excruciating, unexculpated, not exculpated, unexcursive, not excursive, unexcusability, the quality of being unexcusable, unexcusable, inexcusable. Unexcusableness, the quality of being unexcusable. Unexcusably, inexcusably. Unexcused. That has not been excused. Unexcusedly, without an excuse. Unexcusing, not excusing. Unexecrated, not execrated. Unexecutable, not executable. Unexecute, to undo a command or operation previously executed. Unexecuted, not executed. Not performed or carried out. Unexecutes, third person singular simple present indicative of unexecute. Unexecuting, present participle and gerund of unexecute. Unexecution, the undoing of a command or operation previously executed. Unexemplary, not exemplary, setting a poor example. Unexemplifiable, not exemplifiable. Unexemplified, not exemplified, of which no example has been seen. Unexempt, not exempt. Unexempted, not exempted. Unexemptable, not exemptable. Unexercisable, not capable of being exercised. Unexercise, not having been subjected to physical exercise. Unexerted, not exerted. Unexfoliated, not exfoliated. Unexhaled, not exhaled. Unexhausted, not exhausted. Unexhaustedly, without being exhausted. Unexhaustedness, the state or condition of being unexhausted. Unexhaustible, not exhaustible. Endless, inexhaustible. Unexhaustive, not exhaustive. Unexhaustiveness, the state or condition of being unexhaustive. Unexhibitable, that cannot be exhibited. Unexhibited, not exhibited. Unexhibitionistic, not exhibitionistic. Unexhilarated, not exhilarated. Unexhilarating, not exhilarating. Unexhorted, not exhorted. Unexhumed, not having been exhumed. Unexigent, not exigent. Unexiguous, not exiguous. Unexiled, not exiled. Unexist, to not exist or to cease to exist. Unexisted, simple past and past participle of unexist. Unexistence, lack of existence. Unexistent, not existent. Unexisting, not in existence. Unexists, third person singular simple present indicative of unexists. Unexonerable, not exonerable. Unexonerated, not exonerated. Unexorable, synonym of inexorable. Unexorbitant, not exorbitant. Unexercisable, not exercisable. Unexercisably, such that it cannot be exercised. Unexercised, alternative spelling of unexercised. Unexercised, not having been exercised. Unexotic, not exotic, mundane, commonplace. Unexoticized, not exoticized. Unexpandability, the property of being unexpandable. Unexpandable. Not expandable. Unexpanded. Not expanded. Unexpanding. Not expanding. Unexpansive. Not expansive. Unexpansively. In an unexpansive way. Unexpansiveness. The quality of being unexpansive. Unexpectable. Not to be expected, unusual or unpredictable. Unexpectancy. The condition of being unexpectant. Unexpectant. Not expectant. Unexpectedly. Unexpectedly. Unexpectation. Absence of expectation. Want of foresight. Unexpected. Not expected. Anticipated. Or foreseen. Unexpected hanging paradox. A paradox about a person's expectations about the timing of a future event which they are told will occur at an unexpected time. It is based on the idea that a prisoner, told that he will be hanged on a day unknown to him, concludes that I cannot be hanged on Friday because if I haven't been hanged by the end of Thursday then it would no longer be a surprise, and so on backwards through the week. Unexpected red theory. A trend in interior design based on the idea that any room will appear more attractive if one adds a red item or feature to it, especially if the red item appears unusual or mismatches the other colors in the room. Unexpectedly. In an unexpected manner. Unexpectedness. The state of being unexpected. Unexpecteds. Plural of unexpected. Unexpecting. Not expecting. Unexpectedly. Without expecting. Unexpectedly. Unexpectorated. Not expectorated. Unexpedient. Obsolete form of inexpedient. Unexpedited. Not expedited. Unexpedited. Not expedited. Unexpeditious. Not expeditious. Unexpelled. Not expelled from somewhere. Unexpendable. Not expendable. Unexpended. Not expended. Unexpense. Not expense. Unexpensive. Not expensive. Inexpensive. Unexpensively. Synonym of inexpensively. Unexpensiveness. The quality of being inexpensive. Unexperience. Obsolete form of inexperience. Unexperienceable. Incapable of being experienced. Unexperience. Synonym of inexperienced. Unexperiencedness. The quality of being experienced. Unexperiences. Third person singular simple present indicative of unexperience. Unexperiencing. Present participle and gerund of unexperience. Unexperient. Inexperienced. Unexperiential. Not experiential. Unexperimental. Not experimental. Unexperimented. Not experimented. Unexpert. Synonym of inexpert. Unexpertly. In an inexpert manner. Unexpertness. The state or condition of being unexpert. Inexpertness. Unexpiable. Not expiable. Unexpiated. Not expiated. Unexpirable. Not expirable. Unexpire. To cause a password or other setting no longer to be expired, to restore as valid. Unexpire. not having expired. Unexpired costs, the unused part of the economic benefit of an expenditure that remains as an asset for future use. Unexpired costs, plural of unexpired costs. Unexpires, third person singular simple present indicative of unexpire. Unexpiring, not expiring. Unexplainability, the condition of being unexplainable, inexplicability. Unexplainable, that doesn't have a known or readily available explanation. Unexplainableness, the quality of being unexplainable. Unexplainably, in a way or to an extent that cannot be explained. Unexplained, not explained, of unknown cause or origin. Unexplained aerial phenomena, plural of unexplained aerial phenomenon. Unexplained aerial phenomenon, alternative form of unidentified aerial phenomenon UAP. Unexplainedly, without explanation. Unexplainedness, the quality of being unexplained. Unexplaining, not explaining. Unexplanatory, not explanatory, failing to offer a good or coherent explanation. Unexplicabilities, plural of unexplicability. Unexplicability, rare form of inexplicability. Unexplicable, uncommon form of inexplicable. Unexplicableness, rare form of inexplicableness. Unexplicables, plural of unexplicable. Unexplicably, uncommon form of inexplicably. Unexplicated, not explicated. Unexplicit, not explicit, relatively ambiguous. Unexplicitly, in an unexplicit manner. Unexplicitness, the state or condition of being unexplicit. Unexplode, to convert an exploded view back to the original drawing or model. Unexploded, not exploded. Unexplodes, third person singular simple present indicative of unexplode. Unexploding, present participle and gerund of unexplode. Unexploitable, not exploitable, that cannot be exploited. Unexploitation, lack of exploitation. Unexploitative, not exploitative. Unexploited, not exploited. Unexplorable, not explorable. Unexplorative, not explorative. Unexploratory, not exploratory. Unexplored, which has not been explored. Unexploredness, quality of being unexplored. Unexplosive, not explosive. Unexponentiated, not exponentiated. Unexport, to cease to export, to remove from a list of things to be exported. Unexportable, not exportable. Unexported, not exported. Unexporting, present participle and gerund of unexport. Unexports, third person singular simple present indicative of unexport. Unexposable, not exposable. Unexposed, that has not been exposed. Unexpostulating, not expostulating. Unexpoundable, not expoundable. Unexpounded, not expounded, simple. Unexpress, hypothetically, to undo the expressing of. Unexpressible, synonym of inexpressible. Unexpressibly, synonym of inexpressibly. Unexpress, not expressed. Unexpressively, without being expressed. Unexpresses, third person singular simple present indicative of unexpressed. Unexpressible, impossible to express, inexpressible. Unexpressibleness, synonym of inexpressibility. Unexpressibly, in a way that cannot be expressed. Unexpressing, present participle and gerund of unexpress. Unexpressive, not expressive. Unexpressively, in an unexpressive manner. Unexpressiveness, the quality of being unexpressive. Unexpressly, in an unexpressed manner, not expressly. Unexpropriable, not expropriable. Unexpropriated, not expropriated. Unexpugnable, that cannot be expunged, safe from attack. Unexpugnable, that cannot be expunged. Unexpunged, not expunged. Unexpurgated, not expurgated, not having had anything objectionable removed. Unexpurgatedly, in an unexpurgated manner. Unextendable, not extendable. Unextended, not extended. Unextendedly, in an unextended manner. Unextendedness, the quality of being unextended. Unextendable, not extendable. Unextensible, not extensible. Unextensive, not extensive. Unextenuated, not extenuated. Unextenuating, not extenuating. Unexterminable, not exterminable. Unexterminated, not exterminated. Unexternalize, alternative spelling of unexternalized. Unexternalize, not externalized. Unextinct, not extinct, still living. Unextincted, simple past and past participle of unextinct. Unextincting, present participle of unextinct. Unextinction, the process of bringing an extinct species back into existence. Unextinct, third person singular simple present indicative of unextinct. Unextinguishable, obsolete form of inextinguishable. Unextinguishableness, inextinguishability. Unextinguishably, in a way that cannot be extinguished. Unextinguished, not extinguished. Unextinguished, obsolete form of unextinguished. Unextirpated, not extirpated. Unextolled, not extolled. Unextortable, not extortable. Unextorted, not extorted. Unextortionate, not extortionate. Unextractable, that cannot be extracted. Unextracted, not extracted. Unextractable, alternative form of unextractable. Unextradited, not extradited. Unextraneous, not extraneous. Unextraordinary, not extraordinary, mundane, ordinary. Unextrapolated, not extrapolated. Unextravagance, the quality of not being extravagant. Unextravagant, not extravagant. Unextreme, not extreme. Unextricable, not extricable. Unextricated, not extricated. Unextrinsic, not extrinsic. Unextruded, not unextruded, unexuberant, not exuberant, unexuded, not exuded, unexultant, not exultant, uneyable, impossible to see with the naked eye, invisible, uneye, not having eyes, not eyed, of initialism of University of North Florida, of inarticulate grunt of desire issued upon sighting someone sexually attractive or made in response to a spasm of pleasure during sexual intercourse. Unfabled, not fable. Unfabricated, not fabricated. Unfabulous, not fabulous. Unvice, to remove the face or cover from, to unmask or expose. Unfaceable, unable to be faced or confronted. Unvased, not faced, not taken on or confronted. Unvases, third person singular simple present indicative of unface. Unfaceted, not faceted. Unfacetious, not facetious, serious, sincere. Unfacetiously, in an unfacetious way. Unhostile, not facile. Unfacilitated, not facilitated. Unfacing, present participle and gerund of unface. Unfact, something not factual, a falsehood or factoid. Unfactional, not factional. Unfactionalized, not divided into factions. Unfactious, not factious. Unfactitious, not factitious. Unfactorable, not factorable. Unfactored, not factored in any sense. Unfactorizable. Alternative spelling of unfactorizable. Unfactorizable, not factorizable. Unfactorize, not factorize. Unfax, plural of unfact. Unfactual, not factual. Unvitable, that does not fade. Unfaddish, not faddish. Unfatty, not fatty. Unvitable, that does not fade. Unfaded, not faded. Unfading, not fading, not losing its color or intensity or being forgotten. Unfadingly, in an unfading way, eternally, immortally. Unfadingness, the quality of being unfading, permanence. Unvad, not exhausted, not tired out. Unflail, to undo or reverse the failure of, to return to an unfailed state. Unfailable, infallible. Unfailably, infallibly, without fail. Unfailed, not failed, or that has not failed. Unfailing, inexhaustible. Unfailingly, without fail, reliably, always. Unfailingness, the quality of being unfailing. Enfin, not vain, sorrowful, sorry. Unfailing, sorrowfully. Unfainting, not fainting. Unfair, not fair, unjust. Unfair competition. In commercial law and specifically competition law, any of various distinct violations or criminal offenses that may give rise to civil causes of action being taken to court, usually including antitrust violations such as restraint of trade and predatory pricing, trademark infringement, passing off or palming off, and misappropriation of trade secrets. Unfair dismissal. Termination of someone's employment that is done without a good reason or that is contrary to specific legislation. Unfair dismissals. Plural of unfair dismissal. Unfair lists. A list compiled by trade unions of employers who have engaged in unfair practices, especially such a list aiming to impose a cost on them by boycotting them or lobbying against their interests. Unfair lists. Plural of unfair lists. Unfair. Not having been faired. Unfair. Comparative form of unfair. More unfair. Unfairest. Superlative form of unfair. Most unfair. Unfairing. Present participle and gerund of unfair. Unfairly. In a manner that is unfair. Unfair-minded. Not fair-minded. Unfair-mindedness. The state or condition of being unfair-minded. Unfairness. The state of being unfair, lack of justice. Unfairnesses. Plural of unfairness. Unfairs. Third person singular simple present indicative of unfair. Unfair-like. Not fair-like. Unfaith. Absence of faith. Unfaithful. Not having religious faith. Unfaithfulness. Archaic spelling of unfaithfulness. Unfaithfully. In an unfaithful manner. Unfaithfulness. The characteristic of being unfaithful, infidelity, disloyalty. Unfaithfulnesses. Plural of unfaithfulness. Unfaiths. Plural of unfaith. Unfakeable. That cannot be faked. Unfakeably. In an unfakeable way. Unfakeable. Alternative spelling of unfakeable. Unfakeably. Alternative spelling of unfakeably. Unfaked. Not faked. Unfalcated. Not falcated or hooked. Unfallacious. Not fallacious. Unfallaciously. In an unfallacious manner. Unfallen. Not having fallen, that has not experienced or suffered a fall. Unfallenness. The quality of not being fallen. Unfallible. Obsolete form of infallible. Unfalling. Not falling. Unfallow. Not fallow. Unfalse. Not false. True. Unfalsifiability. The state or condition of being unfalsifiable. Unfalsifiable. Not able to be proven false, but not necessarily true. Unfalsifiables. Plural of unfalsifiable. Unfalsifiably. In an unfalsifiable way. Unfalsify. Not falsify. Unfalsity. The quality of not being false. Unfaltering. Without faltering. Continuous. Steadfast. Unfalteringly. In an unfaltering way. Without faltering. Unfalteringness. The quality of being unfaltering. Unlamb. Lack or absence of fame. Negative fame. Infamy. Unfamed. Not famed. Unfamilial. Not familial. Unfamiliar. Strange. Not familiar. Unfamiliarize. alternative form of unfamiliarized. Unfamiliarities. Plural of unfamiliarity. Unfamiliarity. Lack of familiarity, ignorance or inexperience. Unfamiliarized, not familiarized. Unfamiliarly, in an unfamiliar manner. Unfamiliars, plural of unfamiliar. Unfamilied, lacking a family. Unfamished, not famished. Unfamous, not famous. Unfanatic, not fanatical. Unfanatical, not fanatical. Unfanatically, in an unfanatical manner. Unfanciable, not fanciable. Unfancy, not fancied. Unfanciful, not fanciful. Unfancifully, in an unfanciful manner. Unfancy, not fancy, simple. Unlack, to deprive of fangs. Unclad, not fanged, without fangs. Unfang, present participle and gerund of unfang. Unfangs, third person singular simple present indicative of unfang. Unfad, not fanned. Unvanish, not vanish. Unvanishness, the quality of being unvanish, behavior inconsistent with being a fan. Unfantastic, not fantastic. Unfantastical, not fantastical. Unfantastically, in an unfantastical manner. Unfappable, impossible to masturbate to, not fappable, not sexy, disgusting or ugly. Unfarced, not farced, not stuffed with food items. Unfarcical, not farcical. Unfarewell, not bidden farewell. Unfarmable, not farmable. Unfarb, not farmed. Unfarming, not engaged in farming. Unfarnicillated, not farnicillated. Unfarrowed, without a farrow or litter. Unfarsighted, not farsighted. Unfaciated, not faciated. Unvasicled, not fascicled. Unfascinated, not fascinated. Unfascinating, not fascinating. Unfashion, to undo the fashioning of, to take apart or unmake. Unfashionable, not fashionable. Unfashionableness, the state or condition of being unfashionable. Unfashionably, in an unfashionable manner. Unfashioned, not fashioned, unmade, unformed. Unfashioning, present participle and